Chapter 542. Xiao Yan's eyes revealed a grave expression as he stared at the middle-aged man in front of him. His expression swiftly became gloomy. While he carefully observed Zhao Xian in front of him, he also pulled Murong Chanshan behind him. "You are the clan head of the Zhao clan?" Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. The Dou Qi within his body had already circulated to every part of his body. His spiritual strength covered this entire place. Any movement in the world would fall into Xiao Yan's eyes at this moment. You are indeed already aware. However, this is also good. It saves this clan head from saying any more nonsense. As for now, you can go and die. Zhao Xian's expression was dark and stern as he laughed ferociously. Soon after, his body suddenly trembled and his body, which was standing in the air, disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Xiao Yan's expression, which was originally filled with a grave expression, also instantly became even more solemn and gloomy. Xiao Yan quietly cursed in his heart. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. His body shook and the Dou Qi within his body immediately shot out from the pores on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Soon after, it transformed into a turbulent and writhing beautiful flame that swiftly covered Xiao Yan's body and began to burn fiercely. The outside world is rumored to possess a heavenly flame. Seeing it today, it is indeed so. However, so what if you have a heavenly flame protecting your body? You are ultimately just a mere Ban emperor, a fake emperor. You are merely an ant in front of this emperor. Zhao Xian's cold laughter, which was filled with disdain, sounded in the sky while the heavenly flame rose on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Zhao Xian's thunder-like voice reverberated in all directions, causing an ordinary person to have difficulty determining his exact location. However, with Xiao Yan's current rank 3 alchemist spiritual strength, it was naturally not difficult for him to detect Zhao Xian's location. Above. Xiao Yan quietly cried out in his heart. The expression on his face became slightly stern. Immediately, a thought passed through his mind and the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body was immediately activated. The purple-gold bloodline strength seemed to have come alive as it boiled within the blood vessels within Xiao Yan's body. Even Xiao Yan's heart began to beat even more intensely at this moment. Yellow Spring Divine Anger. A stern cry was suddenly emitted in his heart. Xiao Yan, whose eyes were flickering with a purple-gold light, suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth. At the same time, an earth-shaking furious roar was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. Mao, Mao, Mao. The roar was like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire world around the three of them trembled violently at this moment. Circle after circle of invisible spatial ripples spread out in all directions like waves. As the roar dragged on, in the end, it could not hold on any longer and collapsed with a bang, transforming into an endless expanse of pitch-black darkness. Xiao Yan's yellow spring divine anger directly attacked the soul, causing the expression of Zhao Xian, who was about to attack, to suddenly harden. His nose involuntarily emitted a muffled groan. Clearly he was caught off guard by Xiao Yan's attack. At the same time, at a certain empty space some distance away from Xiao Yan's group, Jianghu, who was hidden in the empty space, could not help but frown slightly when she heard Xiao Yan's roar. Her pretty face revealed a surprised expression. She did not expect that as a 6-star half-emperor, Xiao Yan was actually able to use such a powerful Dou skill. This kind of might was not something that an ordinary 6-star half-emperor could compare with. Even some ordinary 8-star half-emperors were unable to use such a powerful Dou skill. This brat, no wonder he was able to survive in the hands of 4 Dou D. He really has quite a great ability. Jianghu was secretly surprised in her heart. On the other side, Zhao Xian's heart was similarly shocked by Xiao Yan's strength. He did not expect that a 6-star half-emperor would actually be able to erupt with a frightening strength that even an 8-star half-emperor could not possess. Although this strength was not enough to harm him, it had already proved the frightening potential that Xiao Yan's body contained. Once he matured in the future, it was likely that even an elite Dou D would not be able to do anything to him. At that time, it was likely that the entire western region would have to bow down to him. You're courting death. Zhao Xian could not help but quietly feel a hidden danger in his heart when he thought of this. The best method to deal with this kind of enemy who had yet to fully mature was to strangle them in the cradle. The 4 great sects had done this. At this moment Zhao Xian was even more so. With a furious cry, Zhao Xian's body suddenly shook. The Dou Qi within his body swiftly spread to his palm. After which, it was violently spat out and swiftly agglomerated into an enormous spear in the air. It carried an incomparably sharp overbearing might as it ruthlessly shot toward Xiao Yan's head in an instant. Seeing this, the serious expression on Xiao Yan's face did not decrease in the slightest. He swiftly took half a step back and raised both of his palms to his chest. With a thought, the Skyfire 3 mysterious change was immediately unleashed. The aura within Xiao Yan's body also swiftly rose. Within a short couple of breaths, Xiao Yan's strength had already risen from the initial stage of a 6-star half-emperor to the middle stage of a 6-star half-emperor. He was only a step away from the late stage. After unleashing the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, Xiao Yan's expression still appeared incomparably serious. His heart did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. If Xiao Yan did not use his full strength when facing an elite Do Di, it was likely that he would suffer a crushing defeat. As he sensed the powerful Do Qi within his body, Xiao Yan rotated his left hand and turned it into a palm. A pair of dark black eyes stared intently at the enormous spear that was swiftly descending from the sky above his head. Soon after, when the enormous spear was about to land, a thumb-sized black spot was agglomerated and formed in Xiao Yan's left palm. Great Heaven Creation Palm. A furious cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. At the same time, his left palm suddenly shot forward. The sharp sound of rushing wind was emitted when his palm cut through the empty air. It was like the cry of an eagle that swept across the sky. The entire world emitted waves of trembling sounds. Clang. Accompanied by an earth-shaking loud sound, the dark black energy light circle that was emitted from the Great Heaven Creation Palm violently collided with the enormous spear that was heading toward him. The instant the two collided, an extremely frightening invisible strength suddenly swept out from between the two. It was just like a tsunami that wantonly moved in all directions in this vast empty space. In the blink of an eye, the empty space within 10,000 feet of Xiao Yan's body collapsed under this strength. It turned into an endless dark black space. The deep empty space caused one to feel a desolation at a glance, as well as a fear that rose from one's heart. Grug. After a short stalemate, Xiao Yan's expression instantly turned pale. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat. Soon after, he involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The aura of his entire body had become weak at this moment. Bang! However, before Xiao Yan could react, Zhao Xian ruthlessly stomped on the tip of the enormous spear. Suddenly, the tyrannical strength of the enormous spear became even more invincible under Zhao Xian's stomp. In just a moment, Xiao Yan's Great Heaven Creation Palm was instantly destroyed. After the Great Heaven Creation Palm was destroyed, Zhao Xian's body moved. He grabbed the handle of the enormous spear under his feet. The tip of the spear fiercely lifted and pierced directly toward the space between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt the approaching danger and finally came to his senses. The moment he raised his head, the spear had already arrived above Xiao Yan's head. It was only 2 inches away from the space between his eyebrows. Die. With a ferocious roar, Zhao Xian's body shook. The power of the long spear in his hand became even more overbearing. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly focused. At the same time, his heart turned pale with fright. At the same time, a thought passed through his mind and he wanted to use the Six Paths Tent. At this moment, Xiao Yan could only use the Six Paths Tent to avoid the long spear to the greatest extent. However, in the next moment, a cold light shot toward Xiao Yan's eyes. The glaring light caused Xiao Yan to be unable to open his eyes. At the same time, an ice-cold voice, like a golden bell, spread across the sky. A dignified Do Di bullying a bandit. What kind of Do Di are you? What kind of man are you? His heart focused. Xiao Yan raised his eyes and looked to the side. The person who had attacked was Jianghu. Chapter 543. Haha, look at what you're saying. Don't tell me that I can't find you if I have nothing to do? Hearing that, Jianghu laughed. Her beautiful eyes looked at Murong Qianqian, who was currently hugging Xiao Yan's arm, and the smile on her beautiful face became even wider. When she looked at the latter, she discovered that the young girl in front of her was also staring at her with a pair of exquisite large eyes, with a cautious and vigilant appearance. Haha, little girl, what's wrong? Are you afraid that sister will snatch your man? Seeing that, Jianghu laughed once again, while Murong Qianqian's beautiful face quickly turned crimson red. Xiao Yan was also provoked by Jianghu's words to the point that he could not help but cough a few times. His pair of eyes fiercely glared at Jianghu. However, the latter completely ignored it. Instead, she seemed to be even more pleased with herself as she straightened her proud upper body, causing jealousy to involuntarily rise in the heart of the young girl in front of her. At the same time, the two lily-white hands that were hugging Xiao Yan's arm also used even more strength, causing Xiao Yan to cry out in pain in his heart. Humph! With a low snort, he once again withdrew his gaze. At the same time, he also pulled back the thoughts that had jumped out of his mind. You don't come to the Three Treasures Temple for no reason. You're not simply looking for me, right? Haha, Three Treasures Temple? This is the Heavenly Cloud Auction House. Be careful that people don't chase you out if they hear you. Jin Yao covered her mouth and laughed. He helplessly curled his lips. The red-dressed woman in front of him was really more talkative than him. Then let's go. Since there's nothing else, let's go and get the things that I've auctioned. I remember that you've also auctioned a few things. Shall we go together? That's fine too. Perhaps that fellow is still in the auction house. I just happen to want to meet him and see just what kind of saint he is. Jin Yao's pair of bright and beautiful eyes slightly flickered. Under that charm there was a poisonous snake that caused people to fear. This scene caused Xiao Yan's heart to involuntarily tremble. At the same time, he could not help but secretly rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, the fangs of the beautiful snake in front of him were not released towards him. Quickly following this, the two of them casually chatted and laughed for a while. The teasing tone in their words caused Murong Qianqian, who had been silent the entire time, to turn red all the way to her ears. At the same time, Xiao Yan also sensed that his left arm, which was being firmly held by this girl, had a small patch of purple from being violently pinched. With the strength of Xiao Yan's physical body, an ordinary magical beast would have difficulty injuring him. Yet, it had been pinched by a little girl until this extent. Xiao Yan involuntarily sighed bitterly in his heart when he thought about it. Jin Yao, who was standing at the side, naturally saw all of this and understood what was going on. However, in the end she still smiled slightly. Her red lips revealed a smile that caused people to be infatuated. This caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily curse her in his heart. Every time this woman made an alluring action, no matter what it was, it would cause Murong Qianqian's hands to tighten even more. Xiao Yan could only helplessly suppress it in his heart. Xiao Yan did not doubt that if Jin Yao's strength was not above that of a Dou Di, then she would have long since become the source of disaster for countless men. Perhaps it was because Jin Yao was a Dou Di that she did not cause any disputes among the strong people in the western region. In a short period of time, Xiao Yan, who was being ravaged by Murong Qianqian, finally arrived at the backstage of the auction house with the graceful red-dressed woman in front of him. Here they would be able to find Fang Qian. At the same time, they would also be able to take back the things they had obtained from the auction. The three of them entered the backstage. What appeared in front of them was a hall that could accommodate 40 to 50 people. The hall appeared a little empty. There were only a few attendants waiting here. It was as if they knew that someone would come. Their faces appeared simple and lonely. From the looks of it, they should have been waiting for a while. The few attendants stood on the spot like statues. Only when Xiao Yan and the other two walked around a few pillars and entered the hall did they turn their gazes toward Xiao Yan and the other two. Immediately, one of the three people's chest rose and fell slightly. It was obvious that he had let out a long breath. The boring wait seemed to have made him a little tired. "Three sirs, are you here to retrieve the auction item?" The attendant's gaze swiftly swept over the three people in front of him. The thing that caused Xiao Yan to be a little surprised was that this attendant's gaze was actually not the slightest bit affected by Jin Yao's bewitching technique. "Yes, I am here to retrieve the green jade fruit." Jin Yao appeared to be used to the indifferent gaze of this attendant in front of her. She gently glanced at him and immediately spoke in a charming voice. When Xiao Yan by the side saw this, he hurriedly opened his mouth and spoke. "I am here to retrieve the Jinyan flower." With regards to the former, this attendant clearly recognized him. Hence, when he opened his mouth, the expression on the attendant's face did not change in the slightest. However, when he heard Xiao Yan open his mouth at this moment, especially when he heard about the Jinyan flower, the expression on the attendant's face finally changed. Today, everyone in the auction house knew that the Jinyan flower that had appeared in the auction house was taken away by a rank 3 alchemist. However, they did not expect that the rank 3 alchemist would actually appear in front of him. Moreover, looking at Xiao Yan's young face at this moment, it appeared that he was even more tender than the rumors said. How old is this brat? He is actually able to become a rank 3 alchemist? At this moment, even with this attendant's temperament, he could not help but be secretly surprised in his heart. Such a young rank 3 alchemist. This could not help but cause him to feel surprised in his heart. At this moment, forget about him, even the other two statue-like attendants behind him, who were standing in their original spots without moving their bodies, could not help but raise their gazes. Their gazes simultaneously shot towards Xiao Yan. Traces of surprise similarly surfaced deep within their indifferent eyes at this moment. "Three sirs, please follow me." After being surprised for a moment, the attendant once again spoke to Xiao Yan and the other two in an indifferent tone. At the same time he raised his hand and made an inviting gesture towards Xiao Yan and the other two. When the three of them saw this, they exchanged glances with each other. After which, Jinyao took the lead. Her swaying body was like a standing water snake as she slowly walked towards the depths of the hall, towards a dimly lit passageway. Only then did Xiao Yan and Shui Yan slowly follow behind him. With an additional person accompanying her, Murong Qianqian became a little quieter along the way. After a wave of light footsteps, the light at the end of the passageway in front of the group of four gradually brightened. The attendant also finally stopped at the end of the passageway. However, at this moment, at the end of the passageway within a world covered by white light, a human figure slowly stepped out at this moment. When they saw that human figure, the originally calm expressions on Xiao Yan's and Jin Yao's faces involuntarily changed slightly at this moment. The person who had arrived was Zhao Xian. Chapter 544. Zhao Xian. Xiao Yan involuntarily muttered softly in his heart when he saw the person who had arrived. He clearly remembered that this fellow's strength was stronger than any of the foreign elite Do Di present. He was a middle-stage 2-star Do Di. Xiao Yan did not have the slightest chance of victory in front of this fellow. Even though he had yet to meet him face to face, he still caused Xiao Yan to feel an unknown chill. After revealing himself, Zhao Xian also discovered Xiao Yan's group standing in front of him. Immediately he involuntarily frowned. A soft sound was emitted from the tip of his nose. Soon after, a killing intent suddenly flashed across his silver-white eyes when his gaze saw Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian beside him. Even though that killing intent only flashed and disappeared, it was still instantly discovered by Jin Yao, who was currently observing the latter. Immediately Jin Yao's body moved. Her lovely body immediately blocked in front of Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian. An indifferent cold snort was emitted from the tip of her nose. A pair of pretty eyes similarly emitted a dense chill. "You are Jin Yao, the owner of the 1,000 Medicinal House?" Zhao Xian's icy cold gaze slowly shifted away from Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian. Only then did he look at Jin Yao. The expression on his face did not change even a little because of the latter's aura. "Who are you?" The expression on Jin Yao's face became increasingly icy in the face of Zhao Xian's question. The expression in her pretty eyes was extremely indifferent. At the same time, there was also a deep fear that could not be removed. Although they were both 2-star Do Di, the latter was a middle-stage 2-star Do Di. Although the two of them were only separated by a line, it was like the difference between the sky and the earth. Compared to an elite Bandi, when one reached the level of an elite Do Di, the division of strength was extremely harsh. Even if the two of them were only separated by a line, their strength was definitely distinct. The strong would always be the strong. In this place there was no difference. The only difference was the difference between clouds and mud. Don't worry. I won't attack you here. This is the Tianyun auction house's territory. Even in the entire western region, no one would dare to attack you. Even I wouldn't dare. But boy, Zhao Xian's words had just sounded when he pointed the tip of his sword. His sharp and icy cold gaze once again looked at Xiao Yan. This dark and cold gaze caused Xiao Yan to feel as though there was a thorn in his back. This caused Xiao Yan's body to involuntarily shiver. Remember this. When you are outside, you will have to pay back your debts sooner or later. Even if you are safe and sound in the Heavenly Clouds auction house today, as long as you dare to leave this place, I guarantee that you will not be able to leave Yen City. Hearing these cold words, the expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed once again. He really could not understand when he had encountered such an enemy. Just as Xiao Yan was pondering this in his heart, Zhao Xian's body moved. His strong body swiftly rushed past Xiao Yan's side. The wind that he carried when he walked past directly scraped against Xiao Yan's face until it hurt. His footsteps carried the wind and were as swift as thunder. This kind of invisible might was really worthy of an elite Do Di. Xiao Yan quietly exclaimed in his heart. At the same time he could not help but feel even more curious about Zhao Xian. Xiao Yan was certain that this was the first time that he had met him. Why exactly was this fellow so hostile toward him? This ultimately caused Xiao Yan to feel some doubt in his heart. At this moment, at the end of the tunnel, within another space where white light lingered, a familiar old voice was faintly transmitted over. "Cuckoo, the three people outside, please come in." Hearing this familiar voice, the expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately became much more relaxed. The owner of the voice was the manager of the auction house, Fang Qian. "Old man who won't die. I was wondering who it was. It is actually you again." In response to this, Jin Yao, who was beside Xiao Yan, pursed her red lips slightly. Her face revealed a relaxed expression. Clearly, Zhao Xian's departure had caused the pressure in her heart to be reduced by quite a lot. The three of them exchanged glances with each other. Murong Qianqian had revealed an obedient girl expression from the beginning. The others did not know that at this moment Xiao Yan's arm, which was being hugged by Murong Qianqian, was already numb and unable to move. After the three of them stepped into the white light, the three of them almost instinctively narrowed their eyes. It was a long while later when the three of them gradually became familiar with the white light. Only then did they slowly open their eyes. What came into view was a stone room. The space of the stone room was neither too big nor too small. It could accommodate nearly 20 people. The walls on three sides were bare without any decorations. They were all as black as ink. However, they faintly emitted a strange light that was difficult to capture. The only piece of furniture in the stone room was a table. It was also a stone table. It was a black stone table with various magical beasts carved on it. It looked extremely valuable. There were 3 chairs placed around the stone table. The three of them sat down in order. Fang Qian was not polite at all. "Cuckoo, this old man has already waited for a long time. I have already prepared the items for the two of you. The only thing missing is the item in your hands." Fang Qian's expression slightly paused when he spoke until this point. However, he did not say anything else. Xiao Yan and Jin Yao understood at a glance. "Here, my lily of the valley ointment." Jin Yao casually took out a jade box. After opening it, a piece of milky white jade-like gypsum appeared in front of the three of them. When he saw the gypsum, the smile on Fang Qian's face became even brighter. He immediately carefully held it in his hand. He gently sniffed it and enjoyed the unique smell of the ointment. After a short while, he nodded with a smile on his face. "Not bad, District Mistress Jean, the items that you take out are all good stuff. Just based on your collection, I am afraid that my auction house cannot even compare to 1/10 of what you have." He could not help but flatter her with a smile. Fang Qian also took out a jade box with one hand. After opening it, a green ling-long fruit appeared in front of the four of them. "Green jade fruit. Here, this is also what you wanted. Don't worry with this old man here, I guarantee that it will be top grade." Fang Qian imitated Jin Yao's tone and laughed. Then he looked at Xiao Yan, who was sitting in front of the two of them, with an even more passionate gaze. Compared to the items that the former had taken out, Fang Qian was more interested in the 1,000-fan leaf that Xiao Yan had taken out. That was a truly priceless item. "Cuckoo, mister, what about you? Compared to this old man is more curious about how you managed to obtain this woman's 1,000-fan leaf." When he said this, Fang Qian did not forget to use his gaze to tease Xiao Yan. This caused the latter to reveal an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders and shook his head in a non-committal manner. He did not reply. Instead, he flicked his finger and a white light flashed. An emerald green fan the size of a wash basin appeared on the stone table in front of him. "Here, 1,000-fan leaf, 1,000-year-old, and it's so fresh. Its medicinal properties are preserved so well, as if it was picked not long ago." Before the words in Xiao Yan's mouth sounded, Fang Qian quickly opened his mouth and spoke. His words were filled with a rich surprise. Hearing Fang Qian's words, Xiao Yan's serious expression froze slightly. Then, he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "I naturally have my own way of preserving these medicinal ingredients. It's not surprising that they can be preserved so well." Hearing this, of course, a hint of suspicion flashed across his old eyes, but in the end, he still nodded. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. His eyes revealed a hint of anticipation as he looked at Fang Qian. There was a hint of eagerness in his tone as he said, "I have already taken out my blazing flower. I've already taken out everything. Shouldn't you give me my blazing flower as well?" "Cuckoo, mister, you are very impatient." Fang Qian laughed softly as he teased. Without further ado, he flicked his finger and a jade box appeared on the stone table in front of the few of them. Xiao Yan did not hesitate even a little as he immediately opened it. Immediately, a fiery red glow swiftly shot over the interior of this stone room. Looking at the fiery red flower in the jade box, Xiao Yan's emotions quickly became excited at this moment. Xiao Yan swiftly stored the Xinyan flower within the jade box. An enormous rock in his heart finally fell to the ground at this moment. The blazing flower is finally in my hands. Chapter 545. Having obtained the Xinyan flower, Xiao Yan could be considered to have temporarily resolved one of the things in his heart. Immediately, his entire mood became much more relaxed. After the Xiao Yan duo and Jin Yao left the auction house together, Xiao Yan discovered that they had unknowingly spent an entire day and night in the auction house. Currently, it was already the 5th day since they had arrived in Yen City. After exiting the auction house, The originally packed crowd outside had already dispersed. Since it was noon, there were still quite a few people on the streets. Upon seeing the Xiaoyan trio slowly walking out from the auction house, especially when everyone's gazes landed on Murong Qianqian, who was beside Xiaoyan, and the enchanting figure of Jin Yao, the gazes of the men on the streets immediately turned fiery hot. Everyone stretched their necks and widened their eyes, continuously scanning the bodies of the two exceptional beauties. Especially Jin Yao's revealing figure, which appeared even fairer under the reflection of the sunlight. Her voluptuous upper body, flat lower abdomen and a pair of pure white long legs caused the hearts of the men present to heat up. They could not help but wish that they could immediately pounce on her. When they sensed Jin Yao's cold eyes that seemed to want to devour them, their bodies suddenly trembled. The thoughts that had just arisen in their hearts were instantly extinguished. What replaced it was fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. Humph! With an indifferent snort, the expression in Jin Yao's beautiful eyes did not turn for the better. With a move of her delicate body, she stepped into the air and left first. Behind her, Xiaoyan's gaze glanced at Jin Yao's exposed snow-white back. His pair of dark black eyes involuntarily narrowed. He knew that Jin Yao's emotions were not because of these people in front of her. Instead, it was because of Zhao Xian. Earlier in the stone room, Xiaoyan and Jin Yao could not help but ask Fang Qian about some information regarding Zhao Xian. Upon hearing the latter's words, the expression on Jin Yao's pretty face did not turn for the better. Instead, it gradually became even more gloomy. As for Xiaoyan, he originally had some doubts about Zhao Xian in his heart. After Fang Qian's general explanation, he finally understood in his heart. No wonder. No wonder Zhao Xian's eyes revealed a dense killing intent when he looked at him. This fellow was actually the clan head of the Zhao clan in Sulan City half a month ago. It was likely that he was already aware of what had happened there. Otherwise, he would not look at Xiaoyan in this manner. However, at the same time that he understood all of this, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily sank. If this was the case, did it not mean that Zhao Xian already knew of his identity? Currently, all the elite Dodi were gathered in Yan City. Once Xiaoyan's identity was discovered by those elite Dodi, he would immediately fall into a situation where he was surrounded by enemies. However, it appeared that Zhao Xian had yet to announce this matter to everyone. In other words, Xiaoyan still had sufficient time to leave this Yan City. When he thought of this, Xiaoyan could not help but let out a long sigh. Fortunately, the blazing flame flower had already landed in his hands. There was nothing else in Yan City that was worthy of Xiaoyan's stay. Let's go. There is no need to return to that place. Let's leave as soon as possible. After speaking these words in an indifferent manner, Xiaoyan pulled Murong Qianqian with one hand. The latter also nodded her head and obediently followed behind like a little wife. Immediately, Xiaoyan's toes gently pressed on the ground. As a circular invisible ripple spread out, Xiaoyan and Murong Qianqian's bodies also stepped into the air. Without any hesitation, the two of them immediately flew towards the western side of Yan City. After the two of them left Yan City, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared on the rooftop of a certain building. His silver-white eyes were filled with indifference as he stared in the direction that Xiaoyan had left. Under his sleeves, his fair hands slowly clenched as the corners of his mouth curled into a bone-chilling sneer. After a few short breaths, the middle-aged man's figure once again slowly disappeared from the rooftop. At the same time, high in the sky within the clouds, Jin Yao's pretty face, which was wrapped in a red dress, revealed a cold smile. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. This essence transformation pill will definitely be mine. As she softly muttered from her mouth, Jin Yao's delicate body moved as she swiftly flew towards the western side of the city. Based on the Xiaoyan duo's speed, in less than an hour, they had already traveled nearly 10,000 miles. At this moment, when the two of them turned their heads to look behind them, Yan City had long since disappeared from their sight. As the two of them increasingly neared the Sand River, the surrounding environment gradually changed. The originally green forest below them now looked like a patch of yellow and orange gold, as if it was the golden season of autumn. The emerald-like grass on the ground gradually disappeared, and in its place was a patch of reddish-yellow sand. A formidable wind swiftly swept past Xiaoyan's ears like an arrow, bringing with it the sound of breaking wind that reverberated endlessly between heaven and earth. When the two of them rushed through the empty air, an invisible force and pressure formed a deep gully in the sky above the crimson-yellow sea of trees below. After Xiaoyan and Shuiyan left, the mountain forest slowly returned to its calm state. Only then were those gullies filled up. Until a certain moment, the bodies of the two people who were flying at high speed suddenly stopped in midair. A curious look appeared on Murong Chanshan's pretty face as she looked around. After which she looked toward Xiao Yan and could not help but ask, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong here? I'm afraid we've been ambushed." Xiao Yan's gaze looked all around him. Both of his eyes narrowed. A vast and mighty spiritual strength spread out from between his brows to its limit. The expression on his face had also become solemn. Under the cover of Xiao Yan's spiritual force, the entire surrounding area was reflected in his eyes. He could sense that there were a few extremely obscure auras present in this area. These auras were the reason why Xiao Yan had stopped in his tracks. To be able to cause Xiao Yan, who was a rank 3 alchemist, to be unable to pinpoint the exact location, the source of those auras was most likely extraordinary. Immediately after, Xiao Yan, who was standing in midair, suddenly turned around. He had already clearly sensed that there was an extremely vigorous and overbearing aura behind him that was rapidly flying towards Xiao Yan and Murong Chanshan. Zhao Xian. This guy actually followed us in secret. No, this fellow should have guessed that we would go in this direction, so he had already set up an ambush here. He knows how powerful a rank 3 alchemist's spiritual force is. Just by following us, it's impossible. Just as Murong Chanshan's words fell, Xiao Yan immediately shook his head and spoke with a grave tone. "Ah, Xiao Yan, you didn't expect it right. Even if you were careful along the way, you would still be stopped by me here." The loud laughter contained a crazy killing intent. In the next instant, Zhao Xian's figure had already appeared 100 feet away from Xiao Yan and Murong Chanshan. A pair of silver-white eyes were suffused with bits of red light. As Zhao Xian breathed in and out, the aura within his body churned, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Chapter 546. Xiao Yan's eyes revealed a grave expression as he stared at the middle-aged man in front of him. His expression swiftly became gloomy. While he carefully observed Zhao Xian in front of him, he also pulled Murong Chanshan behind him. "You are the clan head of the Zhao clan?" Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. The dou qi within his body had already circulated to every part of his body. His spiritual strength covered this entire place. Any movement in the world would fall into Xiao Yan's eyes at this moment. You indeed already know. However, this is also good. It saves this clan head from saying any more nonsense. As for now, you can go and die." Zhao Xian's expression was dark and stern as he let out a ferocious laugh. Soon after, his body suddenly trembled and his body, which was standing in the air, instantly disappeared. At the same time, Xiao Yan's face, which was originally filled with a grave expression, also instantly became even more solemn and gloomy. Xiao Yan quietly cursed in his heart. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. His body shook and the dou qi within his body immediately shot out from the pores on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Soon after, it transformed into a turbulent and writhing beautiful flame that swiftly covered Xiao Yan's body and began to burn fiercely. The outside world is rumored to possess a heavenly flame. Seeing it today, it is indeed so. However, so what if you have a heavenly flame protecting your body? You are ultimately just a mere Ban Emperor, a fake emperor. You are merely an ant in front of this emperor. At the same time that the heavenly flame rose on the surface of Xiao Yan's body, Zhao Xian's cold laughter that was filled with disdain also sounded. Zhao Xian's thunder-like voice reverberated in all directions, causing an ordinary person to have difficulty determining his exact location. However, with Xiao Yan's current rank 3 alchemist spiritual strength, it was naturally not difficult for him to investigate Zhao Xian's location. Above. Xiao Yan quietly cried out in his heart. The expression on his face became slightly stern. Immediately, a thought passed through his mind and the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body was immediately activated. The purple-gold bloodline strength appeared to have come alive as it circulated within the blood vessels within Xiao Yan's body. Even Xiao Yan's heart began to beat even more intensely at this moment. Yellow Spring Divine Anger. A stern cry suddenly sounded in his heart. Xiao Yan, whose eyes were flickering with a purple-gold light, suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth. At the same time, an earth-shaking roar was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. Mao, Mao, Mao. The roar was like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire world around the three of them trembled violently at this moment. Circle after circle of invisible spatial ripples spread out in all directions like waves. As the roar dragged on, in the end, it could not hold on any longer and collapsed with a bang, transforming into an endless expanse of pitch-black darkness. Xiao Yan's Yellow Spring Divine Anger directly attacked the soul, causing the expression of Zhao Xian, who was about to attack, to suddenly harden. His nose involuntarily emitted a muffled groan. Clearly he was caught off guard by Xiao Yan's attack. At the same time, at a certain empty space some distance away from Xiao Yan's group, Jianghu, who was hidden in the empty space, could not help but frown slightly when she heard Xiao Yan's roar. Her pretty face revealed a surprised expression. She did not expect that as a 6-star half-emperor, Xiao Yan was actually able to use such a powerful Do skill. This kind of might was not something that an ordinary 6-star half-emperor could compare with. Even some ordinary 8-star half-emperors were unable to use such a powerful Do skill. This brat, no wonder he was able to survive in the hands of 4 Do D. He really has quite a great ability. Jianghu was secretly surprised in her heart. On the other side, Zhao Xian's heart was similarly shocked by Xiao Yan's strength. He did not expect that a 6-star half-emperor would actually be able to erupt with a frightening strength that even an 8-star half-emperor could not possess. Although this strength was not enough to injure him, it had already proved the frightening potential that Xiao Yan's body contained. Once he matured in the future, it was likely that even an elite Do D would be unable to do anything to him. At that time, it was likely that the entire western region would have to bow down to him. You're courting death. Zhao Xian could not help but quietly feel a hidden danger in his heart when he thought of this. The best method to deal with this kind of enemy who had yet to fully mature, was to strangle them in the cradle. The 4 great sects had done this. At this moment Zhao Xian was even more so. With a furious cry, Zhao Xian's body suddenly shook. The Do Qi within his body swiftly spread to his palm. After which, it was violently spat out and swiftly agglomerated into an enormous spear in the air. It carried an incomparably sharp overbearing might as it ruthlessly shot toward Xiao Yan's head in an instant. Seeing this, the serious expression on Xiao Yan's face did not decrease in the slightest. He swiftly took half a step back and raised both of his palms to his chest. With a thought, the Skyfire 3 mysterious change was immediately unleashed. The aura within Xiao Yan's body also swiftly rose. Within a short couple of breaths, Xiao Yan's strength had already risen from the initial stage of a 6-star half-emperor to the middle stage of a 6-star half-emperor. He was only a step away from the late stage. After unleashing the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, Xiao Yan's expression still appeared incomparably serious. His heart did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Faced with an elite Do D, if Xiao Yan did not use his full strength, it was likely that he would suffer a crushing defeat. As he sensed the powerful Do Qi within his body, Xiao Yan rotated his left hand and turned it into a palm. A pair of dark black eyes stared intently at the enormous spear that was swiftly descending from the sky above his head. Soon after, when the enormous spear descended, a thumb-sized black spot was agglomerated and formed in Xiao Yan's left palm. Great Heaven Creation Palm. A furious cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. At the same time, his left palm suddenly shot forward. The sharp sound of rushing wind was emitted when his palm cut through the empty air. It was like an eagle's cry that swept across the sky. The entire world emitted waves of trembling sounds. Clang. Accompanied by an earth-shaking loud sound, the dark black energy light circle that was emitted from the Great Heaven Creation Palm violently collided with the enormous spear that was heading toward him. The moment the two collided, an extremely frightening invisible strength suddenly swept out from between the two. It was just like a tsunami that wantonly moved in all directions in this vast empty space. In the blink of an eye, the empty space within a 10,000-foot radius of Xiao Yan collapsed because of this strength. It turned into an endless dark black empty space. The deep empty space caused one to feel a desolation when looking at it. It also caused one to feel a fear that originated from one's heart. Grug. After a short stalemate, Xiao Yan's expression instantly turned pale. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat. Soon after, he involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The aura of his entire body had become weak at this moment. Bang! However, before Xiao Yan could react, Zhao Xian ruthlessly stomped on the tip of the enormous spear. Suddenly, the tyrannical strength of the enormous spear became even more indestructible under Zhao Xian's stomp. In just a moment, Xiao Yan's Great Heaven Creation Palm was instantly destroyed. After the Great Heaven Creation Palm was destroyed, Zhao Xian moved his body and grabbed the handle of the enormous spear under his feet. The tip of the spear fiercely raised and pierced directly toward the space between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt the approaching danger and finally came to his senses. The moment he raised his head, the spear had already arrived above Xiao Yan's head. It was only 2 inches away from the space between his eyebrows. Die. With a ferocious roar, Zhao Xian's body shook. The power of the long spear in his hand became even more overbearing. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly focused. At the same time, his heart turned pale with fright. A thought passed through his mind and he wanted to use the six paths tent. At this moment, Xiaoyan could only use the six paths tent to avoid the long spear to the greatest extent. However, a cold glint shot over in front of Xiaoyan's eyes at the next moment. The glaring light caused Xiaoyan to be unable to open his eyes. At the same time, however, an icy cold voice spread over the sky. A dignified Dodi bullying a bandit. What kind of Dodi are you? What kind of man are you? His heart focused. Xiaoyan raised his eyes and looked to the side. The person who had attacked was Jin Yao. Chapter 547. Clang. Her snow-white long sword trembled gently after her words sounded. After a clear sound, it bounced the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand away. A huge force was transmitted and the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand was immediately flung away. While his feet flew backwards, the long spear also turned into specks of light and disappeared into thin air. Humph. Seeing this, Jin Yao smiled charmingly. She immediately turned her head slightly and looked at the stunned Xiaoyan by the side. Why are you here? Seeing Jin Yao's enchanting smile, Xiaoyan's tightly knitted eyebrows relaxed slightly. At the same time he doubtfully asked Jin Yao. Why? Only you are allowed to appear here and I am not? Jin Yao pursed her lips into a smile that was extremely enchanting. Hearing this, Xiaoyan curled his lips and rolled his eyes at the latter. Xiaoyan naturally did not believe the latter's words. Don't tell me you have also followed me here? Thinking of a certain possibility, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily tightened. However, he had a joking expression on his face as the dou qi in his body secretly circulated. His heart was a little nervous. Would you believe me if I said yes? Looking at Xiaoyan with a bewitching smile, Jin Yao casually withdrew her long sword and said with a smile. Seeing the latter's appearance, Xiaoyan sighed in relief in his heart. Even though he had not interacted with the latter for long, Xiaoyan could roughly guess this woman's character. Since she had revealed such an appearance, it was likely that she would not be in any danger. Haha, I had long guessed that this fellow would definitely not let you off so easily. Being able to know your identity without revealing it to the public means that he covets something on your body. In order to obtain it, he will definitely not allow you to reveal your identity within Yen City. He will definitely know that you have left Yen City. Therefore, on one hand, it is for my 1,000-fan tree and on the other, it is also for the apotheosis pill. Jin Yao chuckled as she guessed the reason why Zhao Xian didn't expose Xiaoyan's identity. Hearing this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel a sense of fear for the woman in front of him. As a woman, not only did she possess a frightening strength, but even her thoughts were something that an ordinary person could not compare with. It was likely that her future was not something that the Dou D class could block. Woman, even if you can guess these things, what can you do? Just you alone, how can you be this emperor's match? On the other side, Zhao Xian had also heard Jin Yao's words. At the same time he was shocked in his heart. At the same time, anger involuntarily rose from the bottom of his heart. If this woman had not suddenly appeared earlier, Xiaoyan would have long since become a dead soul under his spear. All the treasures in his hands, including the heavenly flame, would have belonged to him. However, this woman was currently destroying his plans. How could this not cause anger to form in his heart? ****. Cuckoo, who said that I am alone? Aren't you looking down on me a little too much? Xiaoyan involuntarily coughed a couple of times. He violently wiped off the traces of blood on his lips. At the same time he waved his large hand and the pitch-black thick heavy Shen ruler landed in his hand. Earlier, in order to prevent others from discovering his identity, the heavy Shen ruler had always been placed in his storage ring. Since he had already been recognized at this moment, Xiaoyan naturally did not have any more misgivings. When the enormous ruler landed in his hand, a chi-chi sound of rushing wind was emitted, giving people an incomparably heavy feeling. Humph, brat, with just you? Seeing Xiaoyan take out the heavy Shen ruler, Zhao Xian coldly laughed. However, his voice had just sounded when Murong Chanchan on the other side suddenly spoke at this moment. Me too. Seeing this, the expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily changed slightly. However, before he could speak, Zhao Xian parted his mouth and smiled. His smile was dense and filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent, causing people who saw it to feel a chill on their backs. Alright, since all of you don't know what death is, then all of you can come at me together. Today this D will tell all of you what is called absolute strength. At the same time as the cold laughter sounded, Zhao Xian's large hand suddenly clenched. A completely snow-white long spear landed in his hand. This time around it was a genuine long spear and not the energy long spear that was agglomerated from Douqi. In comparison, when this long spear was used, regardless of whether it was its strength or other aspects, it was not something that a weapon that was agglomerated from do qi could compare with. With this long spear in hand, Zhao Xian's strength had increased quite a lot out of nowhere. Jin Yao's pretty eyes glanced at Murong Qianqian. She did not pay too much attention to the latter. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Xiao Yan. Currently, Xiao Yan was her financial backer. In comparison, a Murong Qianqian was really nothing. Are you sure you can do it? This fellow is a do di. You can't even block one of his attacks. Are you really confident? Jin Yao frowned slightly. Her face was a little worried as she asked Xiao Yan. Kuka, relax. If I didn't have the confidence, I would not have stood up and tried to be brave. Moreover, with a beautiful do di like you around, there is no need for me to be afraid of him. This laughter caused the atmosphere between the two of them to become much more relaxed. Seeing this scene, Murong Qianqian quietly frowned in her heart. She even felt some hatred. Why was she not this Jin Yao in front of her? Why was she not an elite do di? However, it was useless to think about all this now. Seeing that the three of them did not attack and were instead flirting with each other, this caused Zhao Xian's heart to become even more furious. He waved the long spear in his hand and it emitted a hoo-hoo sound of rushing wind. The body of the spear immediately shook and a silver-white lightning-like do qi surged out from within Zhao Xian's body. It swiftly covered the body of the spear. His body moved and he took the lead to charge toward Xiao Yan's group. The sharp tip of the spear pierced through the empty air, carrying an ear-piercing sound of rushing wind. With the support of the do qi, it was like a comet flying through the sky as it violently charged toward Xiao Yan's group. Meteor spear. Following the earth-shaking stern cry from Zhao Xian's mouth, he held the long spear in his hand and arrived in front of Xiao Yan's group in the blink of an eye. He swung the tip of the spear, leaving behind a countless number of afterimages in the empty air as they violently pierced toward Xiao Yan. Allow me. The smile on Jin Yao's pretty face instantly disappeared when she saw this scene. Her lovely body moved and she stepped in front of Xiao Yan. At the same time, she twisted her wrist and the long sword in her hand met the long spear that was attacking in front of her. Thousand Sails Shadowless Sword. With a lovely cry, the long sword in Jin Yao's hand was immediately swung. The lithe sword trembled gently in the empty air. In the blink of an eye, the empty space in front of Jin Yao was filled with a countless number of sword images. A thought passed through her mind and those sword images appeared to be substance-like as they met the long spear that was coming toward her. Clang, clang, clang. The clear sounds of collisions repeatedly sounded like golden bells. Finally, the countless number of spear images were broken. Zhao Xian's first attack could be considered to have been temporarily blocked by Jin Yao. However, at this moment, Jin Yao's face did not show the slightest sign of relaxing. Being a two-star do di, Zhao Xian's tactics were naturally not limited to this. When he truly attacked, it was likely that even she would not be a match for him. Chapter 548. Clang, clang, clang. The intense battle in the sky had unknowingly continued for a long time. During this period of time, neither Xiao Yan nor Zhao Xian had displayed their true strength. At this moment, Zhao Xian appeared to be the biggest player in the arena. If he did not attack, no one would dare to easily reveal their trump cards. The battle in front of them appeared to be a show for him alone. Although each move and each style appeared brainless, no one dared to underestimate them. After a couple of collisions, the combined attacks of Xiao Yan and Jin Yao were all easily received by Zhao Xian. The long spear in his hand also caused Xiao Yan and Jin Yao to be at a disadvantage. Clang. The snow-white long spear once again violently collided with the dark black, thick heavy Xian ruler. Under the frightening weight of the heavy ruler, the long spear was pressed into an extremely dangerous arc in the blink of an eye. It seemed that as long as one used a little more strength, it would break into two with a ka-cha sound. Surprise involuntarily flashed across Zhao Xian's eyes as he sensed the frightening strength that was transmitted from the heavy ruler. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan, whose body appeared so frail, actually possessed such a strong physical body. With a cold snort, Zhao Xian's hand, which was holding the spear shaft, suddenly shook. Surging do qi immediately swarmed out of his palm and merged into the snow-white long spear in his hand. Immediately, the long spear emitted a wave of bright and dazzling white light. Break. The wrist of the hand that was holding the spear shaft shook violently. The entire body of the spear suddenly bent at this moment. The body of the spear, which was made from special mysterious steel, was like a white snake as it swelled into an arc that was difficult to imagine. Immediately, the long spear was swung violently. Soon after, it violently smashed onto the wide body of the heavy Xian ruler. Clang! Zhao Xian attacked once again before the first attack landed. This caught Xiao Yan a little off guard. At the same time that the huge ruler in his hand was sent flying back due to the heavy blow, Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the heavy ruler, swiftly felt a numbness. While the ruler's body trembled intensely, traces of blood also flowed out from Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan's heart trembled slightly. The movement of his hand did not pause even a little. He once again lifted the heavy ruler in his hand as he stepped back. A thought passed through his heart and a puff sound immediately rose from the ruler's body. Xiao Yan waved his arm and a rainbow-like flame was formed in the empty air. At the same time, a ruler glow that possessed an extremely strong might violently swept out from the tip of the ruler. It soared in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a 1,000 feet tall fire wave that violently struck towards Zhao Xian. Flame-devouring wave. On the other side, Jinyao once again waved the long sword in her hand at the same time as the earth-shaking cry was emitted. The sword trembled and became just like a water snake that cut through the empty air and pierced toward Zhao Xian. Insignificant skill. Zhao Xian laughed coldly when he saw this. The long spear in his hand was lifted upward. The tip of the spear danced and a silver-white dough chi swiftly agglomerated in front of Zhao Xian. A wave of wave-like crashing sound was vaguely emitted. Spear raises 1,000 heavy waves. As the cry sounded, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand was once again lifted. Dough chi poured out and transformed into an even more frightening 10,000 feet wave that violently struck toward Xiao Yan and Jinyao. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly solidified as the wave agglomerated. An elite Dough Di was indeed this frightening. Just the might of this attack was many times stronger than his flame-devouring wave. Falling flower becomes shadow, killing sword. Soon after, a soft and pleasant lovely cry was transmitted from the sky above Xiao Yan's head just as his expression changed. At the same time, a powerful aura that was not much inferior to Zhao Xian's was transmitted over. Buzz buzz buzz, the empty air began to ripple like water. Circular invisible ripples gradually spread around Jinyao's body. The long sword in Jinyao's hand was pointed and the sharp tip of the sword was pointed at Zhao Xian. Dough chi scattered and swiftly agglomerated into countless bright red flower petals in front of Jinyao. The flower petals moved with the wind in the sky, appearing like dancers dancing in the sky. They were light and agile. Adding on their swaying body, it really caused one's heart to feel hot blood. However, at this moment, Zhao Xian did not have the time to bother about such a beautiful scene. Compared to Jinyao's beauty, he clearly understood in his heart that this flower vase-like woman possessed an extremely frightening strength. Her strength was something that no one in the entire western region dared to underestimate. The rain of flowers that filled the sky was like a fiery meteor that drifted down from the sky. Everywhere it passed, there were tens of thousands of red glows. Even the entire sky was dyed a fiery red color. There seemed to be a sword hum that resounded through the sky. The invisible space emitted waves of trembling sounds. Under this strength, even this part of the world was afraid. The sea of flowers fell and the spear shadows rotated. At this moment, Xiao Yan's flame-devouring wave appeared a little weak. Compared to the former, it was more like a child facing two adults. Bang! The moment they came into contact, Xiao Yan's flame-devouring wave was instantly buried by the wave-like spear shadows. With the ruler technique broken, Xiao Yan's originally somewhat pale face appeared to have completely lost all blood. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat and he once again spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His pair of dark black eyes were currently filled with shock. A Dough Di was indeed extremely strong. The Dough technique that he used actually caused Xiao Yan to be unable to retaliate. This kind of overwhelming battle situation could be said to be the first time in Xiao Yan's history that he had encountered such a situation. Soon after, however, the countless falling petals had already violently collided with the white-colored wave that still had an imposing aura. The bright contrast of the two colors in the sky caused the battle situation to be even more clear at a glance. At a glance, countless sword glows shot out from the countless number of flower petals the instant they fell. The sharp sword hum was like the roar of a magic beast, causing one's eardrums to feel a piercing pain. Although the sword glows that were shot out from these flower petals were extremely aggressive, those dense spear shadows were even more overbearing. Wherever those spear shadows passed, the empty space would be forcefully torn apart and form a dark black spatial crack line. The entire sky was in a state where it was repeatedly falling apart. The moment the two collided, the countless number of spear shadows were like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey as they tore apart the flower petals that permeated the sky. The sharp sword glows were violently shattered by the spear shadows the moment they collided. Seeing this scene, the expression on Jin Yao's pretty face could not help but change slightly. However, before she could do anything, Zhao Xian suddenly let out a stern laugh. Ha ha ha, I have already given all of you a chance earlier. Since all of you do not know how to cherish it, this venerable self shall not play with all of you. With a stern laugh, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand suddenly swung violently. The shocking wave that was agglomerated from countless number of spear shadows also began to twist intensely. A crack line was slowly formed in the middle of the wave. Countless number of spear shadows swiftly agglomerated. A white light shot out and agglomerated into a blurry human figure wearing armor in the air above the crack line. I will let all of you experience what a true human class Do technique is. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly solidified. His heart involuntarily felt a dense shock because of this. This is Do Technique Spirit Transformation. Chapter 549. The solemn expression on Xiao Yan's pale face became even denser when he heard the disdain contained within the laughter. He focused his eyes and looked over. The somewhat miserable-looking Zhao Xian had also appeared in front of Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian at this moment. Looking at Zhao Xian's somewhat wretched appearance, it was likely that he had gone through an extremely difficult and intense battle not long ago. Murong Qianqian's pretty face, who was behind Xiao Yan, immediately revealed a fearful expression when she saw Zhao Xian. Soon after, her entire pretty face turned pale. After witnessing Zhao Xian's strength, the current young lady did not dare to face Zhao Xian with an ordinary heart. She did not even dare to think about the bold and visionary words that she had uttered to face him as an enemy not long ago. A dignified elite Do-Di was not someone that a mere bandit like her could easily contend with. Murong Qianqian involuntarily raised her pretty eyes when she thought of this. She looked at Xiao Yan, who was currently standing in front of her. Although everyone thought that a bandit was inferior to a Do-Di, it seemed that this Xiao Yan in front of her was an exception. It should be known that being able to use the strength of a 6-star bandit to cause the expression of an elite Do-Di to change. It was likely that there would not be a second person in the entire continent other than Xiao Yan who could do such a thing. Where is Jin Yao? Compared to the thoughts of the young lady behind him, Xiao Yan's expression was gloomy as he looked at Zhao Xian and asked in a dense tone. Being able to catch up to them within such a short period of time had greatly exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. Jin Yao was an elite Do-Di and possessed extraordinary strength. Since they were both Do-Di, Zhao Xian should not have been able to shake her off so quickly unless something had happened to Jin Yao. Haha, Xiao Yan, you can't even protect yourself, but you still have the time to care about that woman. Instead of worrying about others, I think you should worry more about yourself. Zhao Xian laughed mockingly when he heard Xiao Yan's words. His body immediately shook and his feet suddenly stepped on empty air. The Do-Chi in his body poured out and his body immediately turned into a white light. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan with a thunderous momentum. His large hand suddenly clenched tightly in the air. Immediately, the snow-white long spear once again landed in his hand. The snow-white long spear violently rotated twice in Zhao Xian's hand. The whistling sound of rushing wind seemed to have torn the empty space apart. Soon after, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand suddenly pierced forward. The incomparably sharp tip of the spear easily penetrated the empty space. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Die. An extremely dark and cold voice was emitted. Soon after, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand violently pierced toward the spot between Xiao Yan's brows. Zhao Xian's ghost-like agility caused Xiao Yan's heart to be suddenly startled. The instant the former had taken out the long spear in his hand, Xiao Yan had already used all his strength to maneuver the great Tao energy that had gathered within his body. The instant the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand violently pierced toward Xiao Yan's head, a dark black curtain swiftly agglomerated in front of Xiao Yan. Ha! Seeing that Xiao Yan had once again agglomerated this dark black curtain, Zhao Xian's heart involuntarily moved. At the same time that the expression on his face changed, the might of the long spear in his hand also became even more frightening. He had already seen how frightening this curtain was earlier. The speed that Xiao Yan had displayed when using this damn thing caused his heart to be greatly shocked. If Xiao Yan used his full strength, it was likely that his speed would be comparable to some people who had just broken through to the Do-Di class. This was already sufficient to show how extraordinary Xiao Yan's six paths tent was. It was not an exaggeration to use the word heaven-defying to describe it. Of course, speaking of which great Tao in this world was not in existence that could be said to be heaven-defying. Moreover, this was the great Tao of void which could be ranked at the top of all the great Taos. Unfortunately, even though Xiao Yan had already used all his strength to activate the Great Tao strength, the moment Xiao Yan's body entered the Six Paths tent, the tip of the spear that came piercing through the void left behind a shocking bloody scar between Xiao Yan's brows. Even with Xiao Yan's character, his entire body was instantly filled with cold sweat at this instant. Xiao Yan could even clearly sense that he had already sensed a dense aura of death when the tip of the spear approached him. He did not doubt that if he had been a little later, that spotless snow-white long spear would have instantly penetrated his head. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. His heart was filled with cold sweat. The appearance of this scene also caused Murong Qianqian, who was completely worried about Xiao Yan, to instantly raise her heart to her throat. Her pair of beautiful eyes immediately turned completely red. Only when she saw the long spear ruthlessly piercing through the empty space did the young lady's suspended heart suddenly relax. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also tumbled out from the empty space in the distance. The expression on his face appeared incomparably grave. Numerous bloody scars covered his forehead, dripping with fresh blood. One could even faintly see the dense white bones under them. Other than the one between his eyebrows, the rest of these scars were all caused by the astral wind that accompanied the tip of the spear. If it was not for the bloody scar that was caused by the tip of the spear, the rest of the astral wind would naturally not be able to do anything to Xiao Yan. It was also because of this scar that the current Xiao Yan seemed to be able to drag on for a long time. As long as Xiao Yan's 6 tenths were completely exhausted at that time, Xiao Yan would be a fish on the chopping board to Zhao Xian. Fortunately, he had dodged Zhao Xian's attack. However, the expression on Xiao Yan's face did not lessen the slightest bit because of this. To Xiao Yan, his own safety was nothing. However, he was currently traveling together with Murong Qianqian. Once he fell, Zhao Xian would definitely not let Murong Qianqian off. This was not an outcome that Xiao Yan was willing to see. However, without waiting for Xiao Yan to think too much, Zhao Xian hatefully let out a cold snort. He suddenly waved the long spear in his hand and once again charged towards Xiao Yan. Humph! Xiao Yan, this sovereign wants to see how many times you can dodge. At the same time that his voice fell, Zhao Xian had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan once again. He waved his long spear and fiercely swept it towards Xiao Yan's head. The whistling sound of breaking wind continuously resounded in Xiao Yan's ears. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face quickly became grim. A pair of pitch-black eyes flickered with a cold light. At the same time, his footsteps changed and his body quickly dodged to the side. The palm under his sleeve suddenly clenched tightly at this moment. Immediately, the pitch-black heavy Shen ruler appeared inch by inch in Xiao Yan's hand. Chapter 550. Heart-shattering palm and E-class Do technique. It was many times stronger than Zhao Xian's high human class Do technique. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan's current cultivation was only that of a 6-star band D. Otherwise, if he was able to display the full strength of this heart-shattering palm, forget about a 2-star Do D, it was likely that even the leaders of the 4 large sects would not be able to endure it. However, due to the limitation of Xiao Yan's strength, the heart-shattering palm, that Xiao Yan used all his strength to unleash did not possess even 1% of its true strength. Bang! Following the intense explosion of a cannon, a wave of fierce and overbearing invisible strength immediately swept apart at the point where Xiao Yan collided with the Do technique. It turned into a frightening energy storm that swept away everything in this place in the blink of an eye. Seeing Xiao Yan's sudden appearance, Zhao Xian's and Jin Yao's expressions instantly changed. They felt a shock in their hearts. Soon after, however, the expression on Zhao Xian's face once again turned into a disdainful cold smile. He was merely a 6-star band D. Even if his strength was extraordinary, a band D was ultimately only a band D. In the eyes of a Do D, it would never be possible for him to erupt with a strength that could match them. Hence, Xiao Yan's action, which was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, attracted a wave of ridicule from Zhao Xian's mouth. Humph humph, Xiao Yan, do you really think that you can contend with a Do D? Those 4 great sect leaders may hold back against you, but I will not. The long spear in Zhao Xian's hand suddenly shook after his voice sounded. The long spear swept horizontally and the aura of the 1,000-layered waves suddenly soared. A glaring Do Qi wave was quickly absorbed into it. With a bang, it sent Xiao Yan and Jin Yao flying. Woman, I originally did not intend to be enemies with you. However, since you insist on seeking death, you cannot blame this venerable self for ruthlessly destroying a flower. After easily forcing back Xiao Yan and Jin Yao, the smile on Zhao Xian's face became even more ferocious as he pointed his spear at Jin Yao. To Zhao Xian, the only person present who could pose a threat to him was Jin Yao. As long as he could finish her off, Xiaoyan would naturally become a turtle in a jar and would undoubtedly die. Whoosh! At the same time the Do technique dissipated, Zhao Xian's body flashed. Like a bolt of lightning he cut through the empty space. In the blink of an eye he had already appeared in front of Jin Yao. The snow-white long spear in his hand was pulled back in front of him. Both of his hands tightly gripped the handle of the spear and exerted force in his arms. The long spear pierced through the empty space, carrying a bloodthirsty cold glow as it pierced towards Jin Yao's heart. Explode! However, at this moment, an icy cold low cry was suddenly emitted from the sky. At the same time the expression on Zhao Xian's face abruptly changed drastically. After this low cry was emitted, an unknown strength suddenly erupted from within Zhao Xian's chest and heart. It was just like a bomb that had been buried long ago had suddenly exploded at this moment. The turbulent strength suddenly surged out from within Zhao Xian's body. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Xian's chest appeared to have been filled with air as it swelled wildly. The heart within it was pressured by this sudden strength until it was about to explode. Bastard! What is going on? While feeling greatly shocked in his heart, the attack in Zhao Xian's hand was also forced back. Zhao Xian's body retreated explosively as if it was a conditioned reflex. At the same time, waves of surging Do Qi crazily flowed through each of his Qi paths like a rushing river. Before the energy in his heart was about to explode, it swiftly covered it and swiftly suppressed it with an even crazier speed. Within these short couple of breaths, Zhao Xian's forehead was already covered with dense perspiration. The unexpected change in his body caused even him, a 2-star Do D, to feel a shock in his heart. If it was a Ban D in his place, it would definitely be impossible for him to have the opportunity to suppress that strength. The wild and violent degree of that strength had already exceeded the level of a Ban D. Even an ordinary elite Do D would not be able to suppress it within such a short period of time. Even the current Zhao Xian involuntarily felt a lingering fear in his heart despite the unexpected change in his body being gradually suppressed. Cuckoo, looks like a mayfly like me is not unable to shake a towering tree like you. At this moment, the pale-faced Xiaoyan on the other side with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth rose and fell as he once again stood up. The corner of his mouth parted, revealing a mouthful of bloody teeth. The bright red color caused this smile to contain an additional ruthlessness. Adding this to Xiaoyan's clear dark black eyes, one would involuntarily feel a chill in one's heart upon seeing them. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Zhao Xian, whose heart was filled with shock, and Jin Yao, who had managed to avoid a calamity, shot their gazes toward Xiaoyan at this moment. Immediately the expression in their eyes changed once again. Jin Yao's eyes, which were originally filled with surprise, had completely turned into shock at this moment. She did not expect that the Xiaoyan in front of her would actually be able to cause Zhao Xian to reveal such a terrified expression. This fellow, just what did he do? Jin Yao quietly thought in her heart. She felt even more curious about this ordinary black-robed young man in front of her. By being able to cause the 4 large sects to covet him and act without fear within their territories, this Xiaoyan in front of her was definitely not an ordinary person. It's that Do skill from earlier. Hearing the words from Xiaoyan's mouth, Zhao Xian had become much calmer at this moment. He did not believe that Xiaoyan, a 6-star bandit, would be able to injure him with just a sentence. The unexpected change earlier was likely caused by the Do skill that Xiaoyan had displayed earlier. Cuckoo, looks like a dignified elite Do D is not some fool. Xiaoyan coldly laughed. Jin Yao by the side involuntarily knit her brows. She quietly muttered in her heart before looking at Xiaoyan with a curious face. Seeing that Xiaoyan did not deny it, Zhao Xian immediately felt even more surprised in his heart. To be able to enter his body without him knowing, what class did this Do skill have to be in order to do so? Xiaoyan coldly smiled in response to this. The greatest characteristic of the heart-shattering palm was that it, like the octane blast, used a hidden force as its strength. The strongest strength of the entire Do skill was the frightening hidden force that controlled the opponent after it was unleashed. Additionally, this heart-shattering palm was an E-class Do skill. Once it was unleashed, both one's soul and physical body would be seriously injured. Normally speaking, anyone who received a serious injury from the heart-shattering palm would have no chance of survival. Of course, no matter how one put it, Zhao Xian was an elite Do D. The current Xiaoyan was merely a bandit. It was as Zhao Xian had said, a fake emperor. How could he be a match for a genuine elite Do D? Although the heart-shattering palm was an E-class Do skill, the Do Qi that Xiaoyan needed to use it was insufficient to support it with his bandit strength, much less its strength. Chapter 551. Xiaoyan, don't be so proud. With your strength, I believe that you can only use this kind of high-class Do technique once if you use all your strength. The current U is already an arrow at the end of its flight. In the sky, Zhao Xian waved the long snow-white spear in his hand. The whistling sound of rushing wind sounded in the sky. The invisible pressure was like a huge rock that landed on Xiao Yan's chest. What Zhao Xian said was correct. After using the heart-shattering palm, the Do Qi in Xiao Yan's body had been completely exhausted. At this moment, although he still appeared to be strong on the outside, he was actually only strong on the inside. However, compared to Xiao Yan, Zhao Xian was in a much better state after dealing with the wild and violent energy in his body. The aura all over his body was long-lasting and was much better than Jin Yao's. Xiao Yan, bring that girl away first. I will hold them back here. After all of you leave, I will think of a way to escape. Jin Yao's pretty eyes stared intently at Zhao Xian as she spoke in a serious tone. After a few hundred exchanges, Jin Yao had a better understanding of Zhao Xian's strength. The latter was stronger than her and not weaker. If Xiao Yan and Murong Chanxian continued to stay here, it was likely that none of them would be able to leave in the end. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was just about to frown and open his mouth when Zhao Xian suddenly emitted a cold laugh. His face was ferocious as he stared at Xiao Yan's group. His tone was dense as he said, "Today none of you should even think of leaving." With a cold laugh, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand immediately slashed violently in front of him. The friction between the sharp tip of the spear and the air emitted an ear-piercing sonic boom in the sky. At the same time this sound was emitted, 4 unusual auras simultaneously surged out from 4 different directions in the area where the 4 of them were located in the north, south, east, and west. These 4 auras were the few extremely obscure auras that Xiao Yan had sensed when he had just arrived at this place. "Hey sure, activate the formation." Zhao Xian, who was facing Xiao Yan's group, suddenly emitted a cold laugh from his mouth. When his cry sounded, waves of surging Do Qi transformed into a Do Qi light pillar that shot to the sky and disappeared into empty space. With the erection of the 4 pillars of light, the void within a few hundred feet of the 4 people in the field was quickly enveloped by a layer of golden energy. The 4 barriers spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, there was only one gap left between the 4 barriers that people could pass through. As for the direction of the gap, it was precisely facing the west. Xiao Yan's heart couldn't help but tighten slightly when he saw this scene. Since Zhao Xian was able to send someone to use a formation to obstruct him, then Zhao Xian had surely made complete preparations. With his current state, he was probably unable to break open this formation. Right now, if he wanted to leave the range of this formation, he could only rely on this gap and use this last bit of time to quickly escape from this formation. Although he had this thought in his heart, Xiao Yan had just moved when his entire body involuntarily staggered. The exhaustion of the Do Qi in his body as well as the loss of his spiritual strength caused the current Xiao Yan to be on the verge of fainting. Even continuing to stand in the air at this moment similarly gave Xiao Yan quite a lot of pressure. With Xiao Yan's current state, it was impossible for him to escape from this formation, much less bring along Murong Chanxian. "Go. I will help you block this formation." With a lovely cry, the long sword in Jin Yao's hand danced. Immediately, numerous fiery red sword lights shot out. They were like flaming maple leaves as they ruthlessly bombarded the barrier of the formation that was spreading. With Jin Yao's action, the speed at which the barrier was spreading was indeed reduced by quite a bit. At the same time, the auras in the 4 directions outside of the formation also began to fluctuate intensely. Clearly, they were the core that supported this large formation. If the large formation was affected, they could not avoid being implicated as well. Seeing this, Xiao Yan violently shook his head and hurriedly stuffed an energy recovery pill into his mouth. Taking advantage of the slightly recovered Do Qi in his body moved and instantly arrived in front of Murong Chanxian. He grabbed the latter's hand and held it in his palm. "District Owner Jin, you should also be careful." Xiao Yan's tone was solemn as he reminded, after which he ceased hesitating. His body moved and he pulled Murong Chanxian. After which, he swiftly flashed and swiftly flew out of the formation. You want to leave? How can it be so easy?" However, Zhao Xian only sneered at this. The long spear in his hand danced. His body shook as he charged towards Jin Yao. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Xian and Jin Yao were once again engaged in battle. Without any obstruction, the speed at which the formation was spreading gradually increased. When Xiao Yan pulled Murong Chanxian with one hand and approached the barrier, the remaining gap at the edge of the formation was merely less than 10 feet in size. Seeing this remaining gap, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily tightened. Immediately he did not dare to hold back. With a thought, the dou qi that had just recovered completely surged out. The footsteps of his feet changed and the sky extinction steps was instantly unleashed to the limit. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian had already appeared in front of the formation. Seeing that they were about to step out of the formation, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily relaxed a little. However, before he could catch his breath, the empty space outside the formation suddenly became distorted. Immediately, a human figure wrapped in a black robe appeared in front of Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian, blocking their path. Xiao Yan never expected that there was actually another person hidden here other than the 4 auras controlling the formation. Moreover, from the aura that this person revealed when he appeared, Xiao Yan was instantly certain that the latter was definitely a 9-star half-emperor. At the same time, the pretty face of Jianghu, who was engaged in an intense battle with Zhao Xian, also involuntarily changed. Her delicate and pretty eyebrows were immediately knit together. She never expected that the Zhao Xian before her actually still had such a trick up his sleeve. If Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian were unable to escape first, it would be dangerous later on. Seeing the change in expression on Jianghu's pretty face, Zhao Xian coldly smiled. For the sake of not allowing Xiao Yan to escape, he had made complete preparations today. At this moment, the 5 death attendants of his Zhao clan were all present. Moreover, all of them possessed the strength of a 9-star half-emperor. Adding on himself, even if Xiao Yan possessed the ability to challenge those at a higher cultivation level than him, it was absolutely impossible for the current him to stir up any big waves. However, just as Zhao Xian was coldly laughing in his heart and Jianghu's expression was dark and solemn, the expression on Xiao Yan's pale face suddenly became ruthless. His charging body did not pause even a little because of this black-robed person who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Instead, it became even more swift and overbearing at this moment. This scene caused even Murong Qianqian, who had been held in Xiao Yan's hand the entire time, to involuntarily reveal an expression of shock on her pretty face. Xiao Yan's action was simply bringing about his own destruction. Die. Seeing Xiao Yan's desperate appearance, the black-robed person standing opposite of Xiao Yan coldly snorted. Light flashed in his hand and a short blade appeared in his palm. Holding the short blade with a flip of his hand, the black-robed person's body moved. Immediately he turned into a pitch-black ghost-like shadow. The shiny short blade reflected a frightening cold light as it ruthlessly pierced towards Xiao Yan's throat. Northern King. However, in the next instant, when the black-robed person was less than a meter away from Xiao Yan, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded from Xiao Yan's mouth. At the same time, a robust black figure suddenly shot out in front of Xiao Yan. In merely a face-to-face encounter, it instantly sent the black-robed person flying. Chapter 552. In the air, the expression of Zhao Xian, who had suffered a heavy blow, suddenly changed drastically. The intense pain that was transmitted from his left arm caused him to feel as though he had been struck by lightning. At the same time, an extremely furious emotion swiftly rose within Zhao Xian's heart. A dignified Dou Di had actually once again been injured because of a Bandi. This kind of matter was already something that he could no longer endure. Go and die. With a furious cry, Zhao Xian's right palm immediately and violently smashed onto Xiao Yan's chest. Immediately, a frightening huge force crazily poured out. The unstoppable force instantly flattened Xiao Yan's chest. If one were to look from the side, one would be able to clearly see that Xiao Yan's thick body was actually as thin as a leaf at this moment. It was so thin that it was frightening. The ka-ka sound of bones breaking was continuously emitted from Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, all the bones in Xiao Yan's chest were broken. Zhao Xian's palm had basically taken away half of Xiao Yan's life. Bang! Following the sound of a balloon exploding, Xiao Yan's body was sent flying by Zhao Xian's attack in the next moment. Wherever he passed, fresh blood was wildly spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth as though it was free. Xiao Yan's face also swiftly turned pale. Humph! After sending Xiao Yan flying with a palm, Zhao Xian was unwilling to stop. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. The expression on his face turned ruthless as his well-built body once again disappeared from the empty space in an instant. In the next moment, his large palm had already landed on Xiao Yan's neck. With a slight force, he lifted Xiao Yan, who was flying backwards, into his hand. Xiao Yan, go and die. Soon after, the words that were filled with resentment from Zhao Xian's mouth had just sounded. Without waiting for his palm to exert any force, a penetrating coldness that caused his entire body to feel cold swiftly spread throughout his body. The instant the coldness spread, Zhao Xian's body suddenly froze. A pair of silver-white eyes instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. An unprecedented fear crazily surged out from the bottom of his heart like a spring. Zhao Xian cried out in his heart. He reflexively turned his head around. At this moment, a thick voice that was filled with indifference was gently transmitted from behind him. If you dare to move, I will kill you immediately. Although his voice was indifferent, there was a domineering tone in his words that caused one's courage to shatter. Even with Zhao Xian's strength, he still felt a deep fear in his heart when he heard these words. He did not doubt the words of this mysterious person at all. To be able to appear behind him without him noticing and easily grab his neck, how could such a person be an ordinary person? At the very least, Zhao Xian believed that the other party's strength was definitely far above his own. When he saw that Zhao Xian no longer dared to make a move, the person behind him spoke once again. His indifferent tone left no room for doubt. Let him go. The expression in Zhao Xian's eyes suddenly focused when he heard this, and he was extremely surprised in his heart. This person has actually come for Xiao Yan as well. Just how great was the attractiveness of Xiao Yan in front of her. He was actually able to attract such an expert to step forward and protect him. Oh! With a soft exclamation, Zhao Xian immediately felt a chill on his neck. A chill that caused his entire body to feel even colder at this moment, causing his face to instantly become completely bloodless. Even his lips involuntarily turned a little purple. Immediately, Zhao Xian did not dare to hesitate any longer. He hurriedly released Xiao Yan who was in his hand. Immediately Xiao Yan's body fell uncontrollably. Soon after he was supported by an invisible force. Zhao Xian's heart was filled with unwillingness when he saw that Xiao Yan who was originally about to die in his hands, was once again rescued. However, even his own life was currently in the hands of another. It was likely that he had no choice but to obey. Sir, I have already released him. May I know if you can? Bang. Before Zhao Xian's voice sounded, an enormous force was suddenly transmitted from behind him. A white palm randomly smashed onto Zhao Xian's back. However, the strength that erupted caused Zhao Xian's expression to change drastically. The powerful force surged into Zhao Xian's body like a hot knife through butter. With an unstoppable force, it instantly caused him to suffer serious injuries. However, this was after the expert had purposely held back. Grug! Zhao Xian's face was pale as he paused his body. Immediately he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The aura of his entire body also swiftly weakened. The instant his body came to a halt, Zhao Xian immediately turned his gaze towards the person who had attacked him. He did not expect that the other party would still attack him even though he had already done as he was told. What? Are you dissatisfied? Or do you wish to challenge me? The indifferent voice was once again transmitted over. It was not difficult to hear that there was a faint killing intent within the tone. If it was possible, the other party did not mind killing Zhao Xian. This was clearly an extremely easy task for him. May I know where you are from? There does not seem to be any conflict between us. Zhao Xian's face was filled with caution as he stared at the handsome middle-aged man in embroidered robes opposite him. He cupped his hands together and spoke with a grave expression. We have never met before this. Then why are you, you have hurt someone you should not have hurt. The expression in Zhao Xian's eyes suddenly hardened after the mysterious expert's words sounded. He did not understand the meaning behind the mysterious expert's words. Fourth uncle, why are you still speaking so much nonsense with him? You should just directly attack and kill such a person. However, just as Zhao Xian's heart was filled with doubt, the young lady's furious rebuke was suddenly transmitted over, causing the expression on Zhao Xian's face to abruptly change. He focused his gaze and looked over. The person who entered his eyes was Murong Qianqian. Ugh! The expression on Zhao Xian's face was suddenly stunned when he saw Murong Qianqian. Immediately, an aghast emotion swiftly surged out from the bottom of his heart. After which, he hurriedly turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man who was addressed as fourth uncle by Murong Qianqian. At the same time, the latter narrowed his eyes and stared at him with a cold expression. Seeing this, Zhao Xian was even more shocked in his heart. He hurriedly bowed and cupped his hands towards the middle-aged man and hurriedly apologized. I did not know the identity of your young lady and accidentally injured her. I hope that you do not mind. If possible, I am willing to take out anything on me as compensation. Hearing this, Murong Qianqian could not help but coldly snort. She was about to speak to the middle-aged man again, but before she could speak, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhao Xian. With a cold expression, he said, Are you really willing to take out anything on you as compensation? Yes. Hearing this, Zhao Xian's heart immediately became careless. He cupped his hands together and said without hesitation. If he could borrow money to settle this matter, it would naturally be the best. Then break one of your arms. Chapter 553. The solemn expression on Xiao Yan's pale face became even denser when he heard the disdain contained within the laughter. He focused his eyes and looked over. The somewhat miserable-looking Zhao Xian had also appeared in front of Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian at this moment. Looking at Zhao Xian's somewhat wretched appearance, it was likely that he had gone through an extremely difficult and intense battle not long ago. Murong Qianqian's pretty face, who was behind Xiao Yan, immediately revealed a fearful expression when she saw Zhao Xian. Soon after, her entire pretty face turned pale. After witnessing Zhao Xian's strength, the current young lady did not dare to face Zhao Xian with an ordinary heart. She did not even dare to think about the bold and visionary words that she had uttered to face him as an enemy not long ago. A dignified elite Dodi was not someone that a mere bandit like her could easily contend with. Murong Qianqian involuntarily raised her pretty eyes when she thought of this. She looked at Xiao Yan, who was currently standing in front of her. Although everyone thought that a bandit was inferior to a Dodi, it seemed that this Xiao Yan in front of her was an exception. It should be known that being able to use the strength of a 6-star bandit to cause the expression of an elite Dodi to change. It was likely that there would not be a second person in the entire continent other than Xiao Yan who could do such a thing. Where is Jin Yao? Compared to the thoughts of the young lady behind him, Xiao Yan's expression was gloomy as he looked at Zhao Xian and asked in a dense tone. Being able to catch up to them within such a short period of time had greatly exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. Jin Yao was an elite Dodi and possessed extraordinary strength. Since they were both Dodi, Zhao Xian should not have been able to shake her off so quickly unless something had happened to Jin Yao. Haha, Xiao Yan, you can't even protect yourself, but you still have the time to care about that woman. Instead of worrying about others, I think you should worry more about yourself. Zhao Xian laughed mockingly when he heard Xiao Yan's words. His body immediately shook and his feet suddenly stepped on empty air. The dou qi in his body poured out and his body immediately turned into a white light. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan with a thunderous momentum. His large hand suddenly clenched tightly in the air and the snow-white long spear once again landed in his hand. The snow-white long spear violently rotated twice in Zhao Xian's hand. The whistling sound of rushing wind seemed to have torn the empty space apart. Soon after, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand suddenly pierced forward. The incomparably sharp tip of the spear easily penetrated the empty space. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Die. An extremely dark and cold voice was emitted. Soon after, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand violently pierced toward the spot between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. Zhao Xian's ghost-like agility caused Xiao Yan's heart to suddenly be startled. The instant the former had taken out the long spear in his hand, Xiao Yan had already used all his strength to maneuver the great Tao energy that had gathered within his body. The instant the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand violently pierced toward Xiao Yan's head, a dark black tent swiftly agglomerated and formed in front of Xiao Yan. Ha! Seeing that Xiao Yan had once again agglomerated this dark black tent, Zhao Xian's heart involuntarily moved. At the same time his expression changed, the might of the long spear in his hand also became even more frightening. He had already seen the terror of this tent earlier. The speed that Xiao Yan had displayed when using this damn thing caused his heart to be greatly shocked. If Xiao Yan were to use his full strength, it was likely that his speed would be comparable to some people who had just broken through to the Dodi class. This was already sufficient to show how extraordinary Xiao Yan's 6 paths tent was. It was not an exaggeration to use the word heaven-defying to describe it. Of course, speaking of which great Tao in this world was not in existence that could be said to be heaven-defying. Moreover, this was the great Tao of void which could be ranked at the top of all the great Taos. Unfortunately, even though Xiao Yan had already used all his strength to maneuver the great Tao, the moment Xiao Yan's body entered the 6 paths tent, the tip of the spear that came piercing through the air left behind a shocking bloody scar between Xiao Yan's brows. Even with Xiao Yan's character, his entire body was instantly filled with cold sweat at this instant. Xiao Yan could even clearly sense that he had already sensed a dense aura of death when the tip of the spear approached him. He did not doubt that if he had been a little later, that spotless snow-white long spear would have instantly penetrated his head. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. His heart was filled with cold sweat. The appearance of this scene also caused Murong Qianqian, who was completely worried about Xiao Yan, to instantly raise her heart to her throat. Her pair of beautiful eyes immediately turned completely red. Only when she saw the long spear ruthlessly piercing through the empty space did the young lady's suspended heart suddenly relax. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also tumbled out from the empty space in the distance. The expression on his face appeared incomparably grave. Numerous bloody scars covered his forehead, dripping with fresh blood. It was even possible to faintly see the dense white bones underneath. Other than the one between his eyebrows, the rest of these scars were caused by the astral wind that accompanied the tip of the spear. If it was not for the bloody scar that was caused by the tip of the spear, the rest of the astral wind would naturally not be able to do anything to Xiao Yan. It was also because of this scar that the current Xiao Yan seemed to be able to drag on for a long time. As long as Xiao Yan's 6/10 were completely exhausted at that time, Xiao Yan would be a fish on the chopping board to Zhao Xian. Fortunately, he had dodged Zhao Xian's attack. However, the expression on Xiao Yan's face did not reduce the slightest bit of relaxation because of this. To Xiao Yan, his own safety was nothing. However, he was currently traveling together with Murong Qianqian. Once he fell, Zhao Xian would definitely not let Murong Qianqian off. This was not an outcome that Xiao Yan was willing to see. However, without waiting for Xiao Yan to think too much, Zhao Xian hatefully let out a cold snort. He suddenly waved the long spear in his hand and once again charged towards Xiao Yan. Humph! Xiao Yan, this sovereign wants to see how many times you can dodge. At the same time that his voice fell, Zhao Xian had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan once again. He waved his long spear and fiercely swept it towards Xiao Yan's head. The whistling sound of breaking wind continuously resounded in Xiao Yan's ears. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face quickly became grim. A pair of pitch-black eyes flickered with a cold light. As his feet moved, his body quickly dodged to the side. The palm under his sleeve suddenly clenched tightly at this moment. Immediately after, the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler appeared inch by inch from Xiao Yan's palm. Chapter 554. This time around, Xiao Yan did not intend to shrink back. Using offense as a form of defense was perhaps the best choice for Xiao Yan at this moment. Blindly shrinking back would only encourage the other party's arrogance. If one were to weaken while the other would strengthen, it would not be long before Xiao Yan would be easily defeated. In any case, he would be defeated sooner or later. What was wrong with going all out to fight? As he thought of this, Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the huge ruler, tightened a little. A pair of dark black eyes contained a biting cold glint. He twisted his wrist and the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was swiftly lifted up in an agile manner when the long spear pierced over. At the same time that his body pulled back explosively, the sharp tip of the spear, which revealed its sharpness, violently collided with Xiao Yan's heavy Xian ruler. Clang! Following the clear sound of metal colliding, sparks immediately flew in all directions. The frightening strength contained on the tip of the spear immediately forced back the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand. Even Xiao Yan's body swayed as he pulled back. His body was miserably pulled back 1,000 feet. The frightening strength that was transmitted from the huge ruler caused Xiao Yan's hand, which was tightly holding the huge ruler, to swiftly become numb. His entire arm trembled unceasingly at this moment. On the other side, Zhao Xian's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression when he saw that Xiao Yan had actually once again taken out a weapon. His eyes narrowed and his silver-white eyes were filled with a surprise that could not be removed. However, he did not expect that Xiao Yan in front of him would actually dare to take out a weapon to face an enemy in such a situation. Just this courage alone was sufficient to cause Zhao Xian to have a whole new level of respect for him. Humph, Xiao Yan, I must admit that you are indeed a very frightening person. You are able to face an elite Dodi without being afraid with the strength of a Bandi. This is something that I admit that I am unable to do. Although Zhao Xian's heart was filled with killing intent toward Xiao Yan, his words at this moment were completely true. Who in the entire continent would dare to face an elite Dodi with the strength of a Bandi? Moreover, Xiao Yan was merely a 6-star Bandi. It was likely that any elite Dodi would only feel disdain and ridicule for someone with such strength. However, who would have known that a 6-star Bandi who would not be placed in the eyes of any elite Dodi, had nearly caused a 2-star Dodi to be seriously injured. If you can grow up, maybe you can become an expert like Tianju or even stronger. But unfortunately, you can only blame yourself for what happened today. Even if I don't kill you, the 4 major sects won't let you go. As long as you stay in the western region, you will never have the chance to get rid of them. Shaking his head, Zhao Xian's face actually revealed a regretful expression. This caused others to be surprised. Soon after, however, his expression once again turned into a dense one. The long spear in his hand danced. The sharp tip of the spear emitted an ear-piercing rushing wind sound as it cut through the empty space. The moment the long spear suddenly paused, the surrounding empty space surged. Come, Let this venerable self see just how strong a person who is able to cause the 4 major sects to chase after him throughout the western region is. Qi, the heavy ruler suddenly swept through the empty space in front of him. Immediately, it heavily landed beside Xiao Yan's body. His pale face was filled with a stern expression. He rotated his hand and held the heavy ruler in a reverse grip. At the same time as he raised his eyes, a brilliant heavenly flame gradually agglomerated deep within Xiao Yan's eyes. It turned into a beautiful fire lotus that slowly rotated. At the same time, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart. The little dou qi that had just recovered in his body was completely maneuvered at this moment. Suddenly, a low cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's heart. His feet violently stomped on the empty space. His body immediately shot out explosively, transforming into a black light that charged toward Zhao Xian. In the blink of an eye, the distance of 1,000 feet had already shrunk by more than half. The long spear in Zhao Xian's hand shook. His body leaned forward and the sharp tip of the spear pierced directly toward Xiao Yan. Clang! At the instant when the sharp tip of the spear collided with the heavy ruler, bright sparks were emitted. Xiao Yan and the other person remained unmoved. The enormous force that was transmitted from the weapons of both parties was also removed by the both of them at the same time. Quickly following this, their bodies once again moved. They waved their weapons and once again collided with each other. Clang, clang, clang. The moves of the two of them were bold and without any restraint. The outcome of the battle was completely determined by the overbearingness of the changes in the moves of the two of them. Zhao Xian involuntarily felt his heart tremble in fear when facing Xiao Yan in a physical fight. Although he was an elite Dou Di with countless battle achievements in his life, only when he faced Xiao Yan at this moment did he realize that the latter's fighting technique was actually incomparably frightening. It was only because Zhao Xian's own strength far surpassed Xiao Yan's. Otherwise, if it was an opponent of the same level, he might very well be easily suppressed by the latter when facing Xiao Yan. Moreover, the strange black ruler in Xiao Yan's hand also caused Zhao Xian to be incomparably shocked in his heart. Just by looking at the black ruler, one could tell that this thing was definitely extremely heavy. However, at this moment, the flexibility of the ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was actually not the slightest bit inferior to the long spear in his hand. However, each time the heavy ruler collided with Zhao Xian's long spear, Zhao Xian was able to clearly sense the frightening strength on it. That kind of strength did not just provide a little boost to Xiao Yan's fighting strength. Bright sparks repeatedly shot out from the sky following the fight between the two of them. The expression on Zhao Xian's face became increasingly surprised while Xiao Yan's expression swiftly turned pale. It was just as Xiao Yan had expected. Even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to delay for long when facing Zhao Xian. Moreover, the reason why Xiao Yan was still able to endure at this moment was because Zhao Xian in front of him was intentionally probing Xiao Yan's true strength. Otherwise, the fight between the two of them would have been ended by Zhao Xian alone. Clang! Another intense collision with bright sparks. However, it was different from before. This time around, Xiao Yan was defeated in a single blow in front of the long spear. The dou qi in his body was already close to being completely exhausted. Xiao Yan already did not have any extra strength to continue fighting. He had already truly reached the end of his road. Seeing Xiao Yan retreat in defeat, Zhao Xian did not have any intention of stopping. His body flashed and in the blink of an eye, he had closely followed in front of Xiao Yan. The long spear in his hand was raised and the shaft of the spear ruthlessly smashed onto Xiao Yan's chest. Bang! A sound that was mixed with the sound of bones breaking was heard. Within Xiao Yan's eyes, a pair of pitch-black pupils were instantly enlarged. The aura of his entire body also swiftly became dispirited. Xiao Yan, you have lost. Puqi? The faint voice appeared extremely indifferent. At the same time, the pretty face of Murong Qianqian, who was watching the two of them from afar, instantly turned deathly pale. Her entire delicate body involuntarily trembled violently at this moment. Qi! The tip of the spear streaked across the air, reflecting a dazzling cold light. Under Zhao Xian's control, the tip of the spear stood straight between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. As long as he used a little bit of strength, Xiao Yan would immediately become a ghost under his control. Chapter 555. In the air, Xiao Yan's aura was extremely weak. At this moment, even a small doja would likely be able to easily kill him. Zhao Xian's tall and straight figure stood proudly in front of Xiao Yan. The long spear in his hand was pointed at the spot between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. A cold glint shot in all directions. That invisible might caused Xiao Yan's spirit to feel a piercing pain. I admire your courage. Unfortunately, a bandit is ultimately only a bandit. No matter how many tricks you have, they are useless in front of this venerable one's absolute strength, no matter how fancy they are. Zhao Xian looked down at Xiao Yan from above. The long spear in his hand was slowly raised by an inch or so. A cold glint agglomerated and a star-like silver-white dough qi gradually agglomerated on the tip of the spear, emitting a slight buzzing sound. At the same time as his words sounded, Zhao Xian's wrist trembled. The long spear in his hand shook and was about to descend toward Xiao Yan's head. If this spear were to really descend, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly die. However, at this moment, Murong Qianqian on the other side saw that Xiao Yan had fallen into a life-and-death situation. The young lady's heart immediately became anxious. She no longer cared whether the person in front of her was a Dou Di. Her lovely body moved, and in the blink of an eye, she turned into an enormous blue-colored bird. At the same time, the enormous bird emitted a thunder-like cry from its mouth. Its enormous wings flapped violently. The next moment, the enormous bird that Murong Qianqian had transformed into had already appeared in front of Zhao Xian. Compared to the current Zhao Xian, the enormous body of the enormous bird was like a small blade of grass in front of Mount Tai. The gap between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, even though Murong Qianqian had gone all out, it was still not worth mentioning in Zhao Xian's eyes. Ah, so your original body is actually a magic beast. However, you are still unable to withstand a single blow. After his words sounded, the sharp long spear that Zhao Xian had originally aimed at Xiao Yan's head was forcefully withdrawn the instant it was about to touch Xiao Yan. The long spear was swung, and the instant the enormous bird was about to collide with Zhao Xian's body, it swept horizontally and heavily smashed into the enormous bird's body. A frightening strength instantly poured out. In front of Xiao Yan's shocked and furious gaze, the enormous bird that Murong Qianqian had transformed into was sent flying with a single blow. Wherever it passed, fresh blood splattered and dyed the sky red. At the same time, the aura on the giant bird's body also became extremely weak at this moment. Do you really think that no one can fight against this venerable one? After slowly withdrawing his spear, Zhao Xian raised his eyes and spoke with an indifferent tone of his voice. Immediately after, his gaze once again turned toward Xiao Yan. The corner of his mouth was gradually lifted into a cold smile. His tone was filled with ridicule as he spoke. You are really a charming person. Not only are you able to get an elite Dou Di to fight for you, you are actually able to get a small 4-star bandit to have the courage to challenge this venerable one. However, all of this ends here. With a cold laugh, Zhao Xian once again attacked Xiao Yan. Immediately after, however, Zhao Xian involuntarily frowned slightly. He turned his gaze and his silver-white pupils involuntarily shrunk. He felt extremely shocked in his heart. Why was it that the people who walked together with Xiao Yan were all such strange evildoers? The huge bird, which had been sent flying by Zhao Xian's attack, once again forcefully propped up its already seriously injured body. As a hoarse and ruthless cry was emitted from its mouth, its enormous body once again attacked Zhao Xian. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Since you are so willing to die for him, this venerable one shall first send you on your way. Even though this was the case, Zhao Xian's heart was still filled with disdain toward the actions of the enormous bird in front of him. He was merely a 4-star half-martial emperor. No matter how much he struggled, he would not be able to change the fact that he was weak. Even if he was tough and unyielding in the eyes of experts, this was nothing more than stubbornness. Only strength could prove everything. This time around, Zhao Xian withdrew the long spear in his hand and randomly stored it into his storage ring. From the way he saw it, the two people in front of him were merely stubborn rocks that were putting up a desperate struggle. Even if they were to use everything they had, it was definitely impossible for them to be a match for him. If Zhao Xian really wanted to directly kill them, he only needed to use one attack. Currently, he only wanted to see whether Xiao Yan, a bandit who had been blacklisted by the 4 great sects, actually possessed the strength to resist. As for Murong Qianqian, Zhao Xian did not care about her at all. Zhao Xian slowly raised his hand. Dense white Dou Qi agglomerated in his palm. In the blink of an eye, a palm-sized silver-white Dou Qi light cluster was agglomerated in Zhao Xian's hand. The next moment, the enormous bird with an extremely weak aura once again appeared in front of Zhao Xian. It used all of its strength to unleash a final attack at Zhao Xian. At the same time, Zhao Xian also paid attention to Xiao Yan behind him. At the same time, a palm was violently thrown forward. The silver-white Dou Qi light cluster shot out a meteor-like bright light in the empty space. The light was so dazzling that it was actually able to compete with the sun in this daytime, causing one to be unable to look directly at it. On the other side, Xiao Yan, who was also seriously injured, was also staring intently at Zhao Xian's back with a ferocious expression. His pair of blood-covered hands were suddenly clenched tightly at this moment. Due to the great strength, the joints of his hands emitted ka-ka sounds of collision. It was as though all of his bones were being forcefully squeezed together at this moment. Bang! An intense explosive sound shook the sky. The instant the silver-white Do-Chi light cluster exploded, the entire world lost its original brilliance. A ferocious smile was lifted on Zhao Xian's face, which was as white as a ghost, which was illuminated by the white light. Immediately following this, his body suddenly twisted and he looked behind him. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body also instantly disappeared from the spot where he was standing the instant the white light swept over the sky. Cuckoo, an all-out fight, huh? Come, allow this venerable self to witness this final attack of yours. Zhao Xian's silver-white eyes flickered slightly. His left hand rotated and a palm once again violently smashed forward. At the same time, the silver-white Do-Chi swiftly agglomerated once again. However, the expression on Zhao Xian's face suddenly changed the next moment. One could see a dark black curtain suddenly agglomerating from the empty space in front of him that was filled with white light. At the same time, a crazy-looking Xiao Yan instantly appeared in front of Zhao Xian. Xiao Yan's tightly clenched right fist was raised high. The instant Zhao Xian's left hand was thrown forward, his fist had already firmly smashed into Zhao Xian's left palm. Crack! Two clear sounds of bones breaking simultaneously sounded. Due to this sudden punch of Xiao Yan's, the Do-Chi that had just agglomerated in Zhao Xian's palm was instantly scattered. The strength of the backlash collided in all directions within Zhao Xian's left arm. Soon after, the frightening force that was brought about by this punch of Xiao Yan's shattered all the bones in Zhao Xian's left arm. At the same time, however, Xiao Yan, who was already seriously injured due to this wild attack, had completely sunk into a serious injury at this moment. The bones in his right arm had completely shattered because of the violent collision with Zhao Xian. Of course, logically speaking, Xiao Yan had gained an advantage in this collision and caused Zhao Xian to suffer a loss. However, due to this current condition of Xiao Yan had completely lost all of his fighting strength after this attack. Even moving a little was completely impossible. The so-called mutual destruction in reality was only able to cause Zhao Xian to be slightly injured. Chapter 556. In the air, the expression of Zhao Xian, who had suffered a heavy blow, suddenly changed drastically. The intense pain that was transmitted from his left arm caused him to feel as though he had been struck by lightning. At the same time, an extremely furious emotion swiftly rose in Zhao Xian's heart. A dignified Do-Di had actually once again been injured because of a Ban-Di. This kind of matter was already something that he could no longer endure. Go and die. With a furious cry, Zhao Xian's right palm immediately and violently smashed onto Xiao Yan's chest. Immediately, a frightening huge force wildly poured out. The unstoppable force instantly flattened Xiao Yan's chest. If one were to look at it from the side, one would be able to clearly see that Xiao Yan's thick body was actually as thin as a leaf at this moment. It was so thin that it was frightening. The ka-ka sound of bones breaking was continuously emitted from Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, all the bones in Xiao Yan's chest were broken. This palm of Zhao Xian's had basically taken away half of Xiao Yan's life. Bang! Following the sound of a balloon exploding, Xiao Yan's body was sent flying by Zhao Xian's attack in the next moment. Wherever he passed, fresh blood was wildly spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth as though it was free. Xiao Yan's face also swiftly turned pale. Humph! After sending Xiao Yan flying with a palm, Zhao Xian was unwilling to stop. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. The expression on his face turned ruthless and his well-built body once again disappeared in the air in an instant. In the next moment, his large palm had already landed on Xiao Yan's neck. With a slight force, he lifted Xiao Yan, who was flying backwards, into his hand. Xiao Yan, go and die. Soon after, the words that were filled with hatred from Zhao Xian's mouth had just sounded. Without waiting for his palm to exert any force, a penetrating coldness that caused his entire body to feel cold swiftly spread throughout his body. The instant the coldness spread, Zhao Xian's body suddenly froze. A pair of silver-white eyes instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. An unprecedented fear crazily surged out from the bottom of his heart like a spring. Zhao Xian let out a surprised cry in his heart. He reflexively turned his head around. At this moment, a thick voice that was filled with indifference was gently transmitted from behind him. If you dare to move, I will kill you immediately. Although his voice was indifferent, there was a domineering tone in his words that caused one's courage to shatter. Even with Zhao Xian's strength, He still felt a deep fear in his heart when he heard these words. He did not doubt the words of this mysterious person at all. To be able to appear behind him without him noticing and easily grab his neck, how could such a person be an ordinary person? At the very least, Zhao Xian believed that the other party's strength was definitely far above his own. When he saw that Zhao Xian no longer dared to make a move, the person behind him spoke once again. His indifferent tone left no room for doubt. Let him go. The expression in Zhao Xian's eyes suddenly focused when he heard this, and he was extremely surprised in his heart. This person has actually come for Xiao Yan as well. Just how great was the attractiveness of Xiao Yan in front of her. He was actually able to attract such an expert to step forward and protect him. Oh! With a soft exclamation, Zhao Xian immediately felt a chill on his neck. A chill that caused his entire body to feel even colder at this moment, causing his face to instantly become completely bloodless. Even his lips involuntarily turned a little purple. Immediately, Zhao Xian did not dare to hesitate any longer. He hurriedly released Xiao Yan who was in his hand. Immediately Xiao Yan's body fell uncontrollably. Soon after he was supported by an invisible force. Zhao Xian's heart was filled with unwillingness when he saw that Xiao Yan who was originally about to die in his hands, was once again rescued. However, even his own life was currently in the hands of another. It was likely that he had no choice but to obey. Sir, I have already released him. May I know if you can? Bang. Before Zhao Xian's voice sounded, an enormous force was suddenly transmitted from behind him. A white hand randomly smashed onto Zhao Xian's back. However, the strength that erupted caused Zhao Xian's expression to change drastically. The powerful force surged into Zhao Xian's body like a hot knife through butter. With an unstoppable force, it instantly caused him to suffer serious injuries. However, this was after the expert had purposely held back. Grug! Zhao Xian's face was pale as he paused his body. Immediately he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The aura of his entire body also swiftly weakened. The instant his body came to a halt, Zhao Xian immediately turned his gaze towards the person who had attacked him. He did not expect that the other party would still attack him even though he had already done as he was told. What? Are you dissatisfied? Or do you wish to challenge me? The indifferent voice was once again transmitted over. It was not difficult to hear that there was a faint killing intent within the tone. If it was possible, the other party did not mind killing Zhao Xian. This was clearly an extremely easy task for him. May I know where you are from? There does not seem to be any conflict between us. Zhao Xian's face was filled with caution as he stared at the handsome middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe opposite him. He cupped his hands together and spoke with a grave expression. We have never met before this. Then why are you, you have hurt someone you should not have hurt. The expression in Zhao Xian's eyes suddenly hardened after the mysterious expert's words sounded. He did not understand the meaning behind the mysterious expert's words. Fourth uncle, why are you still speaking so much nonsense with him? You should just directly attack and kill such a person. However, just as Zhao Xian's heart was filled with doubt, the young lady's furious rebuke was suddenly transmitted over, causing the expression on Zhao Xian's face to abruptly change. He focused his gaze and looked over. The person who entered his eyes was Murong Qianqian. Ugh! The expression on Zhao Xian's face was suddenly stunned when he saw Murong Qianqian. Immediately, an aghast emotion swiftly surged out from the bottom of his heart. After which, he hurriedly turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man who was addressed as fourth uncle by Murong Qianqian. At the same time, the latter narrowed his eyes and stared at him with a cold expression. Seeing this, Zhao Xian was even more shocked in his heart. He hurriedly bowed and cupped his hands towards the middle-aged man and hurriedly apologized. I did not know the identity of your young lady and accidentally injured her. I hope that you do not mind. If possible, I am willing to take out anything on me as compensation. Hearing this, Murong Qianqian could not help but coldly snort. She was about to speak to the middle-aged man again, but before she could speak, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhao Xian. With a cold expression, he said, Are you really willing to take out anything on you as compensation? Yes. Hearing this, Zhao Xian's heart immediately became careless. He cupped his hands together and said without hesitation, if he could borrow money to settle this matter, it would naturally be the best. Then break one of your arms. Chapter 557. What? The expression on Zhao Xian's face abruptly changed the instant the words left the mysterious person's mouth. He could not help but cry out in shock. You don't seem to understand what I'm saying. Soon after, the mysterious person opened his mouth once again. As his words sounded, an invisible and terrifying aura swiftly gathered in the empty space in front of the mysterious person. Soon after, it transformed into an invisible wave that suddenly attacked Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian was instantly greatly alarmed when he saw this scene. His body softened and he actually knelt down in the empty space. This scene formed an extremely clear contrast with Xiao Yan's desperate counterattack earlier. I am willing to listen to Sir's arrangements. However, I hope that Sir can be magnanimous. I will do as Sir says. Zhao Xian's body had practically shrunk into a ball as he knelt in the empty space. When he said these words, his body could not help but tremble intensely. From his voice, one could easily hear the fear in the latter's heart at this moment. The expression on the mysterious middle-aged man's face did not change when he heard these words. However, at this moment, Murong Chanshan's exquisite and pretty face, which had already recovered some of its rosy color, was currently filled with an expression of disdain. Similarly, in order to survive, Xiao Yan had done everything he could. He had even used up his last bit of strength. Even though the strength of his opponent caused him to be unable to reverse the situation, at the very least, his actions caused others to feel admiration in their hearts. On the other hand, Zhao Xian, who was currently kneeling in front of her, could be said to be completely incomparable between the two of them. Since you have said that you will do as I say, what are you waiting for now? The indifferent voice was once again emitted. Compared to before, the tone was clearly even colder. The middle-aged man similarly felt disdain towards this Zhao Xian, who was using his strength to bully the weak in front of him. Ugh. Zhao Xian's heart involuntarily tightened when he heard the middle-aged man's words once again. His originally pale face had become completely bloodless at this moment. The right hand under his sleeve slowly clenched tightly. However, he did not have any intention of attacking. Seeing this, a cold glint involuntarily flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. Since you can't bear to do it, then let me do it for you. The middle-aged man let out a cold cry. Immediately, without waiting for Zhao Xian's expression to change, the middle-aged man waved his large hand. Immediately, a bright and dazzling Do-Chi pillar that carried a sharp force instantly cut through the empty air like a blade glow. By the time Zhao Xian recovered, it had already cut through his right shoulder. At that moment, Zhao Xian was completely stunned. His silver-white eyes were filled with deep shock. Due to the intense emotions in his heart, he seemed to have forgotten the pain in his right shoulder for a moment. The right arm that was cut off by the Do-Chi instantly lost all feeling. The entire severed arm was in a spasming state. It became stiff like a zombie and quickly fell into the mountain range below. Ah! It was a long while later when Zhao Xian's entire body trembled as he recovered from this sudden change. At that moment, a hissing and painful miserable cry suddenly resounded throughout the area. All the Do-Chi in Zhao Xian's body began to move wildly at this moment. Circular dense white-colored Do-Chi ripples began to swiftly sweep toward the surroundings with Zhao Xian's body as the center. A ferocious expression that had never been seen before appeared on his pale face. A pair of silver-white eyes were currently filled with a scarlet color that seemed to want to devour a person. The turbulent killing intent did not need to be described. It caused people to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts when they saw it. Humph. However, the middle-aged man was unconcerned about this. A clear cold snort was like a basin of cold water that instantly extinguished the fury in Zhao Xian's heart. Ugh! A hoarse low moan was emitted from Zhao Xian's mouth. His body trembled intensely. It was unknown whether it was because of anger or fear. Not the slightest luster could be seen in his silver-white eyes. His entire person was like a shell that had lost its soul as he knelt in the empty air. Just, who are you? Only after a long while did a low and hoarse voice once again emit from Zhao Xian's mouth. The hoarse voice caused one to be unable to decipher the rough meaning within it. The middle-aged man, however, raised his eyes slightly. After pausing for a moment, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Immediately, he opened his mouth and said in an indifferent tone, "Human? I'm not a human, but, compared to you, I feel that I am more like a human." It was unknown whether the middle-aged man's final words were a cold laugh or ridicule. This caused the expression on Zhao Xian's face to change slightly. "Fourth uncle, why are you still speaking so much nonsense with such a person? Why don't you just kill him? In any case, leaving him alive will only cause trouble." At this moment, Murong Chanshan by the side finally could not resist opening her mouth once again. Originally, she thought that with the middle-aged man by the side attacking, Zhao Xian would undoubtedly die. However, she did not expect that the middle-aged man actually did not have any intention of killing Zhao Xian. It seemed that he had the intention of letting Zhao Xian go. This caused Murong Chanshan to feel puzzled in her heart while also feeling dissatisfied. Kill him? Hearing this, the middle-aged man did not look sideways as he asked with an indifferent tone. Naturally, kill him. He almost caused the death of Xiao Yan. Heavily nodding her head, Murong Chanshan stared at the middle-aged man by the side with a sigh, seemingly waiting for the latter's action. Hearing this, the middle-aged man glanced at Xiao Yan by the side whose eyes were tightly shut. His eyes narrowed as a bright light flashed deep within his eyes. Only then did he look at Murong Chanshan again, lightly sweeping his eyes over the latter and said, "If he wanted to run, this fellow might not be able to catch up to him. The reason why he fell into such a dangerous situation was only because of you. Right now you are saying that he harmed Xiao Yan. From what I see, it is more likely that it is you." Once the middle-aged man's words were spoken, the expression on Murong Chanshan's pretty face could not help but change. For a moment she was also somewhat speechless. Seeing this, the middle-aged man did not say anything else. Instead, he shifted his gaze towards Zhao Xian. His eyes narrowed as he spoke with a dense tone once again. "You don't want to live anymore?" Ah. At first Zhao Xian was stunned. Immediately after, he hurriedly came back to his senses and looked at the middle-aged man with a face full of fear. At that moment, the bones in his left arm were broken and his right arm was chopped off. He could only endure the pain as he bent his body and quickly kowtowed to the middle-aged man. "I know my wrongs. Mister, I hope that you can let me live." As he spoke, Zhao Xian's face revealed a yearning expression. The middle-aged man did not bother to pay attention to him. He casually shot a glance at Zhao Xian and coldly said, Since you want to live, why aren't you scramming?" Chapter 558. As the words from the middle-aged man's mouth fell, Zhao Xian also hurriedly came back to his senses. At the same time that he felt astonished in his heart, his body that was kneeling in the air hurriedly climbed up in a sorry state. He clenched his teeth and forcefully endured the piercing pain that came from all over his body. He hurriedly turned around and quickly fled towards the distant horizon without even looking back. Only when Zhao Xian had completely disappeared from the horizon did the middle-aged man withdraw his gaze and once again looked at Murong Chanshan. At that moment, the latter was also looking at him with a gloomy face. Her gaze seemed to be blaming the middle-aged man for letting Zhao Xian go. "Haha, little girl, you're still angry?" The middle-aged man faintly smiled and a hint of pampering expression was revealed within his eyes. "I really don't understand. Why did you let him go? If you didn't appear in time, Chanshan's life would have been gone." Seeing that the middle-aged man was actually still able to smile at a time like this, Murong Chanshan's pretty face instantly revealed a pitiful appearance as if she had been wronged. She pouted her mouth and said with tears in her eyes, "Haha, you little girl. You ran out of the family by yourself and now you've caused such a big trouble. Why are you blaming me instead? Which of the injuries that you received wasn't caused by yourself? If you had obediently stayed in the family, who would have been able to hurt you?" The middle-aged man's words immediately made Murong Chanshan a bit speechless. Only after a while did she pouted her little mouth again, snorted with her nose raised and said, "Even if I'm in the family, my father and brother can still bully me." Hearing that, the middle-aged man was at a loss. Soon after, he shook his head with a face that didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said again, "You little girl, why don't you know what's good for you? Don't they control you because they hope that you can cause less trouble outside in the future? Look at you right now, running around with others and causing trouble for others." After the words from the middle-aged man's mouth fell, Murong Chanshan's pretty face was slightly angry. Just as she was about to speak again, the former immediately spoke again and subdued the young girl in front of him. "In addition, it's not just here. This time you left the clan without permission. Your father and brother are already extremely anxious. Before they called me out to get you, they were already furious. If you still refuse to be honest, you should know your father's and brother's character in your heart." After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man didn't say anything else. The young girl's expression that had just recovered was once again filled with fear because of the middle-aged man's words. The middle-aged man helplessly shook his head and ignored the young lady. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan, who was currently lying flat in the air with his eyes tightly shut. A glint swiftly flashed across his eyes. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth slowly revealed a smile as he said, "You don't have to continue pretending in front of me. What I fed you earlier was a tier 4 medicinal pill. Even if your injuries aren't light, you should wake up now." His indifferent voice carried a sense of confidence that he was determined to succeed. At the same time, the young girl's gaze also quickly landed on Xiao Yan because of the middle-aged man's words. Immediately, a look of worry emerged in her watery eyes. Only when she clearly heard the middle-aged man's words did her beautiful eyes flash with a hint of surprise. Cough cough. Even though the injuries in his body had already recovered, Xiao Yan couldn't help but cough a few times when he heard the middle-aged man's words. At the same time, Xiao Yan also felt a wave of shock in his heart. He didn't expect that the medicinal pill that the middle-aged man fed him would actually be a Tier 4 medicinal pill. Junior Xiao Yan thanks Senior for saving my life. Junior apologizes to Senior for the matter just now. Standing up, Xiao Yan discovered that with the power of the Tier 4 medicinal pill, he could already stand alone in the air. However, he still cupped his hands towards the middle-aged man with a respectful attitude to express his gratitude. At the same time, it could also be considered an apology for eavesdropping. Seeing Xiao Yan's seemingly unharmed appearance, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Although he gave Xiao Yan a Tier 4 medicinal pill, the speed of Xiao Yan's recovery somewhat exceeded his expectations. Looking deeply at Xiao Yan, the middle-aged man smiled faintly and said in a calm tone, "It's fine. According to the news from Lung Bing Shuang, Chanshan has been protected by you all the way here. Being able to bring her here is already enough. As for the medicinal pill, just treat it as a thank you." Hearing this, Xiao Yan once again cupped his hands respectfully towards the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man said there was no need to be polite, Xiao Yan also understood in his heart that no matter what, the middle-aged man was still a senior in front of Xiao Yan. Since he was a senior and had saved his life, Xiao Yan should be respectful towards him. Seeing Xiao Yan's actions, a hint of surprise involuntarily flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. His eyes faintly flickered. Soon after, the middle-aged man lightly nodded and spoke again. "Since the person has been sent here and the danger has been removed, it's time for us to leave." At the same time his words sounded, the middle-aged man looked towards Murong Chanshan. Hearing this, the expression on the latter's pretty face changed once again. Her pair of pretty eyes immediately looked towards Xiao Yan with an expression of reluctance. Then, she hurriedly opened her mouth to stop the middle-aged man. "Fourth uncle, Xiao Yan's injuries have yet to recover. If we leave now, what if that Zhao Xian returns and kills his way back? Wouldn't Xiao Yan be in danger? You don't need to worry about this. His situation is much better than what you and I had imagined. Moreover, with me stepping forward, if that fellow dares to return, I will definitely act and kill him. As for you, girl, if you don't want to anger your father, it's best that you return with me now. Now, immediately. The middle-aged man's face was solemn as he stared at Murong Chanshan. The expression on his face was no longer warm. This involuntarily caused the young girl to feel slightly fearful in her heart. After his words sounded, the middle-aged man once again looked towards Xiao Yan. He knew that at this kind of time, if he wanted Murong Chanshan to obediently return with him, his words would not have much of an effect. On the contrary, it was Xiao Yan who might be able to make the young girl listen to him. Seeing the gaze that the middle-aged man shot over, Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly stunned. Immediately he hurriedly recovered. The instant his eyes met with the former's, he saw the middle-aged man secretly nodding his head towards him. His lips moved slightly. From the looks of it, he seemed to be saying thanks. Seeing this, Xiao Yan also nodded his head in an undetectable manner. Immediately he looked towards the young girl, forcefully propped up his powerless body, smiled slightly and said, He. Girl, let's go back. I promised Lung Bing Shuang that I would send you back safely. Now, since you have already met the elder, you can be considered to have arrived. This is all that I can do for you. Next, I should go and do some things that I want to do." The young girl stared at Xiao Yan's face that was filled with smiles. The rosy color that was forcefully squeezed out indicated that Xiao Yan seemed to be really fine. It was only at this moment that Murong Chanshan withdrew her gaze with a pale face. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together and a sorrowful expression was revealed between her eyebrows. This caused the young girl, who was originally injured, to appear even more lovely and moving. "Alright, let's go. You also heard it. He still has his own matters to attend to. You." The middle-aged man slowly opened his mouth. However, this time, without waiting for him to speak, the young girl suddenly turned her gaze towards him. A pair of beautiful eyes that were filled with water vapor suddenly revealed a fierce glint that seemed to want to devour people at the same time. Seeing this scene, the words that the middle-aged man originally wanted to spit out from his mouth were forcefully swallowed back. Soon after, he awkwardly smiled and resentfully withdrew his gaze. Very obviously, the real reason why Xiao Yan would say those words had already been guessed by this girl. Regarding this, Xiao Yan could not help but shake his head and sigh in his heart. Soon after, the middle-aged man once again pulled Murong Chanshan up. This time, the middle-aged man's gaze was leveled at Xiao Yan for the first time. His face that had always had an indifferent expression actually revealed an amiable smile towards Xiao Yan. If this smile was at any other time, it was likely that even the people of the same clan would not be able to see it. However, it was unknown how Xiao Yan would feel if he were to know about this. When the middle-aged man brought Murong Qianqian and turned around, the young girl's gaze never left Xiao Yan from start to finish. Sigh. Seeing that the middle-aged man was about to leave with Murong Qianqian, Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a long sigh for some unknown reason. Xiao Yan naturally did not have any feelings for Murong Qianqian. He only purely treated Murong Qianqian as a younger sister. Although the time that the two of them had spent together was short, Murong Qianqian's lively character had allowed Xiao Yan's boring training path to gain more fun. However, now that he personally saw that the two of them were about to separate, Xiao Yan's heart was more or less somewhat reluctant. After this separation, he did not know if he would have the chance to meet again in the future. Just from the fact that this middle-aged man was Murong Qianqian's fourth uncle, the clan that she belonged to was likely not ordinary. At the very least, there would be quite a number of Dou Di. Moreover, from the fact that Leng Bingshuang was related to them, it was likely that there was an expert at the origin transformation stage or above in her clan. Just this point alone was sufficient for the current Xiao Yan to look up to them. Of course, looking up was just looking up. However, Xiao Yan firmly believed that he might be able to reach such a high level in the future. With Gu Yu's help, once Xiao Yan gathered the flame art chi method and swallowed more heavenly flames, forget about the origin transformation stage, it was likely that he would also be able to reach an even higher level. Xiao Yan, thank you. However, at this moment, the warm voice of the middle-aged man was once again transmitted over. Xiao Yan was initially startled when he heard this. He immediately focused his eyes and looked over. A short distance away, the middle-aged man was holding Murong Qianqian's hand. At the same time, he wore a smile as he looked at Xiao Yan from afar. The middle-aged man noticed the gaze that Xiao Yan had shot over. He nodded to Xiao Yan and immediately continued speaking. Remember my name, Murong Hao. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to the Blue Eagle City of the Western Wastelands to look for me. I will definitely not be stingy in helping you if it is within my ability. Chapter 559. Murong Hao's Blue Eagle City. Xiao Yan softly muttered these two names in his mouth. His eyes revealed a sigh. With this, it might not be impossible for him to meet Murong Qianqian again in the future. After recovering, Xiao Yan once again raised his eyes and looked over. Murong Hao had already brought Murong Qianqian and disappeared into the horizon. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Yan was left in this place. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but feel a little empty. Perhaps it was because he had gradually gotten used to the noise when Murong Qianqian was by his side. Now that Xiao Yan had once again fallen into a situation where he was all alone, he was instead not used to it. While Xiao Yan comforted himself in this manner, he once again braced himself. Although Murong Qianqian had already left safely, Xiao Yan's own matter had yet to be resolved. Now that his identity had once again been discovered by others, it was likely that the people from the four large sects had already secretly learned of Xiao Yan's approximate location. It was likely that they would send people to investigate his whereabouts soon. Additionally, there were some people with evil intentions. It was inevitable that Xiao Yan would be surrounded and attacked. Once he was allowed to fall into that kind of danger, it would be a destructive blow to Xiao Yan. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed a grave expression. After pondering for a moment in his heart, he sat cross-legged in the air. Both of his hands formed the training seal. Both of his eyes were shut as he began to quietly refine the medicinal pill in his body. Although the injuries in his body had the help of a rank 4 medicinal pill to heal, it would be too slow if he were to purely rely on the medicinal pill to heal his injuries. Currently what Xiao Yan lacked was time. Now that Xiao Yan had appeared, the four large sects would definitely take action. At that time, Xiao Yan would no longer have to face an ordinary bandit. Instead, he would have to face a true elite Dou Di. Before meeting them, if Xiao Yan did not have the strength to protect himself, it would undoubtedly make Xiao Yan's situation more dangerous. Currently, what Xiao Yan needed to do was to gather the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the ice spirit pill in the shortest amount of time possible. After which, he would begin refining the medicinal pill. However, before this, Xiao Yan had almost forgotten that in order to obtain the most important main ingredient of the ice spirit pill, the ice spirit cold liquid, Xiao Yan needed to reach the level of a rank 3 alchemist at the same time. After all, the Bodhi returning pill was a rank 3 medicinal pill. If he wanted to obtain the icy spirit frozen fluid, he would have to take out a Bodhi returning pill as an exchange. If he wanted to refine the Bodhi returning pill, Xiao Yan's alchemist rank would first have to reach rank 3. When he thought of this, Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed bitterly in his heart. He did not expect that in the end he would actually need to complete so many things in order to refine the heavenly flame. However, Xiao Yan felt relieved when he thought about it. In any case, no matter what he had to do, it was ultimately to raise his strength. If he could really raise his alchemist rank to a rank 3 alchemist as soon as possible, it could be considered a great thing for Xiao Yan. Moreover, this could also help Xiao Yan refine the ice spirit pill. At that time, Xiao Yan would not only need to raise his spiritual strength. As Xiao Yan was fully immersed in refining the medicinal pill in his body, time also swiftly flowed by. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had already passed. During these 3 days, the area where Xiao Yan was located was not affected by any external forces. The magical beasts entrenched in the mountain range below did not dare to act rashly. This was because of the human figure seated in the sky. Although Xiao Yan had withdrawn his aura within his body, the invisible pressure that he emitted caused the magical beasts in the mountain range below to understand that this black-robed young man, who appeared to only have the strength of a 6-star bandit, was not someone to be trifled with. This was especially the case for some of the magical beasts who had personally witnessed the big battle 3 days ago. They were extremely afraid of Xiao Yan, who was currently sitting in the sky. How could these bandit-class magical beasts be a match for someone who could even injure an elite Dodi? Under this quiet refinement, the injuries within Xiao Yan's body were also rapidly recovering with the help of the frightening effects of the rank 4 medicinal pill. In merely a short few days, all the injuries that were left behind from the big battle that day had been completely healed. By the 7th day, the injuries on Xiao Yan's body had completely recovered. This caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily exclaim in his heart. The medicinal effect of a rank 4 medicinal pill was indeed extraordinary. With such serious injuries, Xiao Yan was certain that it would take at least 1 to 2 months to recover if he had relied on an ordinary D-tier medicinal pill. Yet now, a rank 4 medicinal pill had actually allowed Xiao Yan to once again recover to his peak state in such a short period of time. It must be said that such a high-rank medicinal pill was really frightening. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled the turbid breath in his chest. His eyes, which had been tightly shut for 7 days, trembled slightly at this moment. Immediately he slowly opened them. His dark black eyes swept over his body. Xiao Yan sensed that his body was once again filled with dou qi. The corner of his mouth involuntarily revealed a smile. Xiao Yan's legs, which were seated cross-legged, exerted some force. Immediately, his entire body was like a spring as he instantly stood up. At the same time that Xiao Yan stood up, a wave of bone-cracking sounds were repeatedly emitted from within Xiao Yan's body. The feeling of being refreshed caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily let out a long breath once again. The smile on his face also gradually widened. Xiao Yan displayed a set of fist techniques that he could not be more familiar with in a vigorous manner. He could clearly sense that the strength and speed of each of his punches were clearly stronger and faster than before. Although this kind of weak growth did not appear to be worthy of attention, it caused Xiao Yan's heart to be extremely surprised and happy. The growth of one's strength was not something that could be achieved overnight. Instead, it had to be accumulated and settled over time. Of course, the fastest training was naturally the most intense battle. After experiencing countless number of battles, especially the clashes with elite Dou Di, the growth of Xiao Yan's strength was not something that other Bandi experts of the same level could compare with. Although this little change that had appeared on Xiao Yan's body at this moment appeared insignificant, Xiao Yan also understood the principle of many little drops making an ocean. Only by accumulating over a long period of time would one be able to achieve success when the conditions were right. Perhaps this little growth was insignificant in the eyes of an ordinary person. However, once one was able to agglomerate this little change into a driving force, it would allow one to emit an endless amount of life force. After recovering, Xiao Yan withdrew the little thoughts in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He randomly chose a direction and prepared to leave this place. However, Xiao Yan's expression could not help but become slightly startled in the next moment. A sense of alertness instantly rose deep within his mind. Someone is coming, and it's a Dou Di. Chapter 560. Slightly startled in his heart, Xiao Yan's action of leaving also paused. His dark black eyes hurriedly looked in the direction where the aura came from. At the same time, the Dou Qi in his body also quietly began to circulate at this moment. According to the recent judgment of Xiao Yan of the auras of those strong people, the aura that had appeared within the range of Xiao Yan's senses seemed to belong to an elite Dou Di. However, due to the distance between the two parties being quite far, Xiaoyan was unable to determine if he knew the identity of the owner of this aura at this moment. Damn it, looks like I can only hide first. It is unexpected that I would actually meet such a fellow just as I have recovered. Xiaoyan clenched his teeth. A solemn heart immediately rose in Xiaoyan's heart. Now was not the time. If Xiaoyan were to face an elite Dodi alone, it would undoubtedly cause quite a lot of trouble for Xiaoyan. Even though he was confident that he could escape unscathed from the hands of an ordinary Dodi, Xiaoyan did not wish to clash with them if it was possible. Of course, regardless of whether Xiaoyan wanted to meet an elite Dodi, it all depended on this elite Dodi who was currently flying toward Xiaoyan. At this moment, Xiaoyan could only hope to the greatest extent that this person was not coming for him. Otherwise, it was likely that another fierce battle would be unavoidable. As for the thought of leaping and fleeing, it was wiped away by Xiaoyan the moment it appeared in Xiaoyan's heart. Under the situation where he did not know the exact strength and motive of the other party, his rash actions would only attract the other party's attention. Once Xiaoyan's identity was recognized by the other party, the result would still be unavoidable. Since there was not much of a difference whether he ran or not, why should Xiaoyan waste his energy? Xiaoyan's gaze swiftly swept across the continuous mountain range below. He quickly found a relatively obscure dense forest. Immediately he did not hesitate any longer. He leaped and swiftly descended, entering that dense forest. At the same time, Xiaoyan withdrew the aura all over his body. He held his breath and focused, carefully paying attention to the empty space where he was standing earlier. He could sense that the owner of that aura was getting closer and closer. As that aura grew closer, the expression on Xiaoyan's face also became incomparably solemn. Until a certain moment when a miserable human figure suddenly appeared in the empty space where there was no one. The expression on Xiaoyan's face instantly became one of astonishment. This was because the human figure that suddenly appeared in the empty space at this moment, the person who caused Xiaoyan's heart tensed for a moment, was actually Zhao Xian, who had fled in panic after being intimidated by Mu Ronghao's strength 7 days ago. Zhao Xian. When he saw the person in front of him, Xiaoyan immediately felt a sense of astonishment in his heart. It was really hard to imagine that after being forced to retreat by a strong person like Mu Ronghao, this fellow actually dared to come here again after 7 days. Could it be that this fellow was really not afraid of death? At the same time that he felt astonished in his heart, Xiaoyan, who was in the dark, could not help but cast a curious gaze at Zhao Xian, who was in the sky. Since this fellow dared to risk his life to come here again, there must be a big reason behind it. Otherwise, he would not be willing to risk his life to appear here again. Zhao Xian, who had revealed himself, still looked incomparably pale. Although the injuries in his body had been initially suppressed, it was only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. This could be seen from his extremely weak aura. In addition, one of his arms had been personally cut off by Mu Ronghao, causing his strength to be greatly damaged. This caused the current Zhao Xian to be even weaker than he looked on the surface. Perhaps this was the reason why Xiaoyan was unable to identify the former's identity after sensing his aura. After understanding this, Xiaoyan could not help but reveal a cold smile on his face. 7 days ago, this fellow had almost taken his life. At that time, Xiaoyan was as weak as a little lamb in front of him. It had only been 7 days, but the position of the prey and the hunter had already swapped. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan could not help but feel somewhat curious. If this fellow saw that he appeared in front of him in such a good condition, what kind of interesting expression would Zhao Xian's face reveal? However, Xiaoyan was not in a hurry to reveal himself. He also wanted to know just why Zhao Xian would once again return to this place after 7 days. When Xiaoyan once again focused his gaze, Zhao Xian, who was in the sky, was carefully searching the mountain range below with his scarlet eyes that were filled with blood. Due to his injuries, his spiritual strength had become extremely weak. At this moment, he carefully spread out and carefully searched the mountain range below, as if he was looking for something. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan, who was hidden, could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He thought for a moment in his heart. After which, Xiaoyan quickly understood everything in front of him. The reason Zhao Xian had returned here was most likely for the sake of retrieving his spatial ring. It was because he did not have the storage ring that Zhao Xian was unable to use medicinal pills to quickly recover from his injuries. This was why he was still so weak even after 7 days had passed. Zhao Xian clearly understood that without the help of medicinal pills, he did not know how long it would take for him to recover from the injuries in his body. Once it was delayed for too long, it might even leave behind some unerasable side effects. Moreover, if his seriously injured body were to meet another elite Dodi, he would be in danger at that time. Even though they were both Dodi, He believed that they would not easily let go of the opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Hence, even though he clearly knew that Mu Ronghao might still be here, Zhao Xian could only take the risk in order to quickly recover from his injuries. However, from the looks of the current situation, this move of Zhao Xian's was the right one. Mu Ronghao had already left this place a few days ago. Now, as long as Zhao Xian was able to find the arm that Mu Ronghao had cut off 7 days ago, the storage ring on his right finger would once again return to his hands. At the same time, the thing that Zhao Xian was most concerned about was the rank 4 medicinal pill, the extreme transformation pill, within the storage ring. Ah, found it. At a certain moment, Zhao Xian's pale face could not help but reveal a joy. His right arm had already been cut off. Now that he was able to find his storage ring, this was already a great fortune amidst the misfortune. This caused Zhao Xian's heart to suddenly become much more relaxed. As Zhao Xian's weak spiritual strength was slowly withdrawn, a broken arm also slowly floated into the air from the mountain range below. Cuckoo, this is really a surprise amidst the unexpected. However, at this moment, a calm soft laughter was faintly transmitted over. At the same time, the expression on Zhao Xian's pale face instantly changed drastically. The next moment, when Zhao Xian turned his head to look at the empty space beside him with a shocked face, he saw a young man wearing a black robe with his arms crossed over his chest. His face parted into a cold smile as he looked at him. Chapter 561. You are Xiao Yan. The moment he saw Xiao Yan, Zhao Xian's entire person seemed to have been struck by lightning. His pale face was suddenly replaced with a shocked expression. Immediately after, while his entire person continuously retreated, his eyes that were filled with shock also swiftly swept across the sky. From the looks of it, he seemed to be afraid of something. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but let out a cold laugh. The arc on the corner of his mouth grew wider and wider as he coldly said, "Ah, there's no need to look. They have already left this place long ago. Right now there's only the two of us here." Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Zhao Xian slowly withdrew his gaze with lingering fear. At the same time, a hint of ruthlessness surfaced in the eyes he used to look at Xiao Yan. "Xiao Yan, I didn't expect that you would still be here." A low and deep voice slowly spat out from Zhao Xian's mouth. However, due to Zhao Xian's current state, this voice sounded somewhat powerless, just like an old man past his prime. However, even so, it was not difficult for one to hear the resentment and killing intent contained within those words. It was all because of Xiao Yan in front of him that he had one of his arms forcefully chopped off by someone. That was why he had to hide in this mountain range in a sorry state for a few days like a stray dog. Now that he saw that Xiao Yan was actually safe and sound, the anger in Zhao Xian's heart was naturally difficult to suppress. "Haha, I also didn't expect that you would actually dare to return here again. Looks like the temptation of the extreme transformation pill is quite great for you." With a soft laugh, Xiao Yan's gaze also shifted below. At this moment, the severed arm that was slowly floating in the air under Zhao Xian's control. More accurately speaking, it should be the storage ring that was worn on the finger of the severed arm. Hearing this, the expression on Zhao Xian's face immediately became gloomy. A pair of scarlet eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. There was no need to explain the boundless killing intent. Xiao Yan, with just you also dare to have ideas about my apotheosis pill?" It was a long while later before a hoarse voice was once again spat out from Zhao Xian's mouth. At the same time he said these words, one could clearly see that Zhao Xian's body was trembling slightly due to the killing intent in his chest. Threads of dense white dou qi slowly surfaced from within Zhao Xian's body. His face also recovered a little sleek redness under the lingering of this dou qi. Seeing this, Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Even though the current Zhao Xian was already so weak, he was still an elite dou di no matter how one put it. If Xiao Yan dared to lower his guard, he might be viciously bitten by this fellow. Humph, if it was an ordinary time, I would really not have the ability to snatch this apotheosis pill from you. However, who asked you to appear in front of me in such a state? Therefore, I will unceremoniously accept this apotheosis pill today. With a cold laugh, Xiao Yan was not afraid. Even if the Zhao Xian in front of him was still difficult to deal with, was he so easy to provoke? 7 days ago he, Xiao Yan, was able to break one of Zhao Xian's arms. 7 days later he would be able to take this fellow's life. At the same time his words sounded, Xiao Yan's body flashed. He immediately used the absolute sky steps under his feet. In the blink of an eye he had already arrived in front of Zhao Xian. The muscles on his right arm bulged. Quickly following this, his white hand suddenly clenched into a fist. As the dou qi in his body poured out, a fist violently smashed toward Zhao Xian's head. Umph. Seeing Xiao Yan attack, the pupils in Zhao Xian's eyes shrunk slightly. Immediately, it turned into a cold snort. At the same time his body leaned to one side, he suddenly raised his right leg and used it to violently meet Xiao Yan's fist that was attacking him. His right arm was already empty. His left arm, which had its bones broken by Xiao Yan, was temporarily unable to be used. Hence, Zhao Xian could only focus all the strength in his body on his legs. Bang! Xiao Yan and Zhao Xian flew backwards after the attack landed. With a shake of his entire body, Xiao Yan's body steadily stood in the air. On the other side, Zhao Xian did not fall into a disadvantage. His right leg violently stomped on the air. At the same time that a huge force poured out, Zhao Xian's body also steadily stood in the air. Humph! With a soft snort, Xiao Yan's brows tightly knitted together. At the same time, the expression on his face became cold. Although the collision earlier was short, Xiao Yan was able to sense from it that even though Zhao Xian's strength was much weaker than before, it was still not very possible for Xiao Yan to defeat him in a short period of time. Just based on Zhao Xian's current state, even if he was weakened to such an extent, an ordinary half-emperor would still be unable to defeat him. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan was no ordinary half-emperor. Off. Lightly exhaling, Xiao Yan slowly raised his right arm. In the next instant, when Zhao Xian raised his eyes to stare at Xiao Yan suddenly let out a low shout in his heart. At the same time, his raised right hand suddenly clenched tightly. Following a flash of black light, the pitch-black heavy ruler instantly landed in Xiao Yan's hand. The appearance of the heavy ruler caused the expression on Zhao Xian's face to involuntarily change slightly. He had taken out his weapon. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan was also planning to display his true strength. When he thought of this, Zhao Xian's heart could not help but be secretly awed. However, he did not have the time to consider any further. Xiao Yan, who was holding the heavy ruler, once again charged towards Zhao Xian. Humph! Wanting to take advantage of the situation? How can it be so easy? Zhao Xian clenched his teeth. A thought passed through his mind and the dou qi in his body once again surged. It swiftly covered both of his legs and he did not dodge or avoid it as he collided head-on with Xiao Yan. Bang! A soul-stirring bang swept over the sky. The heavy ruler that Xiao Yan swung down violently from a great height was forcefully blocked by Zhao Xian. The two of them were actually evenly matched when they collided in this attack. Umph! Zhao Xian let out a cold snort. His body once again pulled back. His feet stomped and covered his intensely trembling right leg. The volatile expression on his face also swiftly calmed down. Clearly, even though Zhao Xian acted as if it did not matter on the surface, the truth was that Zhao Xian, who was currently at a disadvantage in all aspects, still felt quite a great amount of pressure when facing Xiao Yan in this manner. Ugh! The failure of his attack also caused Xiao Yan to feel a shock in his heart. However, soon after, Xiao Yan once again raised the huge ruler in his hand. His body moved and he once again charged forward. On the opposite side, Zhao Xian did not dare to underestimate Xiao Yan in his heart when he saw that the latter had once again attacked. His body swiftly moved and the little remaining dou qi in his body once again crazily surged out of his body. Bang bang bang. The continuous sound of collisions resounded repeatedly in the sky. Wave after wave of turbulent energy ripples swept across the entire sky like ocean waves. The invisible space repeatedly collapsed under this strength and the entire sky changed color. Chapter 562. Wild winds howled furiously in the vast and empty sky. The ferocious hurricane was just like a huge beast that could destroy everything as it wantonly rampaged across the sky. The howling of the wind swept across the land, causing the entire land to tremble in fear under this frightening pressure. Unknowingly, the sun had disappeared. It was unknown whether it was because the sun had set or because even the sky was escaping. In the middle of this storm, a somewhat illusionary human figure was ferociously wearing an extremely frightening densely white face. The corners of his mouth were lifted to reveal a bloodthirsty and cruel smile. Both of his arms danced as his palms crazily grabbed at the surrounding empty space. It was as though he wished that he could stuff all the spiritual strength around him into his body. Although his face was still as pale as paper, the incomparably abundant energy within his body caused the current Zhao Xian's heart to become even crazier. This was especially so when he saw Xiao Yan, whose face was even paler than his own. Zhao Xian felt extremely carefree in his heart. In his eyes, the current Xiao Yan was likely already a dead person. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yan, to think that this venerable self thought so highly of you. You did not expect that the consequences of being careless would be death. Seeing Xiao Yan, who was still stubbornly walking towards him with great difficulty, the ferocious expression on Zhao Xian's face appeared extremely frightening. At the same time that a ferocious laughter was emitted from his mouth, a thought passed through his mind. The originally turbulent and frightening suction force within his body became even more frightening at this moment. As an even more frightening suction force crazily surged out from within Zhao Xian's body, the spiritual strength that enveloped Zhao Xian's body seemed to have found an outlet to pour out. It transformed into an invisible wave that swiftly poured into Zhao Xian's body as though it had been enlightened. Following the continuous pouring of these spiritual strength, the aura on Zhao Xian's body also rapidly soared. At the same time, an invisible and vast spiritual pressure also spread out from within Zhao Xian's body. Under this frightening spiritual pressure, even the empty space around Zhao Xian's body was actually forcefully torn apart, forming numerous dark black spatial cracks. Ha 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 ha, you are indeed worthy of being an alchemist. The strength of your spiritual strength is really not something that an ordinary person can compare with. Closing his eyes slightly, Zhao Xiangao raised his head and spoke slowly with an expression of enjoyment. After devouring Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, Zhao Xian's condition rapidly recovered. His body was almost filled with spiritual strength, causing Zhao Xian to involuntarily let out a long sigh of relief. Afterwards, he slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan again with a vicious smile. His white eyes revealed a cruel bloodthirst. Originally, the demigod intended to perish together with you. However, from the looks of it now, there is no need for that. Ah! Zhao Xian's eyes greedily watched Xiao Yan opposite him, whose qi had become increasingly weak. The bloodthirsty smile that appeared on the corner of his mouth was even more glaring. Quickly following this, Zhao Xian once again opened his mouth and said with a savage smile, "Now, I intend to devour all of your soul energy." Ah! The sinister laughter was like the screech of a ferocious ghost, piercing one's eardrums. At the same time, the suction force within Zhao Xian's body became even more turbulent. In the end, the space around him was unable to withstand the crazy tearing of the suction force. It was forcefully torn into pieces, turning into a pitch-black and endless space. Cough cough. Uncontrollably coughing a few times, Xiao Yan felt that his entire body was no longer under his control. Every step he took and landed would cause Xiao Yan's body to tremble endlessly. Although Xiao Yan's body was still standing steadily in the air, the loss of spiritual strength in his body caused Xiao Yan to unknowingly lose control of his body. At this moment, Xiao Yan was like a soul that was contained in a bottle. Any of his actions would cause the bottle to shake left and right. However, this caused Xiao Yan, who was within it, to feel even more uneasy. Cough cough. Until a certain moment, when Xiao Yan once again stabilized his body with great difficulty, his footsteps, which should have continued forward, came to a halt at this moment. Seeing this, Zhao Xian first raised his eyebrows slightly. Soon after, a cold smile appeared on his face as he opened his mouth and laughed with a sinister expression. Haha, are you finally unable to endure any longer? Xiao Yan, looks like you are ultimately still something that belongs to this venerable self. This life of yours should belong to this venerable self. Ah! The instant his voice fell, the expression on Zhao Xian's face suddenly became ferocious. His solidified foot suddenly stomped on the air. Surging spiritual strength immediately shattered the space under his feet. At the same time, Zhao Xian's body instantly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. His right hand turned into a claw as he looked down from above and viciously clawed at Xiao Yan's head. Cough. Aren't you celebrating a little too early? However, at this moment Xiao Yan, whose face was incomparably pale, trembled slightly as he spat out a sentence with great difficulty. Hearing this, Zhao Xian's heart was filled with a cold smile. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually dare to say such shameless words at such a time. Qi, surging spiritual strength swiftly gathered on Zhao Xian's right claw. A terrifying pressure swept across the entire sky. Wherever the claw passed, the space instantly collapsed. Numerous invisible forces continuously shot above the space. The terrifying wind pressure was like a large blade as it first landed on Xiao Yan's forehead. In an instant, fresh blood gushed out from Xiao Yan's forehead as though it was free of charge. However, due to the fact that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was currently extremely weak, Xiao Yan did not notice this ordinary feeling at all. In the next instant, Zhao Xian's claw, which was wrapped in surging spiritual strength, had already arrived a few inches above Xiao Yan's head. At this moment, Xiao Yan's entire body was covered with hundreds of wounds of various sizes. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain, completely dyeing Xiao Yan into a bloody person. Haha, you can't blame me for today's matter. You can only blame yourself for being too greedy. Bang. Soon after, when Zhao Xian's claw was about to land on Xiao Yan's head, an intense bang, like a balloon bursting, suddenly resounded across the sky. At the same time, Zhao Xian's claw, which was about to land, instantly froze in midair. The greed and bloodthirstiness in Zhao Xian's pair of densely white eyes swiftly disappeared. What replaced it was a soulless emptiness. How can this be? When the last sentence that was filled with extreme unwillingness was emitted from his mouth, a cluster of pink flames swiftly surged out from within Zhao Xian's body in front of Xiao Yan. At the same time, there was also a cluster of invisible heavenly flame, mixed within this flame. It was the combination of the two that was able to completely wipe out Zhao Xian's consciousness in such a short instant. As the heavenly flame surged out, Zhao Xian's originally solid body swiftly became illusory. A wave of wild suction force once again surged out from Zhao Xian's abdomen, gathering all of the spiritual strength that Zhao Xian had unleashed earlier in an instant. Cough cough, haha, you even dare to randomly swallow my spiritual strength. Zhao Xian, is it you or me who is like a moth flying into a flame? Chapter 563. In the blink of an eye, the intense fight in the sky had already continued for a couple of hours. The sky above the two people's heads gradually became dark, but the outcome of the fight in the arena could not be seen even after a long time had passed. Although Zhao Xian was not in his best condition, he was still an elite Do Di. The Do Qi in his body was swiftly exhausted as he was barely able to receive Xiao Yan's attacks time and time again. Of course, while his Do Qi was being exhausted, Zhao Xian's current condition had also unavoidably become even weaker. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was facing him head-on, was not in a much better state at this moment. The exhaustion of Do Qi affected both parties. While the Do Qi in Zhao Xian's body was being exhausted, Xiao Yan's Do Qi was also being exhausted. Moreover, due to Zhao Xian being an elite Do Di, the degree of Do Qi in his body was much greater than Xiao Yan's. Even though he was currently quite seriously injured, his Do Qi reserves were not much worse than Xiao Yan's. Zhao Xian's face was pale as he stood in the empty air. One could easily see that the thick white Do Qi that lingered on the surface of his body had become much thinner than before. Even his face had a couple of bruises of various sizes. Clearly they were given to him by Xiao Yan. Even though this was the case, it was merely a couple of external injuries that could not truly prove anything. Even though the current situation in the arena did indeed appear to be Xiao Yan having the upper hand, wanting to completely end this fight would still depend on who had more tricks up their sleeves. Xiao Yan, if you want to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, you must first see just how much weight you have. Zhao Xian's face carried a dark viciousness as he stared at Xiao Yan. His mouth panted roughly as he spoke to Xiao Yan with a savage smile. Although Zhao Xian had suffered a couple of losses during the process of his collision with Xiao Yan, they were all small matters. It was likely that with the strength of his elite Do Di's physical body, as long as Xiao Yan was unable to defeat him within a short period of time, it was not certain just who would emerge victorious in the end. Of course, this was on the premise that Xiao Yan could not defeat him in a short period of time. A toothless tiger, no matter how sharp its claws are, can't eat a human. Xiao Yan laughed coldly when he heard this. He parted his mouth and the expression in his eyes suddenly changed. The Do Qi in his body quickly became unusually turbulent. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, First Change. As Xiao Yan's cry sounded in his heart, the aura within Xiao Yan's body suddenly soared. His pair of pitch-black eyes were also swiftly filled with a brilliant heavenly flame. The change in the aura within Xiao Yan's body also caused the expression on Zhao Xian's face to change slightly. Soon after, the giant ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was violently swung. A chi-chi sound of rushing wind immediately resounded over this empty space. Enormous force poured down in torrents, causing circular invisible ripples to spread out in the empty space. Zhao Xian clenched his teeth. A solemn expression was revealed on his pale face. The change in the aura within Xiao Yan's body caused him to faintly feel an uneasy feeling rising from the bottom of his heart. Puff. The giant ruler trembled slightly. One could hear a puff sound and the brilliant heavenly flame rose in response. It swiftly covered the entire giant ruler. The heavenly flame rose and a frighteningly high temperature spread apart. The surrounding empty space also involuntarily became distorted. The expression on Zhao Xian's face involuntarily changed once again when he sensed the high temperature that swiftly rose around him. He was also extremely afraid of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. The terror of a heavenly flame was something that the entire continent was certain of. Even though Zhao Xian was an elite Do Di, he was similarly unable to treat it as nothing. So what if it is a heavenly flame? It is not so easy to defeat this venerable self. Zhao Xian let out a cold snort. He crazily maneuvered the little dou qi in his body and agglomerated a dim dou qi light barrier on the surface of his body, isolating the hot air in the surrounding air. From the looks of it, Zhao Xian did not appear to be as calm and composed as his words made him sound. Seeing this, Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart. His arm immediately shook and the giant ruler in his hand was waved and lifted. Ha! At the same time that the giant ruler was lifted, Xiao Yan's mouth let out an earth-shaking cry. His feet moved and the sky extinction steps was instantly displayed. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body once again appeared in front of Zhao Xian. The giant ruler danced and hovered above Xiao Yan's head. Both of his hands tightly held the handle of the heavy ruler. The heavenly flame in his body was wildly poured into the giant ruler. The brilliant flame that was wrapped around it also soared to the sky at this moment. Its aura was like a rainbow. Furious lightning waterfall. The expression on Zhao Xian's face was somewhat solemn in the face of Xiao Yan's ruler. While his body swiftly pulled back, dense white dou qi swiftly agglomerated in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into a flashing furious lightning. Numerous thunderbolts descended from the sky and interweaved into a lightning waterfall in front of Zhao Xian. The moment Xiao Yan's heavy ruler fell, it collided heavily with it. A bright glow immediately shot out from the point of contact when the two came into contact. The glaring glow caused one to have difficulty opening one's eyes. In the middle of the light, the giant ruler that was wrapped in the heavenly flame suddenly trembled violently. Streaks of lightning shot towards the giant ruler like lightning snakes, struggling with the heavenly flame that covered the ruler. It was as if they were determined to fight to the death. Chi. Following the battle between the heavenly flame and the thunderbolts, waves of chi sounds appeared in the sky. Xiao Yan was also forcefully blocked by this furious lightning waterfall of Zhao Xian. A bandi is indeed a bandi. The gap between you and a dou di is not something that you can overstep. Seeing that Xiao Yan was blocked, Zhao Xian's pale face involuntarily revealed a ferocious smile. The gaze that he used to look at Xiao Yan was filled with disdain. However, the cold laughter in his mouth had just sounded when Xiao Yan, who had been blocked by the furious lightning waterfall, raised his eyes that were filled with a fire glow at this moment. The cold smile on the corner of his mouth gradually widened. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change Second Change. Following the low cry that was emitted from within his heart, Xiao Yan's hand that was holding the ruler's hilt abruptly exerted strength. The dou qi in his body also became even more wild and violent at this moment. Following this, it was poured into the enormous ruler in his hand. Bang! The heavenly flame swept out and the heavy ruler violently smashed onto the furious lightning waterfall. The lightning waterfall, which was originally agglomerated from numerous thunderbolts, actually split open and formed an arm-thick crack line under this attack of Xiao Yan's. Third change. Suddenly an earth-shaking stern cry was once again emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. A bright fire glow shot out from Xiao Yan's eyes, transforming into a heavenly flame light beam. Following the fall of the heavy ruler, it mercilessly tore apart the lightning waterfall in front of him in a manner that could easily destroy all obstacles. Soon after, the heavy ruler that had torn apart the waterfall violently smashed onto Zhao Xian's chest in front of his extremely horrified gaze. Bang! A bang sound appeared. One could clearly hear the bursting sound of a balloon exploding. At the same time, a large amount of fresh blood that was mixed with fragments of his internal organs was wildly spat out from Zhao Xian's mouth. The fresh blood agglomerated and transformed into a blood arrow that shot towards the incoming Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Xiao Yan frowned and let out a cold snort. His body that was charging forward paused for a moment. The enormous ruler in his hand rotated and the heavenly flame flew out, easily breaking the blood arrow. At this moment, Zhao Xian's aura was also incomparably weak as he flew backwards. Finally, he violently smashed into the mountain range below. Chapter 564. Cuckoo, trying to hide your spirit in front of me. Have you forgotten that I am an alchemist? While Zhao Xian's face revealed a horrified expression, Xiao Yan's body, which was originally seated cross-legged in the empty space in front of him, slowly disappeared. Soon after, Xiao Yan's voice, which was filled with ridicule, was slowly transmitted from behind Zhao Xian. An afterimage. The unusual situation that appeared in front of him caused Zhao Xian to be greatly alarmed. The expression on his pale face changed abruptly as he turned his head to look behind him in horror. Behind Zhao Xian, Xiao Yan had his hands crossed over his chest. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile as he stared at Zhao Xian with a cold expression. A frightening and vast spiritual strength was continuously spreading out from between Xiao Yan's brows. At the same time, threads of mysterious energy that could not be seen by the naked eye followed Xiao Yan's guidance and continued to converge on the 7 black tents that surrounded Zhao Xian. These tents were the 6 tents that Xiao Yan had agglomerated using the Great Way of the Void after he had comprehended the Great Way. However, the difference from before was that there was an additional tent within these 6 tents. In the earlier battle, Xiao Yan had only used the Great Way for a short instant. Hence, Zhao Xian did not pay much attention to these strange tents. Only at this moment did Zhao Xian carefully observe them after being surrounded by these 7 tents. When Zhao Xian discovered that these strange black tents were agglomerated from the Great Way, even with Zhao Xian's mental strength as a Do-Di, his expression involuntarily changed drastically. At the same time, his mouth involuntarily let out a loud exclamation. This is the Great Way. How is this possible? The emotions in Zhao Xian's heart immediately became difficult to control when he recognized that this was the Great Way. No matter how he thought about it, he could not imagine how a Bandi-class brat could control the Great Way. The strength of the Great Way was ethereal and difficult to find. Even a Do-Di-class expert might not be able to comprehend it. There were even quite a number of experts who were similarly helpless in the face of the strength of the Great Way despite having a cultivation that far exceeded that of an ordinary Do-Di. The power of the Great Path was different from the ordinary powers in the world. There was no shortcut to controlling the power of the Great Path other than using one's heart to comprehend it. Of course, the difficulty of comprehending the power of the Great Path also made it even more powerful. This also drove even more people crazy. Generally speaking, those who were able to control the Great Path energy were super strong people who had at least reached the Do-Di class. This was because using the strength of the Great Way exhausted one's Do-Chi. Only a Do-Di was able to use the strength of the Great Way for a long period of time. As for a Bandi, forget about Do-Chi. At the very least, there had never been news of a Bandi controlling the strength of the Great Way on the continent. Haha, nothing is impossible. If you insist on being so stubborn, then I can only say that you are ignorant and inexperienced. Seeing the expression of disbelief on Zhao Xian's face, Xiao Yan coldly smiled and spoke with a face full of ridicule. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the expression on Zhao Xian's face did not calm down because of this. Instead, it became even more serious. Only at this moment did Zhao Xian truly discover that the strength that Xiao Yan possessed was far stronger than he had imagined. After all, Zhao Xian had never grasped the power of the Great Path. Who exactly are you? Being surrounded by the 7 tents, Zhao Xian only felt his entire body turn icy cold. An aura of death had unknowingly enveloped Zhao Xian's body. Zhao Xian's heart was filled with fear. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched intensely with unwillingness. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyebrows twitched slightly. Immediately, his gaze flickered slightly as he parted his mouth and smiled. Xiao Yan, a nameless person from the Do-Chi continent. Following Xiao Yan's words, the expression on Zhao Xian's face suddenly stiffened. The shock in his heart could no longer be easily described with words. That's right. No matter who it was, after hearing these words, they would likely feel disbelief. Perhaps, in the origin martial continent, some people had already forgotten that name that could not be taken seriously. The Do-Chi continent was a continent that had not had any experts for thousands of years. Gradually, it had become a distant history in the hearts of some people. In the hearts of most people in the origin martial continent, the Do-Chi continent had perhaps long been considered an abandoned continent. Regarding this point, even the former Zhao Xian was no exception. However, today, a black-robed young man carrying a heavy ruler was standing in the western region of the origin martial continent with such an arrogant attitude. Even though he had provoked various factions, he still had a fearless expression on his face. Who would believe that he, Xiao Yan, was actually from the abandoned continent that everyone thought was a barren land? Xiao Yan completely ignored the shocked expression that was revealed on Zhao Xian's face. He beckoned with his large hand and the dark black heavy Xian ruler once again landed in Xiao Yan's hand. The tip of the ruler descended. At the same time that it rubbed against the air intensely, it emitted a chi-chi sound of breaking air. A strong wind pressure carried a hurricane that swept across the sky. After being slightly startled, Zhao Xian recovered. What he faced was Xiao Yan's heavy ruler. Mr. Xiao Yan, do you really have to kill me? Feeling the bloody aura coming from the heavy ruler's blade, Zhao Xian's illusory eyes abruptly shrunk. He paused for a moment before opening his mouth to speak in a hoarse voice. Didn't you say that the fight between us was actually a misunderstanding from the start? Since that is the case, there is no need for you to say so much nonsense. If you have any other techniques, you can just use them all. No matter how much you say, you will not be able to avoid death. Before Zhao Xian's words sounded, Xiao Yan let out a faint cold laugh. At the same time, the huge ruler that was tightly clenched in his hand was suddenly waved. As a huge force surged, a whistling sound of rushing wind also sounded beside Zhao Xian's ear. A cold snort that was filled with resentment was emitted from Zhao Xian's mouth while his expression changed. Xiao Yan, even if this venerable self were to fight to the death today, I will definitely make you pay the price in blood. As the cold and vicious cry was emitted, Zhao Xian's illusory body suddenly trembled intensely. At the same time, a crazy and strange suction force was suddenly emitted from within Zhao Xian's body at this moment. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed. When the suction force was emitted, he was actually shocked to feel that the spiritual strength within his body was actually being torn apart by that strange suction force. Immediately after, an earth-shaking stern cry was suddenly emitted from Zhao Xian's mouth. Human rank soul skill, soul amplifying technique. Chapter 565. Human class soul skill, soul amplifying skill. A frightening suction force was suddenly emitted from Zhao Xian's body the moment this vicious cry was emitted from his mouth. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily changed in the face of this frightening suction force. A deep shock involuntarily surged into his heart. Xiao Yan only felt that the spiritual strength he had unleashed in this world was being pulled by that strange suction force without his control when the suction force was emitted. Soon after, it was forcefully sucked into Zhao Xian's body in front of Xiao Yan's extremely shocked eyes. Moreover, this suction force seemed to specialize in spiritual strength. In the blink of an eye, it had already forcefully swallowed quite a lot of Xiao Yan's spiritual origin energy. Each time a wisp of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength left his control, an intense tearing pain would be transmitted from Xiao Yan's mind. That kind of intense pain, as though his soul was being forcefully torn apart, caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face to swiftly become distorted. At the same time, a paleness had truly surged onto Xiao Yan's face, unlike the disguise he had put on earlier. Damn it, this strange Do skill is actually able to forcefully swallow another person's spiritual strength and turn it into one's own. Xiao Yan forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from deep within his soul. The huge ruler in his hand trembled along with Xiao Yan's body. His unusually distorted face revealed the seriousness and pain in Xiao Yan's heart at this moment. It was unexpected that Zhao Xian was still able to unleash such a frightening Do skill even though he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Helpless, Xiao Yan could only withdraw some distance. Only then did the frightening suction force that covered Xiao Yan's body lessen. Hey, human class soul skill. It is really unexpected that a 2-star Do D is actually able to obtain a soul skill of such a class. Unfortunately, this Do skill is too strange and does not follow the human path. It is destined to only be practiced by someone with such extreme thoughts. While Xiao Yan's expression was grave, Guyu, who was within his body, emitted a somewhat regretful voice. Xiao Yan's expression paused when he heard this. A joy immediately surged into his heart. Fortunately, Guyu had finally spoken at this critical moment. Old Gu, do you know how to deal with this fellow's soul skill? It will likely be troublesome if this fellow is allowed to continue. Brat, you must not underestimate any elite Do D. Even if the other party's body is seriously injured, the strength that he can erupt with is often much more frightening than you can imagine. This point is just like when they look at you. Xiao Yan's words were met with ridicule from Guyu. Xiao Yan bitterly laughed in his heart upon hearing this. He involuntarily revealed a smile on his face as he hurriedly opened his mouth to Guyu. His voice was a little anxious as he spoke. Old Gu, I will pay attention to what you have said in the future. However, the most important thing now is to deal with this fellow. Otherwise, I might really end up being dragged to my death by this fellow. Although a soul skill might not be easy to deal with, this fellow is merely a 2-star Do D. No matter how one puts it, the spiritual strength that he possesses cannot be compared with yours. If it was any other time, it would naturally be quite difficult for you to defeat him. However, this fellow is currently in a spiritual state. His strength has been reduced by at least 80%. This soul skill might be a human class soul skill, but regardless of how strong the soul skill is, the strength of the user is the most important. You should be aware of this point. With your current spiritual strength and the help of the heavenly flame, it should not be difficult for you to break his soul skill. Guyu appeared to be unconcerned about the frightening aura that Zhao Xian had displayed at this moment. From his tone, there seemed to be a faint disdain contained within it. Xiao Yan appeared to have suddenly seen the light in his heart when he heard this. Indeed, he had only noticed how frightening this human-class soul skill was. However, he had forgotten that the current Zhao Xian was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Perhaps this soul skill might be quite powerful against others, but it was impossible for it to cause any substantial harm to Xiao Yan, who had the protection of a heavenly flame. Xiao Yan had simply placed too much importance on this soul skill. What should I do now? Should I forcefully break his soul skill? Xiao Yan's eyes were sharp as he stared at Zhao Xian. His hand gradually tightened its grip on the ruler's handle, emitting a creaking sound. No, however, Guyu's words caused Xiao Yan's body, which was just about to move, to suddenly be startled. His face, which had just recovered its cold expression, quickly became stunned. No. Not only should you not forcefully attack, but you should also give your spiritual strength to him so that he can devour it. Guyu's subsequent words caused Xiao Yan to be even more stunned. What kind of plan was this? Not only was he not going to deal with Zhao Xian, but he was even going to give his spiritual strength to him to devour. You can relax and just give it to him. However, you must first merge your heavenly flame into your soul. Guyu laughed. The meaning behind his words caused Xiao Yan's eyes to brighten. You seem to have thought of something. Old Gu, do you mean? Haha, just do as I say. I believe that you will definitely obtain quite a good harvest. Although this method might be a little overboard, isn't this old fellow's method even more vicious? Xiao Yan finally parted his mouth and smiled in his heart after hearing this. At the same time, his dark black eyes were slowly lifted. A thought passed through his mind and a brilliant heavenly flame immediately rose from deep within his dark black eyes. Brilliant. Wisps of heavenly flames quietly surged out of the pores all over Xiao Yan's body under Xiao Yan's control. They merged with the spiritual strength that had spread around Xiao Yan's body. With the integration of the heavenly flames, the wild wind, which was tearing at Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, was significantly cut off. Xiao Yan coldly smiled when he sensed this change. A thought passed through his mind and an invisible spiritual strength quickly spread. Its target was Zhao Xian. Haha, since you wish to devour my spiritual strength, I will allow you to devour it to your heart's content. Xiao Yan coldly laughed in his heart. He took a step forward and slowly walked toward Zhao Xian while holding the heavy ruler in front of Zhao Xian's surprised eyes. Zhao Xian involuntarily felt a surprise in his heart when he saw that Xiao Yan had suddenly neither dodged nor dodged. Instead, he walked toward him. Soon after, waves of majestic spiritual strength swiftly swarmed into Zhao Xian's body as the strange suction force surged out of his body. Zhao Xian let out a surprised cry in his heart. Soon after, the expression on his face became ferocious. He bared his teeth and looked at Xiao Yan. His face was filled with a ferocious smile as he laughed out loud. Ahaha. Xiao Yan, you are really seeking your own death. You clearly know that this venerable self will devour your spiritual strength, yet you still dare to step forward. You are like a moth to a flame. Soul-amplifying skill, devour him. Ahaha. However, the eyes that Xiao Yan used to look at the latter did not reveal the slightest ripple in the face of this. Although Xiao Yan's expression had swiftly turned pale due to the loss of his spiritual strength, Xiao Yan also knew that he would sooner or later take back everything that he had lost. Moreover, at that time, the things that he would take back would be even greater than this. Chapter 566. Wild winds howled angrily in the vast and empty sky. The ferocious hurricane was just like a huge beast that could destroy everything as it wantonly rampaged across the sky. The howling wind swept across the land, causing the entire land to tremble in fear under this frightening pressure. Unknowingly, the sun disappeared. No one knew whether it was because the sun had set or because even the sky was escaping. At the center of this hurricane, a somewhat illusionary human figure was ferociously wearing an extremely frightening densely white face. The corners of his mouth were lifted to reveal a bloodthirsty and cruel smile. Both of his arms danced as his palms crazily grabbed at the surrounding empty space. It was as though he wished that he could stuff all the spiritual strength around him into his body. Although his face was still as pale as paper, the incomparably abundant energy within his body caused the current Zhao Xian's heart to become even crazier. This was especially so when he saw Xiao Yan, whose face was even paler than his own. Zhao Xian felt extremely carefree in his heart. In his eyes, the current Xiao Yan was likely already a dead person. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yan, to think that this venerable self thought so highly of you. You did not expect that the consequences of being careless would be death, right? The ferocious expression on Zhao Xian's face appeared extremely frightening as he watched Xiao Yan, who was still stubbornly walking towards him with great difficulty. At the same time that a ferocious laughter was emitted from his mouth, a thought passed through his mind. The originally turbulent and frightening suction force within his body became even more frightening at this moment. As an even more frightening suction force crazily surged out from within Zhao Xian's body, the spiritual strength that enveloped Zhao Xian's body seemed to have found an outlet to pour out. It transformed into an invisible wave that swiftly poured into Zhao Xian's body as though it had been enlightened. As these spiritual strength continued to pour in, the aura on Zhao Xian's body also rapidly soared. At the same time, an invisible and vast spiritual strength pressure also spread out from within Zhao Xian's body. Under this frightening spiritual strength pressure, even the empty space around Zhao Xian's body was actually forcefully torn apart, forming numerous dark black spatial cracks. Ha 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 ha, you are indeed worthy of being an alchemist. The strength of your spiritual strength is really not something that an ordinary person can compare with. Closing his eyes slightly, Zhao Xiangao raised his head and spoke slowly with an expression of enjoyment. After devouring Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, Zhao Xian's condition rapidly recovered. His body was almost filled with spiritual strength, causing Zhao Xian to involuntarily let out a long sigh of relief. Afterwards, he slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan again with a vicious smile. His white eyes revealed a cruel bloodthirst. Originally, the demigod intended to perish together with you. However, from the looks of it now, there is no need for that. Ah! Zhao Xian's eyes greedily watched Xiao Yan opposite him, whose qi had become increasingly weak. The bloodthirsty smile that appeared on the corner of his mouth was even more glaring. Quickly following this, Zhao Xian once again opened his mouth and laughed savagely. Now, I intend to devour all of your soul energy. Ah! The sinister laughter was like the hiss of a malicious spirit, piercing one's eardrums. At the same time, the suction force in Zhao Xian's body became even more turbulent. In the end, the space around him was unable to withstand the crazy tearing of the suction force. It was forcefully torn into pieces, turning into a pitch-black and endless space. Cough cough. Coughing violently a few times, Xiao Yan only felt that his entire body was no longer listening to his commands. Every step he took and landed would cause Xiao Yan's body to tremble incessantly. Although Xiao Yan's body was still standing steadily in the air, the loss of spiritual strength in his body caused Xiao Yan to unknowingly lose a lot of control over his body. At this moment, Xiao Yan was like a soul in a bottle. Any of his actions would cause the bottle to shake left and right. However, this caused Xiao Yan, who was in the bottle, to feel even more uneasy. Cough cough. Until a certain moment, when Xiao Yan once again stabilized his body with great difficulty, his footsteps, which should have continued forward, stopped at this moment. Seeing this, Zhao Xian first raised his eyebrows slightly. Soon after, a cold smile appeared on his face as he laughed sinisterly. Haha, are you finally unable to endure any longer? Xiao Yan, looks like you are ultimately still something that belongs to this venerable self. This life of yours should belong to this venerable self. Ah! The instant his voice sounded, the expression on Zhao Xian's face suddenly became ferocious. His solidified foot suddenly stomped on the air, and the surging spiritual strength immediately shattered the space under his feet. At the same time, Zhao Xian's body instantly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. His right hand turned into a claw, and his entire body looked down from above as he viciously clawed at Xiao Yan's head. Cuff, aren't you celebrating too early? However, at this moment Xiao Yan, whose face was incomparably pale, trembled slightly as he spat out a sentence with great difficulty. Hearing this, Zhao Xian's heart was filled with a cold smile. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually dare to say such shameless words at such a time. Qi, surging spiritual strength swiftly gathered on Zhao Xian's right claw. A terrifying pressure swept across the entire sky. Wherever the claw passed, the space instantly collapsed. Numerous invisible forces continuously shot above the space. The terrifying wind pressure was like a large blade that first landed on Xiao Yan's forehead. In an instant, fresh blood gushed out from Xiao Yan's forehead as though it was free of charge. However, due to the fact that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was currently extremely weak, Xiao Yan did not notice this ordinary feeling at all. In the next instant, Zhao Xian's claw, which was wrapped in surging spiritual strength, had already arrived a few inches above Xiao Yan's head. At this moment, Xiao Yan's entire body was covered with hundreds of wounds of various sizes. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain, completely dyeing Xiao Yan into a bloody person. Haha, you can't blame me for today's matter. You can only blame yourself for this. You were too greedy. Bang. Soon after, when Zhao Xian's claw was about to land on Xiao Yan's head, an intense bang, like a balloon bursting, suddenly resounded across the sky. At the same time, Zhao Xian's claw, which was about to land, instantly froze in midair. The greed and bloodthirstiness in Zhao Xian's pair of densely white eyes swiftly disappeared. What replaced it was a soulless emptiness. How can this be? When the last sentence that was filled with extreme unwillingness was emitted from his mouth, a cluster of pink-colored flames swiftly surged out from within Zhao Xian's body in front of Xiao Yan. At the same time, there was another cluster of invisible heavenly flame, mixed within this flame. It was the combination of the two that was able to completely wipe out Zhao Xian's consciousness in such a short instant. As the heavenly flame surged out, Zhao Xian's originally solid body swiftly became illusory. A wave of wild suction force once again surged out from Zhao Xian's abdomen, gathering all of the spiritual strength that Zhao Xian had unleashed earlier in an instant. Cough cough, haha, you even dare to randomly swallow my spiritual strength. Zhao Xian, is it you or me who is like a moth flying into a flame? Chapter 567. The curtain-like pitch-black night sky gradually emitted specks of starlight following Zhao Xian's death. The originally pressuring atmosphere that covered the sky also became relaxed. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan slowly lift his head. His pitch-black eyes looked at the distant sky above his head, at the resplendent galaxy filled with stars. Oh, is the sky already dark? A trace of surprise flashed deep within Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes. His battle with Zhao Xian had unknowingly lasted for an entire day. Although this process was a little more difficult than Xiao Yan had originally imagined, it was fortunate that Guyu was beside him. Hence, today's matter could be considered a daunting experience without any danger. Xiao Yan let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. His tense nerves finally relaxed at this moment. However, soon after, Xiao Yan once again forcefully braced himself. Many glints shot out from deep within his eyes as his eyes slowly shifted downwards. Finally, they landed on a cream-white cluster of light that was suspended in front of him. This cluster of light was Zhao Xian's spiritual essence, which had been completely refined by the heavenly flame from the inside out. Of course, it did not only contain Zhao Xian's own spiritual strength, but it also merged with nearly all of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. It was also because of this that Xiao Yan was able to instantly eliminate Zhao Xian's consciousness within such a short period of time. At this moment, after this cluster of spiritual essence had been refined by the heavenly flame, all that was left was the purest spiritual essence energy. The purity of this kind of spiritual essence was sufficient for anyone to easily refine it without leaving any residual effects. However, the only difference was that Zhao Xian's spiritual essence had been destroyed by Xiao Yan, causing his spiritual essence to be more or less exhausted. Hence, even though Xiao Yan was able to completely absorb this cluster of spiritual essence in front of him, he could only use most of it. Hu! Xiao Yan once again exhaled a long breath. However, he was not in a hurry to devour the spiritual essence in front of him. Instead, he forcefully supported his body and allowed himself to sit cross-legged in the empty space. No matter what, Xiao Yan needed to recover some of his physical strength at this moment. Otherwise, any haste for success might result in an irreversible change in the end result. The spiritual essence in front of him was extremely attractive to the current Xiao Yan, but Xiao Yan clearly understood that it was impossible for him to easily refine such an enormous spiritual essence energy in his current condition. In order to avoid any mistakes, it was worth it even if he had to delay a little more time. In the blink of an eye, night was about to fall. Faint fluorescent light quietly covered the entire land like a layer of frost. Another day had quietly arrived. When the first ray of morning light landed on Xiao Yan's eyelids, Xiao Yan seemed to have sensed something. His eyelids trembled slightly before he slowly opened them. An entire night of training did not allow Xiao Yan's pale face to recover much. After all, what Xiao Yan's body was lacking at this moment was spiritual strength. It was not something that could be easily made up for with some dou qi. Although this was the case, it was already sufficient to allow Xiao Yan to have the ability to devour those spiritual essences. Xiao Yan exhaled faintly. His dark black eyes once again stared intently at the spiritual essence in front of him. Although the aura in his body was still weak, a fiery heat involuntarily appeared deep within Xiao Yan's eyes at this moment. Other than the spiritual strength that he originally possessed, he wondered if his spiritual strength would be able to reach the level of a rank 3 alchemist if he devoured and refined Zhao Xian's spiritual essence. Of course, this was merely Xiao Yan's subjective assumption. After all, the spiritual strength required to reach the level of a rank 3 alchemist was extremely enormous. With the experience of Guyu lending his spiritual strength, Xiao Yan knew that this spiritual strength alone was not enough to allow him to reach the level of a rank 3 alchemist. Moreover, as an alchemist, having a powerful spiritual strength was the first requirement. However, alchemy skills would still more or less give Xiao Yan, who had never come into contact with a rank 3 medicinal pill, a great amount of pressure. After all, the difficulty of refining a rank 3 medicinal pill was far greater than that of a rank 2 medicinal pill. In order to refine a rank 3 medicinal pill, not only did one have to rely on a powerful spiritual strength, but one also had to test an alchemist's superb control over flames. Xiao Yan sat in the empty space. The fiery heat that had risen in his heart had swept away all the exhaustion in his body. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face was pale, but his mental state was exceptionally good. This was mostly due to the milky white spiritual essence in front of him. A thought passed through his mind, and the spiritual bead in Xiao Yan's mind immediately trembled slightly. At the same time, the spiritual essence floating in front of Xiao Yan also moved. It seemed to be attracted by something as it approached Xiao Yan's body. The spiritual essence was the size of a football. Wisps of mist-like lines spread out from it and intertwined in front of Xiao Yan's chest. After which, they passed through the black robe that Xiao Yan was wearing, entered his skin and reached the core of his soul. Ugh! As the first wisp of spiritual essence poured into his soul, Xiao Yan's seated body involuntarily trembled slightly. At the same time, the muscles on his face trembled slightly, and he could not help but release a comfortable moan. Next, the wisps of spiritual essence were like many separated branches. They first separated, then intertwined and gathered. Finally, they poured into Xiao Yan's body. The spiritual essence that Xiao Yan had exhausted a day ago was swiftly being absorbed and refined in this seemingly slow but hurried manner. Xiao Yan's spiritual essence was swiftly recovered. Unknowingly, a day once again quietly flowed by from the tip of Xiao Yan's finger. The spiritual strength that Xiao Yan lacked within his body had already been completely recovered. Xiao Yan's expression had also turned from its initial pale and bloodless state to a sleek redness. There was also an invisible pressure that was faintly being emitted from Xiao Yan's body, causing one to not dare underestimate it. Under this continuous refinement, the spiritual essence floating in front of Xiao Yan gradually grew from the size of a football to the size of a fist on the evening of the second day. In the end, it transformed into a thumb-sized milky white light spot that was completely absorbed by Xiao Yan, who, after 2 full days of refinement, the cluster of spiritual essence in front of Xiao Yan was finally completely absorbed. At this moment, the spiritual strength that Xiao Yan possessed in his body had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Even though it was far from comparable to a rank 3 alchemist, it was likely that this level of spiritual strength was comparable to that of Su Songming. Chapter 568. When Xiao Yan once again opened his eyes, he saw a blood-red sun surrounded by a large cluster of burning clouds. It was like an overlord that had just retreated from the battlefield. The entire world knelt before it as it slowly stepped down to the west. Following the sunset, those towering mountains that were kneeling on the ground seemed to have buried their heads even deeper. A dark black shadow was left behind on this vast land. At this moment, it seemed that even those magical beasts that were hidden in the dark were quietly and respectfully sending off this blood-colored overlord. Little did they know that with the setting of the sun, this was only the beginning of another battle. Xiao Yan disdained the dark, cold atmosphere that was gradually covering the sky. Instead, he used his mind to observe the interior of his body and carefully investigated the soul bead within his mind, which had already swelled many times larger than its original size. The increase in the size of the soul bead was also a kind of affirmation of the strength of an alchemist's spiritual strength. However, Xiao Yan's heart was not very satisfied when he saw the soul bead that was currently suspended in his mind, which was many times larger than before. It was unexpected that his spiritual strength had yet to touch the barrier of a rank 3 alchemist after refining the spiritual essence of an elite Do-Di. This involuntarily caused Xiao Yan to feel a little disappointed. However, Xiao Yan had only considered his own thoughts. He did not think about what other alchemists would think if they were to sense the thoughts in Xiao Yan's heart. Within a short 2 days, his spiritual strength had swiftly soared from the level of a rank 2 middle-stage alchemist to the level of a rank 2 late-stage alchemist. This kind of frightening growth speed would cause anyone who saw it to involuntarily let out a sigh. Instead, it was Xiao Yan who actually felt dissatisfaction in his heart. "Tis you little fellow. You should be satisfied. You have already grown to such an extent, yet you are still not satisfied. If the other rank 2 alchemists were to know of this, they would definitely kill you." Xiao Yan's heart stilled. Only then did he smile in an embarrassed manner. After which, he joked with Guyu in his body, Old Gu, you are being too serious. Old Bone, aren't your words a bit too heavy? They're tier 2 alchemists at any rate. Even if they're unwilling in their hearts, how could they make a move to kill me? It's true that you're a tier 2 alchemist, but a tier 2 alchemist as young as you? I'm afraid that you can't even find a few in the entire continent. If those old fellows knew what you're thinking in your heart right now, even if they don't kill you just based on their man-eating gazes, it's enough to make you suffer. Gu coldly mocked. Xiao Yan was involuntarily startled. He quietly imagined a scene where a large group of tier 2 alchemists surrounded him and looked at him with strange eyes. Even with Xiao Yan's mental fortitude, he still involuntarily shivered when he thought of this. That kind of scene was quite horrifying. After recovering, Xiao Yan stopped thinking about it. In any case, no matter what he thought, how could those old fellows know that Xiao Yan could no longer resist trying out the enormous spiritual strength that he had just refined? A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind, and the dark black soul bead within his mind immediately began to tremble. It emitted a buzzing sound in an invisible manner. At the same time, a majestic spiritual strength immediately swept out. Xiao Yan turned his gaze and immediately aimed it at a towering mountain peak. The entire mountain peak could be said to be an extremely eye-catching existence within the nearby mountain range. Therefore, Xiao Yan aimed his gaze at it at a glance. Go! After this word sounded in Xiao Yan's heart, an invisible spiritual pillar carried an extremely frightening aura and pressure as it cut through the empty space in the blink of an eye. Even though the spiritual strength was untraceable, it still emitted a deafening sonic boom when it cut through the empty space. Soon after, one could hear an earth-shaking bang. That majestic mountain peak had been forcefully severed from top to bottom by Xiao Yan's spiritual pillar. The entire mountain peak was also separated to the two sides, leaving behind a 100,000-foot-tall cliff that connected the sky and the earth at the middle of the mountain peak. With just a single strike, a towering mountain peak was forcefully split into two. Wherever the spiritual pillar passed, a smooth mirror-like crack was left behind on the mountain peak. Hiss! Even Xiao Yan himself involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when he saw this scene. Xiao Yan had used less than 1,000th of his spiritual strength in the attack just now. Even though this was the case, the strength that he had displayed was still frighteningly strong. This level of spiritual strength was likely sufficient to allow Xiao Yan to easily fight against an ordinary bandit without using Do Qi. Just thinking about this caused Xiao Yan's heart to involuntarily feel a fiery heat. If even his spiritual strength was strong to such an extent, he might even be able to fight against an ordinary elite Do Di if his Do Qi was added. Disish brat, don't be too optimistic. The old me has already told you not to underestimate any Do Di. Even if it is a seriously injured Do Di, you must not underestimate him. Otherwise there might not be anyone who will help you the next time. However, Guyu, who was within Xiao Yan's body, once again poured a basin of cold water over him when this crazy thought rose in his heart. This caused Xiao Yan, who had yet to go down the wrong path, to swiftly wake up. Xiao Yan could only smile in an embarrassed manner after hearing Guyu's words. He understood in his heart that Guyu had said these words for his own good. Hence, regardless of what the other party said, Xiao Yan could only try his best to reflect on himself. He did not doubt the other party's words. After all, given Guyu's strength, there was no need for him to lie to him. Moreover, Zhao Xian's example had perfectly verified Guyu's words. Xiao Yan withdrew the spiritual strength that he had spread out. He flipped his hand and a snow-white storage ring appeared in his palm. This storage ring was the storage ring that originally belonged to Zhao Xian. However, now that Zhao Xian had completely turned into dust, this storage ring naturally belonged to Xiao Yan. After Zhao Xian's death, the spiritual imprint that originally covered the storage ring quietly disappeared. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was able to easily pour into it. When Xiao Yan had just poured his spiritual strength into the storage ring in his hand, a thread of undetectable glint flashed deep within Xiao Yan's eyes. Soon after, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength poured into the storage ring and left behind his spiritual imprint. All the items within the storage ring appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately revealed an extremely excited expression when he saw the dazzling array of treasures in front of him. An elite Do Di was indeed extraordinary. The collection within this storage ring was not something that an ordinary bandit could compare with. Most of the Qi methods, Do skills, and some natural treasures were treasures that could move Xiao Yan's heart. This was especially the case after he saw many of the medicinal ingredients that he could use to refine the Ice Spirit Pill and the Bodhi Returning Pill. Xiao Yan felt an incomparable joy in his heart. It must be said that he had gained a lot this time around. Chapter 569. Looking around the space within the storage ring, The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes became increasingly excited. When his gaze shifted, a white jade box also appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. Extreme Transformation Pill. As the jade box that contained the Extreme Transformation Pill was relatively special, Xiao Yan had also paid more attention to it when he was in the auction house. At this moment he recognized it at a glance. The thing that was contained within this jade box was naturally the Extreme Transformation Pill. In the outside world, when Xiao Yan withdrew his mind, a thought passed through his mind and the jade box appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. Although they were separated by the jade box, Xiao Yan was still able to smell the pill fragrance that seeped out from within. Immediately, a cool feeling surged into Xiao Yan's limbs and bones, causing him to feel extremely refreshed. It is indeed worthy of being a Tier 4 medicinal pill. Even the pill fragrance possesses such a dense medicinal strength. It is really unbelievable. After letting out an exclamation in his mouth, Xiao Yan ceased hesitating and opened the lid of the jade box. Immediately, a dense cloud-like pill fragrance swiftly spread out from the interior of the jade box. It surrounded Xiao Yan's body and gradually spread out. The pill fragrance spread and the sight in front of Xiao Yan's eyes was temporarily blocked. Xiao Yan smiled slightly in the face of this. A brilliant flame immediately surged from deep within his eyes. Immediately, the pill fragrance in front of his eyes was pushed aside by an invisible strength. The pill fragrance scattered and the medicinal pill within the jade box also appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. The dense white medicinal pill was like an ice crystal lying within the jade box. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, Xiao Yan seemed to be able to sense the powerful medicinal strength contained within this medicinal pill. TSK, just such a small medicinal pill is actually able to make up for a few hundred years of training time for an elite Dodi. No wonder they would not hesitate to use such a great price to exchange for it. His mouth once again exclaimed in surprise. However, when the words from Xiao Yan's mouth sounded, the corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile. Although this extreme transformation pill was quite valuable and those elite Dodi had spent all their money, it still ended up in his hands. Who could have imagined such an outcome? Xiao Yan's lingering gaze paused on the medicinal pill within the jade box for a long time. However, in the end he still kept it. The principle of not revealing one's wealth was something that Xiao Yan also understood. Even though there was no one else in his surroundings at this moment, who knew if this pill fragrance would attract some strong person's attention? After keeping the medicinal pill, Xiao Yan did not stop. His dark black eyes slightly rotated. With a thought of Xiao Yan's mind, threads of dark black energy gathered around him. Immediately, under Zhao's control. Next it is time to take a look at this. Haha. Xiao Yan revealed an excited expression on his face. His eyes immediately swept over the 7 tents in front of him. After which, he carefully observed the 7 tents in front of him. A moment later, Xiao Yan, who originally had an amazed expression, began to knit his brows tightly. A puzzled expression surged onto his face. Although he could clearly sense that the great Tao strength that he controlled had greatly increased, there did not seem to be any other difference other than being able to form an additional tent. Elder Gu, do you know what's going on? Helpless, Xiao Yan could only seek help from Guyu. After all, the only person who could answer all of his questions was Guyu. Brat, everyone says that it is not easy to train in the great Tao strength. However, from the looks of it, it does not appear that you have much difficulty. Xiao Yan was immediately startled when a somewhat teasing voice was transmitted over. He could not help but raise his eyebrows and ask. Old Gu, do you mean? Let's not talk about the 7th tent. Let's talk about the first 6 tents. Do you know that even some people who have comprehended the great Tao strength for a long time might not be able to form 6 tents? Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened when he heard this. While he was surprised in his heart, Guyu continued to speak. Everyone knows that it is not easy to comprehend the great Tao strength. However, they do not know that it is even more difficult to train in the great Tao strength. A white light immediately rose from the surface of Xiao Yan's body after his words sounded. Soon after, Guyu's figure shot out from Xiao Yan's body and stood in the void in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows when he saw this. However, he did not speak. Guyu's deep eyes landed on the 7 tents in front of him. Normally speaking, those who have just comprehended the power of the way are usually able to use the power of the way to condense a tent. Of course, normally speaking, they can only condense 1 strand. As for 2 or 3, it means that they have a decent aptitude for comprehending the power of the way. As for more, it means that they have a great aptitude for comprehending the power of the way. Talent? Isn't it said that the great Tao strength can only be comprehended through pure comprehension? Why is there a talent? Xiao Yan could not help but be startled when he heard the so-called talent in comprehending. After which, he lifted his head to look at Guyu and asked with a frown. That is true. The great Tao strength can only be increased by relying on one's comprehension. However, whether one can comprehend it or not also depends on one's innate condition. This is certain. Otherwise, how could there be so many people who are unable to comprehend the great Tao strength? The reason for this is one's innate condition. In other words, one's talent. Xiao Yan nodded when he heard this. However, there was still some confusion on his face. If this was the case, the training of the great Tao strength was not much different from Doqi. The only difference was that it was a different method. Guyu seemed to have sensed the doubt in Xiao Yan's heart. He moved his feet and arrived in front of a tent. He extended 2 fingers, twisted his wrist, and pressed on the tent in front of him. At the same time, Guyu continued to speak. The so-called innate condition is like your background. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly shifted the moment Guyu attacked. At the same time, Guyu's voice was transmitted into his ear. Some people have noble backgrounds. The faction they belong to is the #1 superfaction on the continent the moment they are born. Not only will this person's future path be smooth and worry-free, but they will also have supreme chi methods and do skills to practice. On the other hand, some people might die the moment they are born. This is the innate condition. Guyu's 2 fingers violently pressed on the tent in front of him after his words sounded. Immediately, circular intense ripples spread from the tent. Even the surrounding empty space began to ripple. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly on the other side. Soon after, he saw a dense white light suddenly flicker at the spot where Guyu's fingers touched his tent. Immediately, a circular dense white flame ripple swept out. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into a fire tent. This is Great Tao of Fire. Chapter 570. Yes. Hearing Xiao Yan's low voice, the old man's tone did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He hurriedly nodded heavily at Xiao Yan. If the black-robed young man in front of him was really a rank 3 alchemist, then just the latter's identity was enough to make him bow and bend his knees. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily flickered slightly. A wave of joy immediately rose from the bottom of his heart. Although Xiao Yan did not know exactly what kind of things were described on the list within the word, have, at the very least it gave Xiao Yan some hope. Finally, after searching bitterly for a month, the heavens did not disappoint those who persevered, allowing Xiao Yan to witness the results. Of course, even though Xiao Yan was extremely surprised in his heart, he still revealed an indifferent expression on his face, causing others to be unable to tell what exactly Xiao Yan was feeling in his heart at this moment. This point also caused the old man in front of Xiao Yan's eyes to focus slightly. He could not help but be secretly surprised in his heart. He did not expect that this black-robed young man in front of him not only had great ability, but even his temperament was also so calm. He did not show his emotions on his face. This kind of person was the most terrifying because one would never be able to see through the other party's face. Yes. How many types do you have? His pitch-black eyes flickered slightly. Xiao Yan pretended to be calm as he opened his mouth to ask once again. Hearing this, the old man withdrew his pair of turbid old eyes, which were originally staring at Xiao Yan's face. He paused for a moment before respectfully cupping his hands toward Xiao Yan in an apologetic manner. Only then did he let out a dry laugh and said with an apologetic face, "Brother Xiao Yan, you are the one who has been waiting for a long time. Sir, because the value of these things that you need is too high, even my 4-way pavilion is unable to gather all of them. Currently, my 4-way pavilion only has 3 types of medicinal ingredients in stock. As for the rest, my 4-way pavilion does not have them." At the end of his words, the old man's face involuntarily revealed an apologetic expression. He gently shook his head at Xiao Yan and frowned slightly as he spoke. Facing a rank 3 alchemist, the old man's heart was incomparably nervous. After all, this kind of person was someone that even a Do-Di had to greet with a smiling face. If he did not receive him well, forget about how the black-robed young man in front of him would treat him. Once this matter was known by the upper echelons of the clan, it was likely that he would also be banished from the clan. Thinking until this point, the old man's expression became even more respectful. Even his breathing had become careful. Seeing the old man reveal this manner, Xiao Yan's expression was unconcerned. However, in his heart he immediately felt a wild joy at this moment. Xiao Yan originally thought that even if he could find the things that he wanted in this 4-way pavilion, there would at most be 1 or 2 types. After all, it was just as the old man in front of him had said. The things that Xiaoyan needed could be called priceless treasures. It was impossible for an ordinary faction to possess them. Even if they did, there would only be one type. Moreover, it would be the type that would be completely hidden away. It was impossible for an outsider to know about it, much less take it out and openly sell it. However, the answer that the old man gave Xiaoyan caused Xiaoyan's heart to be filled with joy and incomparable surprise. However, from this, Xiaoyan could also see that this so-called four-way pavilion was likely not some ordinary faction. Otherwise, how would it be possible for it to possess the three types of medicinal ingredients on Xiaoyan's list at the same time? Those medicinal ingredients? Xiaoyan's hands were behind his back. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the old man in front of him. As he spoke, his hands, which were behind his back and covered by his sleeves, slowly clenched together. The emotions in his heart gradually became nervous. When the old man saw that Xiaoyan had opened his mouth again, a smile hurriedly appeared on his old face. He hurriedly said, "Sir, the medicinal ingredients that you want are currently in our four-way pavilion. Haha, I will order someone to bring them over." At the same time the old man's words sounded, he swiftly called an attendant forward. Under Xiaoyan's gaze, the old man's face carried a solemn expression as he spoke a few words to the attendant by the side. After ordering him to go and return quickly, he turned his eyes to Xiaoyan with a face full of smiles. He cupped his hands together and said with a smile, "It will take some time for the medicinal ingredients to be brought over. During this period of time, Sir can still take a look around. Other than the medicinal ingredients on your list, our pavilion also has other high-tier medicinal ingredients. If Sir takes a fancy to them, feel free to pick them." When he said this, the old man's face could not help but reveal a confident expression. Very obviously, he also had quite a lot of confidence in the items in his four-way pavilion, even if the black-robed young man in front of him was a rank 3 alchemist. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes flickered slightly. His heart could not help but move slightly. When Xiaoyan had just arrived on the second floor, he had already smelled an extremely rich medicinal fragrance from the air. This smell was extremely familiar to Xiaoyan. Other than some top-grade medicinal ingredients, there was nothing else that could emit such a rich medicinal fragrance. As his gaze moved, Xiaoyan's eyes swiftly darted around the various counters in the hall. In just a moment, Xiaoyan's pitch-black eyes were filled with a fiery glow. Dragon-attaching branch, strange flower fruit, soul-nurturing grass. TSK. If these items were placed in the outside world, they would be able to cause a huge commotion. I never expected that they would actually be placed so casually here. Seeing those rare medicinal ingredients that even he had only heard of, Xiaoyan could not help but feel shocked by the background of this four-way pavilion. Just what kind of faction was this to be able to randomly place these things, which could normally be called priceless treasures, in this place for others to sell? This kind of thing caused even Xiaoyan to feel a deep shock in his heart. Seeing these medicinal ingredients placed so casually on the counter, Xiaoyan could not help but want to buy them all in one go. However, after a struggle in his heart, Xiaoyan finally calmed down. However, at the same time, while Xiaoyan was excitedly looking at the medicinal ingredients on the counter, an old man in a long white robe stared straight at Xiaoyan. Some strange colors surged in the depths of his deep eyes. Immediately, he moved his feet and walked out of the four-way pavilion without anyone noticing. When the old man had already left the four-way pavilion and appeared on the street outside, Xiaoyan, who was looking at the medicinal ingredients at the counter, finally slowly straightened his body. His eyes were filled with suspicion as they slowly swept across the place. Immediately, Xiaoyan took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. Previously, Xiaoyan had clearly felt an extremely obscure aura enveloping his body. That aura clearly wanted to investigate something from Xiaoyan's body. However, at this moment, that aura had actually suddenly disappeared. This caused Xiaoyan to feel a little puzzled. Chapter 571. The next day. When the morning light shone on the earth, Xiaoyan also gradually woke up from a night of cultivation. His eyelids trembled slightly. The moment Xiaoyan opened his eyes, a brilliant flame flashed across the depths of Xiaoyan's eyes. After a night of cultivation, Xiaoyan did not feel the slightest bit tired. On the contrary, it made him feel even more energetic. Xiaoyan's body shook slightly as he stood up. Immediately, a wave of firecracker-like crackling sound was emitted from all over his body. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into an arc as he sensed the refreshing feeling that was emitted from within his body. He immediately moved his body and flew toward the northern sky. Now that Murong Chanshan's matter had come to an end, Xiaoyan should start on his own matters. According to the original plan, Xiaoyan should head to the Western Wastelands region at this moment. However, he had not obtained the most important icy spirit liquid to refine the icy spirit pill. For the sake of the icy spirit liquid, Xiao Yan decided to temporarily stay in the Shilin region. Furthermore, other than that, the other medicinal ingredients needed to refine the icy spirit pill still required Xiao Yan to spend time to find. Rather than painstakingly searching in the Western Wastelands region, perhaps Xiao Yan would have a greater chance of finding them in the Shilin region. However, at the same time, Xiao Yan was afraid that he would have to face the four great sects head-on. In the following period of time, Xiao Yan continuously shuttled back and forth between the few nearby cities. On one hand, he searched for information about the remaining medicinal ingredients. On the other hand, he also inquired about some natural treasures that could increase spiritual force. Now, if Xiao Yan wanted to increase his spiritual force, there were only two methods he could follow. The first was to use a secret art and slowly cultivate. At the cost of time, he could cultivate his spiritual force for a long period of time. Of course, this method could indeed be said to be seeking victory through stability, but it would take too long. Even with Xiao Yan's temperament, he could not wait for 10 or 100 years of boring cultivation. As for the second method, it was to use heavenly treasures to achieve the effect of rapidly increasing one's soul strength. Compared to the first method, although the probability of finding this method was not high, the effect was more obvious. It was the choice of most alchemists and array masters. The current Xiao Yan didn't have the patience to cultivate his spiritual strength. Therefore, he focused all his attention on the second method. Even if the chances were small, Xiao Yan still wanted to give it a try. A month later, Xiao Yan, who had been searching everywhere, finally arrived in front of a city. At this moment, Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes finally revealed some exhaustion. After a month of searching all over the place, Xiao Yan was disappointed time and time again. In a month's time, Xiao Yan had visited dozens of big and small cities, but the results were still disappointing. Besides finding 3 medicinal ingredients, Xiao Yan was unable to find anything else. With regards to the main medicinal ingredients for the ice spirit pill and the Bodhi returning pill, Xiao Yan also did not have any information. As for the heavenly treasure that could increase one's spiritual force, it was even more impossible to find. At this moment, Xiao Yan lifted his head to look at the ancient city in front of him. He could not help but use his hand to forcefully rub his face. With the last bit of hope in his heart, his body moved as he flew towards the city in front of him. Coldstream City. As he softly muttered these words, Xiao Yan's eyes slowly shifted away from the city gates. With one hand he tugged at the black robes on his body. Only then did his figure move as he followed the surrounding crowd into the city. The area of Coldstream City was not small. Even when compared to Yen City, it was not inferior in size. In this area, Coldstream City was also the largest city, and this was also the reason why it was so prosperous. After entering the city, the enormous outline of the city appeared before Xiao Yan's eyes. The seemingly endless streets in front of him also showed how enormous Coldstream City was. However, to Xiao Yan all of this was not attractive at all. Xiao Yan's gaze was only focused on those shops, and whether they had the medicinal ingredients that he needed. Similar to his actions in the previous month, Xiao Yan's target was the shops in the city. Of course, as he passed by, he did not forget to sweep his gaze across the street vendors. Many times he would find things that one would not expect from these street vendors. Since Xiao Yan had experienced this before, he naturally would not miss this opportunity. However, it was a pity that finding amazing treasures from street vendors did not happen often. Even though Xiao Yan had visited all the street vendors in the past month, he still did not find anything. This time was no exception. Sigh. As he laughed bitterly in his heart, Xiao Yan understood that he had indeed been a little too impatient. Following the flow of people, Xiao Yan walked for a long time until a splendidly decorated large shop appeared before his eyes. Only then did the expression on Xiao Yan's face change. Four-way pavilion, what an extravagant name. However, I wonder if there is anything that I need here. Seeing the huge square-shaped building in front of him, which did indeed live up to its name, a sigh involuntarily surged into Xiao Yan's eyes. Hopefully, he would be able to find the thing that he needed in this place. Even if it was just one thing, it was enough to cause Xiao Yan to feel excited. When Xiao Yan stepped into the pavilion, the noise from the outside world instantly decreased by more than half. When Xiao Yan's body had completely stepped into this four-way pavilion, all the noise from the outside world had completely disappeared. At the same time, when Xiao Yan raised his eyes to take a look, the atmosphere in the pavilion involuntarily made him feel a little strange. Under normal circumstances, the people who ran a shop, regardless of whether they were the shop's attendants or the owner, should be courteous to their customers. However, looking at the situation before him, Xiao Yan could not help but frown. Although there were over 10 people choosing items in front of the counter in the hall, the attendants actually completely ignored these so-called customers. Instead, they appeared to be somewhat impatient. In fact, there were even a few bad-tempered attendants who actually pointed at a few customers and urged them in a loud voice with a displeased expression. Moreover, from the looks of it, they were simply planning to force a sale. Although the customers were somewhat dissatisfied with this, when their eyes noticed an old man with his eyes shut in the hall, they could only bitterly clench their teeth. However, they did not say anything else. Instead, they randomly chose a few items, hastily paid the bill and left. When they saw the few people leave, the attendants sneered and mocked them. At the same time, their poisonous snake-like sharp eyes quickly landed on Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, the few customers just so happened to pass by Xiao Yan. When they saw the confused face of Xiao Yan, the few of them involuntarily cast a pitiful gaze at him. Immediately, they did not dare to say anything else. After hurriedly bypassing Xiao Yan, they swiftly left this four-way pavilion. Chapter 572. Hee, another one has come to give me money. Diske, who knows if this brat is a pauper? He dares to barge into my four-way pavilion. No one has ever dared to approach my four-way pavilion, unless... A few servants with sinister smiles on their faces secretly muttered something. At the end of their words, their slightly fearful gazes landed on the old man who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in the middle of the hall. Tisk, let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about this brat now. I'll make a bet with you. If he has money and can afford anything here, I'll lose an emperor-grade medicinal pill to you. If he doesn't, at most I'll compensate you with one. No, I want the girl you got yesterday. That little girl looks so fresh. I'm afraid you've scared her a lot. A coarse and lewd laughter spread throughout the hall. At the same time, it also caused the other servants to smile. As for the few young girls among the guests, after hearing these words, their pretty faces quickly turned red. They cast disdainful gazes at the two servants who spoke. Where did this stinking girl come from? She dares to stare at me. She deserves to be beaten. Noticing the resentful gazes of the few young girls, the servant laughed coldly. His face immediately revealed a displeased expression. The figure that was originally sitting on the counter instantly flashed and appeared in front of a young girl. With a wave of his hand, a slap ruthlessly landed. This sudden scene caused the young girl to instantly turn pale with fright. The man beside her, on the other hand, revealed a grave expression. His body moved and he braced himself to charge forward. You want to be a hero and save the beauty? Get lost. In response, the servant sneered. His body that was stopped in midair suddenly twisted. Immediately after, a heavy whip kick ruthlessly smashed onto the chest of the man in front of him. With just one blow he was sent flying. When the man was sent flying, it was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the direction he flew in was actually towards Xiao Yan, who was standing at the same spot. With a sneer, the servant with a sinister face leaped back. At the same time, he pricked up his ears and turned his back to Xiao Yan, as if he was listening to Xiao Yan's situation. However, the scene that happened in the next moment caused the sneer on the servant's face to quickly change. At the same time, the expressions of the others in the arena also changed. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face was calm. A thought passed through his heart and an invisible spiritual strength had already swept out, easily catching the human figure that had shot over in midair. The expression in everyone's eyes involuntarily changed when they saw this scene. At this moment, even the old man, who had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes shut, suddenly opened his turbid old eyes at this moment. His eyes contained surprise as he looked at Xiao Yan. His somewhat hoarse voice was filled with surprise as he said, "What are you talking about? An alchemist? Or an array master?" Xiao Yan did not comment on this. He did not even care about the old man's question. With a thought, he slowly put down the man who was gently caught by soul strength. Seeing that Xiao Yan actually ignored him, the old man could not help but narrow his old eyes. His turbid old eyes flashed. He slowly took a breath and spoke again in a deep voice. "Who are you? If you are here to cause trouble, then you have picked the wrong place." As his words fell, the old man slowly stood up. At the same time, a majestic aura spread out from the old man's body, causing everyone's expressions to change except for Xiao Yan. "I'm not here to cause trouble. It's just that I don't like others attacking me for no reason." Xiao Yan's expression did not change in the slightest because of this aura. At the same time, his pitch-black eyes looked at the servant who had just attacked. Humph. With a soft snort, a solemn expression flashed across the old man's face. Xiao Yan's relaxed expression made him feel a faintly discernible pressure. Swoosh! In the next instant, a sharp sound of thunder suddenly resounded in the hall. At the same time, the old man's expression could not help but change. However, before he could react, a violent bang resounded in the hall. Immediately, the old man and the others in the hall only reacted at this moment. When they turned their heads to look, they saw that Xiao Yan was standing where the servant who attacked just now was standing. As for the servant, he had already been mercilessly stepped on by Xiao Yan. His aura was extremely weak and it was obvious that he was not far from death. This person, what a terrifying speed. The moment he saw Xiao Yan, the old man's eyes suddenly shrunk. An extremely shocked expression appeared on his old face. Traces of cold sweat slowly flowed down from his forehead. The old man was unconcerned about the life and death of that attendant. However, the thing that caused his heart to feel incomparably shocked was that Xiao Yan in front of him was actually able to instantly step on that attendant under his feet without him being able to react. This kind of shocking, frightening speed really caused the old man's heart to be incomparably shocked. Since you are not a shop, you don't have the medicinal ingredients that I need. I think that I have indeed come to the wrong place. After saying these words casually, Xiao Yan ignored the terrified gazes of the surrounding people. He moved his feet and was about to walk out of the square pavilion. Mister? At this moment, the old man's voice sounded again. In order to show his respect, the old man called Xiao Yan Mister. What? You want to attack me after I hit your man? Hearing this, Xiao Yan said in a somewhat impatient manner. A month's time had already wasted quite a bit of Xiao Yan's patience. The old man before him truly caused him to feel a bit of disgust. If this guy dared to speak any more nonsense, Xiao Yan would definitely not be stingy and attack him. It was merely a 9-star half-martial emperor. To the current Xiao Yan there was nothing to be afraid of. The old man was momentarily stunned by Xiao Yan's impatient tone. After that, he hurriedly came back to his senses. A smile hurriedly appeared on his aged face. He cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan and said with a smile, Mister, don't joke around. What happened earlier was merely a small misunderstanding. However, since Mister said that you have come to purchase medicinal ingredients, then you have naturally come to the right place to come to our square pavilion. As he said those words, the old man raised his hand, extended his palm and pointed to a staircase that led to the second floor. The first floor is merely a floor that our square pavilion casually opened to the outside world. There is nothing valuable here. As for the second floor, it is a pavilion specially opened for high-level half-martial emperors. Only there will be true treasures. Of course, although it is a floor specially opened for high-level half-martial emperors, since Mister is an alchemist, you will naturally be able to enter it. After the old man's words left his mouth, Xiao Yan, who had already walked to the entrance of the square pavilion, stopped his footsteps. After that, he slowly turned around. Following the old man's finger, his gaze landed on the staircase that led to the second floor. Indeed, Xiao Yan was able to sense a formless power at that place. That sort of power was something that only 5-star half-martial emperors and above could pass through. Of course, with Xiao Yan's soul strength, he would naturally be able to pass through it easily. It was no wonder that the old man would say those words. Sensing this, Xiao Yan's gaze flickered slightly. After pondering for a moment, he finally raised his foot again and slowly walked towards the staircase that led to the second floor. Chapter 573. The emotion in the old man's heart finally calmed down when he saw Xiao Yan lift his foot and walk toward the tunnel. He immediately turned his gaze, and his face was cold as he looked at the remaining few attendants. He angrily reprimanded. You blind thing, why aren't you dragging this bastard away? He's making a fool of himself here. In the future he doesn't need to stay in the family anymore. He can go to the mercenary team outside the city. The expressions on the faces of the few attendants swiftly changed when they heard the furious reprimand. Their faces carried a dense fear. After which, they hurriedly walked to the front of the attendant who had fainted after being stomped by Xiao Yan. On one hand, they felt sorrow for this fellow in their hearts, while on the other, they also bitterly looked at each other and rejoiced in their hearts. Although the mercenary group outside the city was also formed by a group of half-emperor experts, their hunting targets were also not weak. Under normal circumstances, it was nothing much to encounter a low-level half-emperor level magical beast. However, they were afraid of those high-level magical beasts. Those fellows were terrifyingly strong. Their mercenary group had been unable to return from the hands of magical beasts of that level several times. At this moment, this old man's punishment was equivalent to pushing them to a dead end. Xiao Yan, who had just walked to the entrance of the stairs, could not help but pause his footsteps after hearing the old man's words. He turned his head slightly and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the old man with interest. The old man's action had undoubtedly caused Xiaoyan to have no reason to continue attacking. However, at the same time, it could be said that he had helped Xiaoyan vent his anger. Since both of them had a way out, Xiaoyan could no longer open his mouth to say anything. The old man appeared to have sensed Xiaoyan's gaze. The fierceness that was revealed on his old face a moment ago disappeared in an instant. Instead, it was replaced by a warm smile. The old man cupped his hands to Xiaoyan and said with a smile on his face, "According to the rules of the pavilion, it is inconvenient for this old man to accompany you. Mister, please go up to the second floor alone. There will naturally be someone up there to receive you." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan once again glanced at the old man. Light flickered in his eyes. Soon after, he no longer paid any attention to the old man. With a light lift of his feet, he moved towards the second floor. It wasn't until Xiaoyan's figure disappeared at the top of the stairs that the old man withdrew his gaze. His pair of old eyes revealed a trace of solemnity. Although he didn't know who this black-robed youth was from the other party's spiritual strength, he could tell that he was a rank 2 alchemist. Not bad, even he couldn't easily touch an alchemist of this level. After glaring at the attendants again, the old man retracted his gaze hatefully. With a wave of his sleeve, he once again sat cross-legged in the hall. As for the others, they took advantage of this time to leave the Four Directions Pavilion. After stepping onto the second floor, Xiaoyan spread out his spiritual strength. Immediately he was able to detect many experts with powerful auras. On the second floor there were a total of 3 9-star half-martial emperors. As for the others, even the weakest among them was a 6-star half-martial emperor. When Xiaoyan appeared on the second floor, the crowd present all turned their curious gazes to Xiaoyan. Immediately, astonishment flashed past the eyes of many people present. Never would they have imagined that the person who had stepped onto the second floor of the Four Directions Pavilion would be such a young person. One must know that the rules of the Four Directions Pavilion were very strict. Even though the owner of the Four Directions Pavilion rarely bothered with the first floor, the second floor was not a place that just anyone could enter. If one wanted to enter the second floor of the Four Directions Pavilion, one must either possess a strength of at least a 6-star half-martial emperor or possess an extremely powerful spiritual strength. At the very least, one must be a rank 2 alchemist or a formation master. However, at this moment, no matter how the crowd thought about it, they were unable to imagine how this seemingly young black-gowned young man would be able to meet the 2 requirements. However, at the same time, the crowd also understood that since this person was able to step onto the second floor with such graceful footsteps, it was likely that the person on the first floor had already personally tested him. Otherwise, this black-gowned young man before them would definitely not appear here. However, other than those surprised gazes, the expression in the eyes of a certain old man in the square involuntarily hardened when he saw Xiaoyan. An extremely obscure glint instantly flashed deep within his turbid old eyes. Soon after, he recovered his calmness. Xiaoyan did not discover this small change. After ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd, he raised his foot and walked toward a counter with relatively fewer people in the hall. Only at this moment did the crowd come back to their senses. Soon after, a white-haired old man quickly walked toward Xiaoyan with a face full of smiles. He first cupped his hands in an extremely courteous manner. After that, with a face full of smiles, he warmly smiled at Xiaoyan and said, "Ha, mister, do you need to purchase something? This old man is the manager of this place. If mister needs anything, please feel free to ask. As long as it is something that my Four Directions Pavilion can afford, we will definitely not be stingy." Hearing this, Xiaoyan's expression did not change much. After seeing the group of people on the first floor, Xiaoyan did not believe that the group of people before him would be any better than them. However, regardless of what Xiaoyan was thinking at this moment, the words from the old man's mouth were what Xiaoyan wanted to hear the most right now. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. He extended 2 of his fingers and gently shook them in the empty space in front of him. Immediately, a piece of parchment filled with various natural treasures appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. "Do you have the items on this list?" Xiaoyan casually handed the list in his hand to the old man in front of him as he asked with an indifferent expression. Although Xiaoyan's words appeared to be spoken in a relaxed manner with an extremely calm manner, as though the things on this list were dispensable and unimportant, the old man in front of him did not know just how anxious Xiaoyan's heart was at this moment. Facing this kind of old fox, if Xiaoyan really revealed the true thoughts in his heart on his face, he would undoubtedly be asked for an exorbitant price by this old man. On the contrary, if Xiaoyan's expression was calm, this old man would not dare to casually raise the price. Xiao Yan had seen many people like this who would raise the price on the spot. Of course, even though his expression did not change as if he did not care at all, Xiao Yan was extremely concerned in his heart. After all, this was a big matter that concerned whether he could enter the rank 3 alchemist or not. Whether it was the 2 medicinal pills or the spiritual force, Xiao Yan could not remain calm. After receiving the list, the old man's turbid gaze first randomly swept over it. Immediately following this, a surprise involuntarily flashed across his pair of old eyes. At the same time that his expression changed slightly, the old man raised his gaze and immediately looked at Xiao Yan. He asked in a solemn voice, "Xiao Yan, what are you doing? You are a rank 3 alchemist?" Hearing this, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes was slightly startled at first, but soon after he looked at the old man without commenting and asked in a deep voice, "Just tell me, do you have the items on this list here?" Seeing Xiao Yan's appearance, the old man did not dare to underestimate him. From the medicinal ingredients on the list, it was not difficult to see that the medicinal pill that was being refined was undoubtedly a rank 3 medicinal pill. Seeing Xiao Yan's appearance, then his guess was not wrong. Without hesitation, the old man quickly nodded his head and said with certainty, "Sir, we do." Chapter 574. Yes. Hearing Xiao Yan's low voice, the old man's tone did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He hurriedly nodded heavily at Xiao Yan. If the black-robed young man in front of him was really a rank 3 alchemist, then just the latter's identity was enough to make the old man bow and bend his knees. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's eyes could not help but flicker slightly. A wave of joy immediately rose from the bottom of his heart. Although Xiao Yan did not know exactly what kind of things were described on the list within the word, have, at the very least it gave Xiao Yan some hope. Finally, after searching bitterly for a month, the heavens did not disappoint those who persevered, allowing Xiao Yan to witness the results. Of course, even though Xiao Yan was extremely surprised in his heart, he still revealed an indifferent expression on his face. No one was able to tell what exactly Xiao Yan was feeling in his heart at this moment. This point also caused the old man in front of Xiao Yan's eyes to focus slightly. He could not help but be secretly surprised in his heart. He did not expect that this black-robed young man in front of him not only had great ability, but also had such a calm temperament. He did not show his emotions on his face. This kind of person was the most terrifying because one would never be able to see through the other party's face. "How many do you have?" Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes flickered slightly. He pretended to be calm as he opened his mouth to ask again. Hearing this, the old man withdrew his pair of turbid old eyes, which were originally staring at Xiao Yan's face. He paused for a moment before respectfully cupping his hands toward Xiao Yan in an apologetic manner. Only then did he let out a dry laugh and said with an apologetic face, "Brother Xiao Yan, you are the one who has been waiting for a long time. Sir, because the value of these things that you need is too high, even my 4-way pavilion is unable to gather all of them. Currently, my 4-way pavilion only has 3 of the medicinal ingredients in stock. As for the rest, my 4-way pavilion does not have them." At the end of his words, the old man's face involuntarily revealed an apologetic expression. He gently shook his head at Xiao Yan and frowned slightly as he spoke. Facing a rank 3 alchemist, the old man's heart was incomparably nervous. After all, this kind of person was someone that even a Dodi had to greet with a smiling face. If he did not receive him well, forget about how this black-robed young man in front of him would treat him. Once this matter was known by the upper echelons of the clan, it was likely that he would also be banished from the clan. Thinking until this point, the old man's expression appeared to become even more respectful. Even his breathing had become careful. Seeing the old man reveal such an appearance, Xiao Yan's expression was unconcerned. However, in his heart he immediately felt a wild joy at this moment. Xiao Yan originally thought that even if he could find the things that he wanted in this 4-way pavilion, there would at most be 1 or 2 of them. After all, it was just as the old man in front of him had said. The things that Xiao Yan needed could be called priceless treasures. It was impossible for an ordinary faction to possess them. Even if they did, there would only be 1 of them. Moreover, it would be the kind that would be completely hidden away. It was impossible for outsiders to know about it, much less take it out and openly sell it. However, the answer that the old man gave Xiao Yan caused Xiao Yan's heart to be filled with joy and incomparable surprise. However, from this, Xiao Yan could also see that this so-called 4-way pavilion was likely not some ordinary faction. Otherwise, how could they possess the 3 medicinal ingredients on Xiao Yan's list at the same time? The medicinal ingredients? Xiao Yan's hands were behind his back. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the old man in front of him. As he spoke, his hands, which were behind his back and covered by his sleeves, slowly clenched together. The emotions in his heart gradually became nervous. Seeing that Xiao Yan had spoken again, the old man hurriedly piled up a smile on his old face. He hurriedly said, "Sir, the medicinal ingredients that you want are currently in our four-way pavilion. I'll order someone to bring them over." At the same time the old man's words sounded, he swiftly called an attendant forward. Under Xiao Yan's gaze, the old man's face carried a solemn expression as he spoke a few words to the attendant by the side. After ordering him to go and return quickly, he turned his eyes to Xiao Yan with a face full of smiles. He cupped his hands together and said with a smile, "It will take some time for the medicinal ingredients to be brought over. During this period of time, Sir can still take a look around. Other than the medicinal ingredients on your list, our pavilion also has other high-tier medicinal ingredients. If Sir takes a fancy to them, feel free to pick them." When he said this, the old man's face could not help but reveal a confident expression. Very obviously, he also had quite a lot of confidence in the items in his four-way pavilion, even if the black-robed young man in front of him was a rank 3 alchemist. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly. His heart could not help but be moved slightly. Early on, when Xiao Yan had just reached the second floor, he had already smelled an extremely rich medicinal fragrance from the air. To Xiao Yan this smell was extremely familiar. Other than some top-grade medicinal ingredients, there was nothing else that could emit such a rich medicinal fragrance. Xiao Yan's gaze moved quickly across the various counters in the hall. In just a moment, Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes were filled with a fiery glow. Attached dragon branch, strange flower fruit, soul-nurturing grass. TSK. If these items were placed in the outside world, they would be able to cause a huge commotion. I did not expect that they would be placed so casually here. Seeing those rare medicinal ingredients that even he had only heard of, Xiao Yan could not help but feel shocked by the background of this four-way pavilion. Just what kind of faction was this in order to be able to randomly place these things, which could normally be called priceless treasures, in this place for others to sell? This kind of thing caused even Xiao Yan to feel a deep shock in his heart. Seeing these medicinal ingredients placed so casually on the counter, Xiao Yan could not help but want to buy them all in one go. However, after struggling in his heart for a while, Xiao Yan finally calmed down. However, at the same time Xiao Yan walked out of the four-way pavilion in a state of shock. Only when the old man had already left the four-way pavilion and appeared on the street outside did Xiao Yan, who was looking at the medicinal ingredients at the counter, slowly straighten his body. His eyes were filled with suspicion as he slowly swept his gaze across the place. Immediately Xiao Yan took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. Earlier Xiao Yan had clearly sensed an extremely obscure qi covering his body. That qi was clearly trying to probe something from Xiao Yan's body. However, at this moment, that qi had suddenly disappeared. This involuntarily caused Xiao Yan to feel some doubt in his heart. Chapter 575. That aura, exactly who is it? Xiao Yan narrowed both of his eyes. His gaze slowly swept over everyone present, only to discover that out of the 3 9-star bandits present, including the old man from earlier, there were only 2 left. I hope that I am overthinking things. His pupils tightened slightly. Xiao Yan felt an indescribable bad premonition in his heart. Earlier, as he did not pay too much attention to the situation here, he did not discover that the other 9-star half-martial emperor had already left the Four Directions pavilion without him noticing. At this moment, Xiao Yan could only hope in his heart that the other 9-star half-martial emperor did not discover anything. Otherwise, his departure would very likely bring about an enormous danger to Xiao Yan. It seems that I cannot stay in this place for long, Xiao Yan secretly said in his heart. Soon after, he no longer bothered to pay attention to the old man. No matter what, he must first obtain these 3 medicinal ingredients. As for the other medicinal ingredients, regardless of how big or small they were all placed at the back of Xiao Yan's mind. After a short period of time, the attendant who had been ordered by the old man to retrieve the medicinal ingredients returned with a white jade tray in his hands and arrived in front of the old man. A high-grade storage ring was placed on the jade tray. Without much thought, the medicinal ingredients that Xiao Yan wanted were definitely within the storage ring. After receiving the jade tray, the old man casually asked the attendant to leave. As for himself, he carefully inspected the items within the storage ring. Only then did he gently exhale with a face full of smiles. Soon after, he raised the tray in his hands and walked over to Xiao Yan. Haha, my lord, the 3 medicinal ingredients that you need are within this storage ring. My lord, please take a look. Walking forward, the old man looked at Xiao Yan with a smile and handed the tray with the storage ring in front of Xiao Yan as he spoke respectfully. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly. Soon after, he nodded his head and picked up the storage ring on the tray. At the same time, a strand of spiritual strength flew out from between his brows and entered the storage ring. Sure enough, there were 3 exquisite jade boxes placed in order within the storage ring. The jade box was tightly shut and did not open at all. However, the entire jade box was completely transparent. Through the crystal-like outer layer of the jade box, Xiao Yan could clearly see that the 3 medicinal ingredients were carefully placed within the jade box. Seeing these 3 medicinal ingredients, joy immediately surged into Xiao Yan's heart. These 3 medicinal ingredients were exactly what he needed. Dragon Vine Blood Branch, Snow Spirit Fruit, Young Fire Fruit. It was fine that the first 2 medicinal ingredients had changed. However, when Xiao Yan saw that the 3rd medicinal ingredient was actually the Tender Flame Fruit, the emotion in his heart was finally unable to be suppressed at this moment. Unexpectedly, this was really unexpected. He was actually able to find the Tender Flame Fruit in this place. One must know that this was the most important medicinal ingredient to refine the Bodhi returning pill. Even Leng Bingshuang valued it greatly. He had never imagined that Xiao Yan would actually find this item here. The Tender Flame Fruit. It is truly a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it without any effort. Originally, I thought that I would need to search for a few more days before I could find you. However, since this is the case, it seems that I have finally gathered all the medicinal ingredients I need to refine the Bodhi returning pill. This enormous surprise caused Xiao Yan's heart to be extremely excited at this moment. Obtaining the Tender Flame Fruit also meant that Xiao Yan was one step closer to obtaining the Icy Spirit Cold Liquid. Currently, Xiao Yan only needed to wait until his alchemist class reached rank 3 before he could begin to refine the Bodhisattva returning pill. At that time, the Icy Spirit Pill would naturally not be a problem. After a long while, Xiao Yan's mind, which was immersed in the storage ring, finally slowly withdrew. At this moment, the old man beside him was still looking at Xiao Yan with a surprised expression on his face. There was some cold sweat on his forehead, as if he was afraid that Xiao Yan was not satisfied with these medicinal ingredients. That's right. I want all 3 of these medicinal ingredients. When he heard this, the old man's face immediately revealed a joyous expression. Although he was aware of the value of these medicinal ingredients, he was even more aware of the importance of a rank 3 alchemist. Today, if he was able to obtain the favor of a rank 3 alchemist for the clan, then to their entire clan, there would be endless benefits. At the same time, his position within the clan would certainly rise as a result. To him, this transaction was not the slightest bit of loss. Of course, the precondition for this was that the black-robed young man in front of him was really a rank 3 alchemist. If he were to know that the Xiao Yan in front of him was actually only a rank 2 alchemist, just what kind of thoughts would this old man have in his heart? Tell me, how much are these 3 medicinal ingredients worth? I will buy all of them. It was a long while later before Xiao Yan once again opened his mouth. His expression was calm and there was not the slightest ripple. If this was in the past, Xiao Yan would really not have the confidence to say such words. After all, there was not much of the D-tier medicinal pills that he had refined. However, the reason why the current Xiao Yan had the confidence to say these words was all thanks to the storage ring that he had obtained from Zhao Xian. As an elite Do-D, the foundation in Zhao Xian's hands was naturally extraordinary. Just the D-tier medicinal pills alone, there were over 10 of them in his storage ring. There were even over a dozen rank 3 medicinal pills. As for the other various medicinal ingredients, there was an even greater amount. Therefore, after receiving all the wealth of this elite Do-D, it was not a problem for Xiao Yan to obtain these 3 medicinal ingredients with his current financial strength. Hearing the satisfaction that was emitted from Xiao Yan's words, the old man's heart was incomparably happy. However, soon after, the old man hurriedly waved his hand at Xiao Yan and hurriedly said with a smile, "You are too polite. It is only 3 medicinal ingredients. In any case, placing them in our 4 pavilions will only end up burying them. Rather than wasting them like this, why don't I make the decision and gift these 3 medicinal ingredients to you? It is just that. Cuckoo, you want me to owe you a favor?" Seeing the embarrassed smile on the old man's face, Xiao Yan's eyes flashed slightly. He immediately changed his tone and laughed. "Sir, I do not have any other intentions. I only hope that, sure, it is just a favor. I already owe a lot. I do not lack this little bit." Soon after, Xiao Yan smiled and nodded without waiting for the old man's words to sound. He wore the storage ring on his hand and laughed in a seemingly magnanimous manner. Ah! Xiao Yan's decisive words also caused the old man's expression to be stunned. He did not expect that the black-robed young man in front of him would actually so easily agree to this favor. Alchemists, they are really a group of people who do not play by the rules, the old man quietly muttered in his heart. However, at this moment he was even more happy in his heart. With these words from Xiao Yan, it was likely that his position in the clan would swiftly rise in the future. At that time, why would he need to continue staying in this 4 pavilions to look at other people's faces? However, as if he wanted to completely capture Xiao Yan, the old man's eyes flickered slightly. At the same time, he seemed to have recalled something and hurriedly inhaled a breath of cold air from his mouth. This caused Xiao Yan's expression to be slightly startled. Soon after, the old man hurriedly opened his mouth again to Xiao Yan and said in a serious voice, "Sir, I have a piece of information here that might be able to help you obtain the remaining few items on this list. However, I wonder if you are willing to listen?" After the old man's voice sounded, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes immediately focused. He did not expect that this old man would bring him so many surprises,